Just by looking at it, I can't argue with the name. So you have an idea of scale. Here it is next to the ultra beefy Kryptonite New York Forget About It. And there's absolutely no comparison. There's also no comparison on weight or price. This is a $300 bike lock and it weighs in over 13 pounds. Given the weight, it's meant to be left where you lock your bike. Now the reason it's so big is that this lock is designed to resist angle grinders, and it does that by being so big that a standard 4.5-inch cutting wheel doesn't protrude far enough from the grinder to cut all the way through the shackle. There's a few videos on YouTube of people trying to open this with an angle grinder, and I think the takeaway is it's almost always going to be easier to cut the bike rack. Now this ultra thick shackle is not solid steel. That would probably weigh far too much. What we have is a 14mm thick steel shackle, and that's surrounded by an aluminum shell. I believe they used aluminum for two reasons. First, to cut down on weight, and second, aluminum tends to gum up grinder wheels. I may do another video where I take a novel approach to opening this with a grinder, but today, folks, is all about picking. Now the core that's buried deep inside of this is a disc detainer design that's modeled after the Abloy profile cylinder, and it does have false gates in it. Unfortunately, when I got this lock, I did not have a tool that could pick it open. And I only know of one person in the world who makes them for sale. He does it by hand and he's an ocean away. That's of course Matt Smith in the UK. So what I did was headed down to my garage and emerged several hours later with this tool, which should be able to open the lock. However, because the tool required to open this is so uncommon, before we even start picking, I can tell you the chances of this being picked on the street are essentially zero. But my desk is not the street, so let's see what it takes to pick this open. The first thing we need to do is rotate those discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to separate the tool, insert the tensioner. Okay, I have that in position. Now we're going to insert the pick tip. We're going to send that all the way to the back of the lock. Okay, now let's put some tension on and get to picking. Got to click out of that back disc. I can still feel it rubbing, so that's probably a false gate. Let me move it one more position. There we go. It's nice and loose now. Let's move it to the next disc. Next one is also binding. There we go. That feels nice and loose now in a gate. Okay, the next one is loose. That's in a gate. Next one is binding. We got a little bit of movement on the core. That probably means all of the discs are now in a gate. Next one is a little bit loose. This one's binding. And there we go, we got this open. Okay, folks, this is a product unlike anything on the market. It's not meant to be portable. It's meant to be one of the most theft-resistant bike locks money can buy. And I have to say, with its massive size and relatively uncommon core, I think Altor's accomplished that goal. And I'll take you through what some of those words indicate. X Plus is the name of Abus's most advanced disc detainer core. I believe it has 8 discs, all with false gates and a disc locking system that prevents any of those discs from rotating until you trip that disc locker. The roll-up part of the name refers to the spring-loaded plastic spool attached to the back of the lock, and of course we have this loop on the end. Once you secure the lock around the disc brake rotor, you put the yellow loop around the handlebar. That's a reminder not to drive off and prevents the owner from damaging the bike. Now, let's back up a bit and discuss how you would attach this lock. First, of course, you need to unlock it, and once you do that, the two halves split apart. You can then insert this half through the rotor anywhere that's big enough to accept that 14mm shackle, and then relock the two halves together. That, of course, prevents the wheel from turning and stops most forms of rollaway theft. Now, as I mentioned before, this can be used to secure a chain if that chain has a noose link or pass-through links. In fact, I believe Apis sells a version of this with a chain, and when used in that way, it provides security comparable to locks double its weight. It's really quite impressive in that regard. So, what we're going to do today is see what it takes to pick open the X Plus core. Now, the first challenge is the fact that these two halves rotate separately, as does the housing for the core, and that can make tensioning very tricky. But it is also very easy to remedy. All I need is a little piece of tape. And I'm going to tape the core housing to this half of the lock. That stops it from rotating. So now that we've done that, let's get to picking. The first thing we'll need to do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go, but they will not turn because of the disc locking system. So I'm going to reach all the way to the back and jiggle my turning tool to trip the locking lugs. I've done that. I've rotated those discs as far as they'll go. We are now ready to insert the pick. And of course, I am going to use the pick that Bosnian Bill and I made. Okay, I've picked up disc number 1. Let's go to number 2 and get to picking. Okay, little click out of 2. 3 is loose. 4 is loose. 5 is loose. 6 is loose. 7, nice little click there. It's definitely in a gate. And 8's in a gate. Back to the beginning. 2 is binding. Little click there. 2's definitely in a gate now. 3 is binding. 3 is now in a gate. 4 might already be in a gate. That could be a 0 cut. Same with 5. Same with 6. Okay, 7 is binding very tightly. Okay, that feels like it's in the true gate. No rubbing at all. And number 8 feels like it's in a gate. Okay, back to the beginning. Number 2, binding again. Still rubbing a little bit. Let me turn it once more. There we go. I think that's probably the true gate. Moving on to number 3, binding very tightly. 3 might be set. I'll leave that alone for now. 4 is definitely binding. Got to click there, and we got this open. So this is a lock that may not look very different from other disc detainer designs, but when it comes to picking, it does require a fair bit of skill, and I very much doubt that this would be picked on Uris. That means there's very little plastic inside, and it has an upgraded core. The second component is what Kryptonite calls an extender. It's designed to secure a wheel that might not fit inside of the primary loop. You can see how it's intended to be used in the instructions. Now, this might seem a relatively minor thing, but bike wheels can be pretty expensive, and front wheels especially can be very easy to steal from a locked bike. So, I can see how something like this would be very appealing. The core is the same disc detainer design that we find in most modern Kryptonites, and that means it tensions from a random middle disc. So, let's see what it takes to pick it open. The first thing I'm going to do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to take the pick that Bosnian Bill and I made, pick up disc number 1, then find disc number 2 and get to picking. 2 is loose, so is 3, so is 4, so is 5, 6 is binding, little click there. And that is the last disc. Let's work our way back. Nothing on 5, 4, 3 is binding tightly. There we go. Click out of 3. And nothing on 2. In fact, 2 feels set. So does 3, 4, 5. We might have this all set. Let me tension off of one of these 0 cuts, counter rotate disc 1, and we got this open. Okay, so picking this is not terribly difficult if you're experienced with disc detainer cores. And while the number of such people remains low, this lock's level of pick resistance will probably be good enough for the streets. However, I suspect in the not-so-distant future, Kryptonite will need to step up its game. The two Cyrillic letters stand for the words Chestnaya Zashita, both of which I suspect I am saying incorrectly. I'm told by my wife that roughly translates to honest protection. As for when this was made, the lack of a price stamped into the lock body indicates post-Soviet production. But even though this model is still made, it's been a while since this gray paint was used, so I'd estimate it's roughly 20 to 25 years old. Now the core in this is a disc detainer design with a semicircular keyway, similar to that found in the old Abloy classics. This is the pick that you would need if you'd want to open it up. I'm not aware of anyone currently making these for sale other than Matt Smith in the UK, and I made this one based on his design. Unfortunately, I do need two hands to operate it, so I'm going to put this lock in a vise and just pretend I have a friend holding it for me. Okay, the first thing I need to do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to insert this pick and pick up the very last disc. That should be number 8. Then I'll insert the pick tip to number 7 and work my way forward. Okay, click out of 7. Click out of 6. Click out of 5. Click out of 4. Little click on 3. And we just got this open. So, as you saw, with the right tools, it's not terribly difficult to pick. But because these tools are so uncommon, it's probably pretty safe from picking. At least it is for now. In fact, one that the manufacturer describes as, quote, virtually pick-proof. So, we're going to pick this so-called pick-proof lock, and then I'm going to show you why it might be the worst receiver lock that I've ever evaluated. To pick this, the first thing we need to do is rotate that core as far clockwise as it will go. Then I'm going to get the pick that Bosnian Bill and I made, pick up disc number 1, tension off of that, then let's find disc number 2 and get to picking. Okay, number 2 is binding. I think I have that set. Number 3 feels loose. So does 4. 5 is binding. Little click there, and we got this open. Okay, now that it's open, let's peel the cover off so you can see just how poorly made this is. Okay, you can see the lock housing is nothing but a hollow piece of plastic, which I suspect could be pried off without too much difficulty. So, Jackson, thanks for the lock, but unfortunately, it does not appear to be the product you're looking for. Promised a small, lightweight bike lock, and there's little doubt this is both. However, those attributes come with compromises. The first is price. This listed for $180. The second is resistance to brute force attacks. According to the manufacturer, these rods are made of grade 5 titanium. I've tested that material in the past and have not been terribly impressed with its resistance to cutting or sawing attacks, at least when compared to the modern steels found in other high-end bike locks. But today's not about brute force testing. We may do that in the future, but right now we're going to see what it takes to pick into this disc detainer core. The first thing we're going to do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to get the pick that Bosnian Bill and I made, pick up disc number 1 so we can tension from there. Okay, I think I have disc 1. Now let's find disc number 2 and get to picking. Okay, 2 feels loose. So does 3. 4 is binding. Nice click there. 5 is binding. There we go. Click out of 5. 6 is loose, and so is 7. Back to the beginning. 2 is loose. So is 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I think everything is set. Let's try tensioning off of one of these zero cut discs. I'm going to use number 7, then counter rotate disc number 1. And that's what was holding us up. Okay, as you saw, this is not a terribly tricky lock to pick. Someone who's experienced with disc detainer locks is not going to be slowed down for very long. However, the number of people who are experienced with these cores is relatively low, so until that changes, it's probably enough pick resistance for the streets. Links and is covered in a nylon anti-scratch sleeve. I've not tested this particular one, but I have tested other Oxford 10mm chains, and they've proven above average. The lock is difficult to evaluate because of the plastic cover. However, I do know that it has a non-shimmable ball-bearing locking mechanism as well as a disc detainer core. So let's see what it takes to pick this open. The first thing we need to do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to get the pick that Bosnian Bill and I made, pick up disc number 1, then find number 2 and get to picking. Okay, I think I'm on disc number 1. Let's go to 2. Okay, little something out of 2. Nothing on 3. Nice click out of 4. 5 is loose. 6 is loose. And 7 is loose. Back to the beginning. Nothing on 2. 3 is binding. Nice click out of 3. Nothing on 4. Little click on 5. 6 feels like it's in a gate, probably a zero cut. And a click out of 7. Yep, 7 feels like it's in a gate. Okay, back to the beginning. Click out of 2. 3 feels like it's in a gate. So does 4, 5. You know what, let's try and tension off of disc number 6. That felt like a zero cut. And that's exactly what the problem was. Okay, we got this open. Not too hard to pick. I do like that it tensions off of a middle disc, but would also like to see some false gates in there. That said, I suspect it's probably enough pick resistance scale, which I think is a little bit generous. I dug through my lock graveyard and found the remains of one I destructively tested a while ago, and while it is pretty tough, I found the joints were vulnerable to a nut splitter attack in video 616, and during off-camera experiments, I was able to cut through it with my 18-inch hydraulic cutters. That's not to say this doesn't pack a lot of security into a small package, I just don't think it's quite up to the standards of a high-end U-lock. But one area in which this is certainly ahead of the curve is the core. It uses the Avis X Plus core, which is among the better ones currently found in bike locks. It's a disc detainer design with 7 or 8 discs, with false gates, as well as a disc locking system. I featured locks with the X Plus core in the past, but let's see what it takes to pick into this one. To make it a little bit easier to get to that core, I'm going to pull this rubber off. No issues doing that, even while it's locked. And the first thing we'll need to do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. And because we do have that disc locking system in there, when I insert this tool, I'm going to give it a good shake to hit those locking tabs in the back. There we go. I have all those discs where I want them. So I'm going to get the pick that Bosnian Bill and I made, insert it so we get disc number 1. Okay, now that I have 1, I'm going to go to the back of the lock. These X Plus cores tend to bind from the back. Okay, nothing on 7. Little click out of 6. Nothing on 5, 4, click out of 3. Nothing on 2, back to the beginning. Nothing on 7. Nothing on 6. 5 seems like it's in a true gate. Okay, 4 is binding. 4 feels like it's in a gate. Nothing on 3. Click out of 2, back to the beginning. Click out of 7. Number 6, got to click there. Still binding. There we go. I think 6 is in the true gate. Five is in its true gate, so is 4. 3 is binding. I think 3 is in its true gate. Number 2. There we go, we got it open. So it didn't take a whole lot of time, but it is a tricky little pick, and I think it provides a fair amount of security, especially given the small.
He recommends ABUS products with these cores and has apparently told his customers that they can't be picked. Now, to be fair, he is correct that the chances of an X Plus core being picked on the street is quite low. But that said, they are certainly not unpickable. Anyway, Ricky wanted to see how I'd fare against one of these locks if I had never picked it before. He offered to supply the lock, and I agreed to open the box and pick it on camera. So, this is it. We're going to open it up and get to picking. Okay, we just have the lock, no key, and I'm not familiar with this particular model, but it looks like we have the X Plus core. The first thing we're going to do is rotate it as far clockwise as we can, and you noticed I gave it a little jiggle, and that was to release the disc locking mechanism. Then I'm going to get the pick that Bosnian Bill and I made, and as I look at this, I see the flat bottom, and I'm going to try getting one of my standoffs. And let's adjust the height of this just a little bit. Let's see how that is. I think that's just about right for this. Okay, and generally speaking, these X Plus cores bind from the back. So let's go check out the bottom disc. Little click. Next one, nothing there. I'm going up, another click. I think that was the third or fourth one. Okay, I got a little bit of movement on the core, which probably means every single one of these discs is in a gate. Now I'm going to go back to the bottom and see if we can find the true gates. Okay, this one's binding. Moved it to the next gate. It is still binding. Okay, a little bit of movement. That's probably the true gate. Next one is binding. Still binding. Okay, that's in a true gate now. Okay, binding. Okay, and I think that's in a true gate. Next disc. Binding. Still binding. That's in a true gate. This one is binding. I think I'm near the top now. Oh. Wow, I got that open a lot faster than I was expecting. Okay, Ricky, you have your answer. I'm not sure it was what you were looking for. I didn't time this, but I think it was a little bit quicker than the other X Plus cores I've picked on video. I know that didn't take very long, but it does bear note that these do require a fair bit of skill to open. So if I were in your shoes, I would still be recommending these to my customers, though I'd leave out the unpickable bit from my same. They advertise the core as pick, pull, and drill proof, so I obviously had to take a closer look. It's the OnGuard Model 8111 K9 folding plate bike lock, and the packaging seems to indicate it's from around 2013, so this is not current production. Upon first inspection, I don't see anything particularly unusual. It consists of a chain made of 6 linked plates, and then we have an integrated lock for securing it. Despite OnGuard's bold claims, I don't see anything unusual about this so-called pick-proof core. It seems to be an ordinary disc detainer lock, and I would guess we have 6 discs in there. So let's see what it takes to pick it open. First thing we're going to do is rotate all those discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm getting the pick that Bosnian Bill and I made, picking up disc number 1, and we can find number 2 and get to picking. 2 is binding. Nice click out of 2, I think it's in a gate. 3 is binding. Again, I think 3 is in a gate. 4 feels loose, probably a 0 cut. Click out of 5, and a fair bit of movement on that core. 6 feels like it's in a gate, and nothing behind that. So let's try tensioning off of disc 6 and setting disc 1. And I think we just got this open. Okay, so as you saw, it didn't take a whole lot of effort to pick this open, and I have absolutely no idea how the company could have gotten the idea that this is pick-proof. As far as disc detainer locks go, this one is 5 and 5/86, and this lock has the dubious distinction of being one of the few locks I have ever tested that can be disassembled while still locked. I'll leave a link to that video in the description below. Thankfully, the older version doesn't seem to share that problem. In fact, I'm not sure if this one comes apart at all, at least non-destructively. As far as pick resistance goes, it appears to have a very ordinary disc detainer core. I believe it's 8 or 9 discs and no false gates. So let's see what it takes to pick this open. The first thing we're going to do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to get the pick that Bosnian Bill and I made, pick up disc number 1, and we're going to find disc 2 and get to picking. Okay, nothing on 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 feels like it's binding. There we go, got a nice click out of 7. Maybe a little something on 8, and nothing on 9. Let's work our way back. Nothing on 6. Nothing on 5. 4 is binding very tightly, got a click there. Nothing on 3. 2 is binding. There we go, click out of 2, and we got this open. So, as you saw, it was not a particularly difficult pick. It certainly could benefit from the inclusion of false gates, and in fact, I believe there was a later version of this lock that did just that. Unfortunately, that one is not made. Chains up to 16 millimeters in diameter, though they also sell a version that will handle 19 millimeter chains. Now, the main advantage to this design is that it is very resistant to common brute force attacks. Once a chain is secured in between the two halves, the shackle is no longer exposed, making most cutting and grinding attacks far more difficult. And because the two halves can freely rotate while locked, that means most twisting attacks will not work either. So because of this unique design, I think this lock's going to pack a resistance to brute force similar to many locks 2 to 3 times its size and weight. Now, holding those two halves together is a ball bearing locking mechanism. That mechanism cannot be shimmed or bypassed, and securing everything is a disc detainer core. There are 7 discs in here, 8 if you count the gated spinner, and it seems to tension from a rear or middle disc. So let's see what it takes to pick this open. But first, I am going to lock this on a chain. This is a 15 millimeter chain with pass-through links. If you're going to be securing larger chains, you definitely will need one with links that pass through each other. Now that this is secured in place, I'm going to rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to get the pick that Bosnian Bill and I made,
pick up disk number 1, and then we're going to start picking on disk 2. Okay, 2 is loose, so is 3, so is 4. Nice click out of 5. Little click on 6, and 7 is loose, probably a 0 cut. Back to the beginning. Click out of 1, or I'm sorry, that was 2. Number 3 feels like it's in a gate. Nice click out of 4. Little bit of movement on that core. We probably have everything set but disk 1. So let's go to disk number 7, which is a 0 cut. Tension off of 7, counter rotate 1, and we got this open. Okay, so as you saw, that wasn't a terribly difficult pick. We got into it pretty quickly, and I think the absence of false gates were a contributing factor. It's something I would love to see the company add in the future, and that would go a long way toward bringing the security level of the core up to the rest of the lock, which is actually quite good. Hardened steel outer lock body. Inside of that is a hardened steel sliding carriage, and that's where you put the disc brake rotor, and holding that carriage closed is a ball bearing locking mechanism. Now with respect to that mechanism, I do have to note a problem. The locking ball on the back side is missing on this one. It does stay locked because of the other ball, and I have no reason to believe it's a widespread issue. However, given that this is a ball bearing mechanism, not putting one of the balls in is a significant QC failure, and something ABUS may need to look into. Now securing everything is ABUS's X Plus disc detainer core. It has 8 discs, each with false gates and a disc locking system, preventing any of those discs from rotating until a key is inserted. It's a fairly tricky core, so let's see what it takes to pick it open. The first thing we need to do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. And as I said, we have a disc locking system, so I'm reaching all the way to the back where those locking tabs are, putting a little bit of torque on that tool and just jiggling it around until those tabs let go. I've now rotated all those discs to where I want them to be, so we're going to take out the pick that Bosnian Bill and I made, pick up disc number 1, and get to picking. Okay, I'm going to start in the back. Most of these X Plus cores bind from the back. Okay, nice click out of number 8. Nothing on 7, 6, little click on 5, click on 4, and a fair bit of movement on the core. Number 3. I think 3's in a gate. So is number 2. Going back 3. Okay, 4. That was binding. I moved him just a little bit. Move him a little bit more. There we go, 4 feels set. Nice wide true gate. Moving on to 5. 5 is binding. Got to click there, and it's still binding. Let's move him a little bit more. There we go, 5 feels like it's set. Number 6. 6 feels like it's in a gate. Number 7. There's a little bit of movement there. I'm going to leave him alone for now. Number 8 is definitely binding. There we go. That was the last disc. So as you saw, it's a pretty tricky little pick, and putting aside the quality control issue this particular one has, it's a lock that I wouldn't hesitate to use myself until much later that I learned of its obscure and largely obsolete use. This is a bar lock for a newspaper vending box. To use it, one inserts the full 11-inch long lock into the head of the machine, and once locked in place with this lug, it can't be retracted and keeps the head from hinging open. This particular one is made by the Batten Lock Company and seems to have their 6000 series disc detainer core. You can see it has an Abloy Classic style semicircular keyway. There are 8 discs behind it and no false gates. so I'm not anticipating an overly difficult pick. So let's get this in the vise and see what it takes to pick it open. Okay, the first thing we're going to do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to take out my Abloy Classic pick, insert it all the way so I can tension off of disc 8. Then I'm going to find disc number 1 and get to picking. Okay, nice click out of 1. Nothing on 2. Click out of 3. Nothing on 4. Click out of 5. Click out of 6. And 7 is loose, back to the beginning. Nothing on the gated spinner, that is loose, so is disc 1. So is disc 2. So is 3. Click out of 4. 4 feels like it's in a gate. 5 is binding. There we go, click out of 5, and we got this open. You could see that lug retracted. So, as you saw, not too hard to pick, but probably good enough for the street, insofar as the tools required to open it are not terribly common. This is one that I made myself. I featured this in video 985, so if you want to see this opened in just a few moments, I'll leave a link to that video in the description below. Now, for those of you who have never heard of a glad hand, it's the air hose coupling between a tractor and a trailer. When a trailer is sitting by itself, putting a lock on the coupling prevents an unauthorized truck from hooking up an air supply. That means there's no easy way to release the emergency brake, and the trailer is not going to roll. This lock is fitted with Warlock's standard disc detainer core. I've certainly opened them on this channel in the past, but let's see what it takes to get into this one. The first thing we're going to do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. And then I'm going to take out the pick that Bosnian Bill and I made, but we're going to do something just a little bit different. With my pick kit, I generally keep a small selection of standoffs. They're not strictly speaking necessary, but they can aid in tool stability when using a disc detainer pick, so I thought I'd share that with you today. I'm just going to put this right over the end of the tool, and you'll see it holds it perfectly aligned with the bore axis of the lock. Okay, let's find disc number 2 and get to picking. Okay, nice click out of 2. Click out of 3. 4 is loose. So is 5. Click out of 6. 7 is binding very tightly. Nice click there. Nice click out of 8. Little movement on the core. And 9 is loose as well. Let's check to see if we have this picked. I'm going to tension off of 9. Nope, we don't quite have it picked. Let's go back to the beginning. Okay, nothing on 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Everything feels set. Let's try tensioning off of number 9 again. There we go. Okay, I'm not quite sure what was holding us up, but we did get in. So, not too bad a pick. I'd love to see them add false gates. It's something that would be easy to do and would appreciably add to the security. All that said, it's probably good enough, plus disc detainer core. ABUS gives it a 15 out of 15 bicycle security rating, and given that, it is lighter than I would have expected at just 3.5 pounds. It features a 13mm double bolting shackle that is square in profile. That square profile gives it considerably more mass than a 13mm round shackle, and I should note that it is extraordinarily well hardened, and the locking mechanism holding it in place is not shimmable or otherwise bypassable. The core securing everything is Abus's X Plus disc detainer core. It features 7 discs with false gates and a disc locking system that keeps any of them from rotating until a key is inserted. It's also hidden behind a very thick anti-drill spinner. It's so thick that I would need to make a new tensioning nose for my normal disc detainer pick if I was going to use this. These little fingers on the end just aren't long enough. But rather than making a new piece for this, I'm going to take one of my old tools out of retirement. It has these super long fingers on the end of the tensioning nose, and they are more than long enough for the job. So let's get started and see what it takes to pick this open. The first thing we need to do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they go, but as I said, there is a disc locking system. So we're reaching all the way to the back where the locking tabs are, and while rotating, I'm going to give this a little jiggle. And there we go. We just defeated the disc locking system. Now I'm going to insert this tool and pick up disc number 1, and we can get to picking. There we go. I have disc number 1. Let's find number 2. 2 is loose. So is 3, 4, 5. Okay, click out of 6. And number 7 is loose. Let's work our way back. 6 is loose. Click out of 5. Click out of 4, little movement on the core there. Click out of 3, and click out of 2. Okay, 2 is definitely in a gate, so is 3, 4, 5 was binding, still binding. Got another click there. Okay, he's got some movement to him now. Number 6, and we just got this open. So it isn't too hard to pick if you have the right tools, but I do think it's certainly enough pick resistance for securing a bike on 962 respectively. I'll leave links to those videos below, but unfortunately I found that they could both be picked in about 3 seconds each. Thankfully, the warrant does not contain the same design vulnerability. This one is actually hard to evaluate because it's covered in a thick layer of silicone, but it does have a fairly beefy 14mm thick hardened steel shackle. Oddly, Rocky Mounts claims that it is a 16mm shackle, and I'm not sure where they get that number from. As I mentioned, the metal is 14mm thick, and if you count the silicone coating, it's about 18mm at its thinnest point. But let's put that aside and see what it takes to pick into this. The first thing I'm going to do is reach through these spring-loaded dust covers and rotate all of the discs as far clockwise as they will go. And then I'm going to get the pick that Bosnian Bill and I made and try to pick up disc number 1. Okay, I have number 1. Let's find 2. Okay, 2 is binding. There we go. I have 2 in a gate. Little click out of 3. Click on 4. Click on 5. And it looks like we got this open. So as you saw, this is not a particularly tough lock to pick, at least as far as disc detainer locks go, but it is miles ahead of some of Rocky Mount's other products. Balance between strength, weight, pick resistance, and price. As for strength, we have a 16mm thick shackle made of some of the toughest and hardest steel around. The lock body is a dual layer pipe, also of hardened steel, and that's about 7mm thick. Now it does bear note that an angle grinder will get through this, but few tools short of that will be successful. Now all of that steel does come with a penalty. This weighs in at a little bit over 4 pounds, which is heavy, but not as much as the ultra heavy weights, which can exceed 6 pounds. The pick resistance on this is fair. It has an 8-disc disc detainer core that tensions from a random center disc. I would like to see them do a little bit more with it, maybe add some false gates, but it's probably good enough for the streets. As for price, you can usually find these online right around $100, which isn't bad when you consider others that can cost 2 to 3 times more. Okay, enough talk, let's see what it takes to pick this open. The first thing we're going to do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to get the pick that Bosnian Bill and I made and try to pick up disc number 1. Okay, we've got disc 1. Let me find 2 and we can start picking. Okay, little click out of 2. Click out of 3. 4 feels like it's in a gate. That's probably a 0 cut. 5 is loose. Click out of 6. Click out of 7. And 8 feels like it's in a gate. That might be a 0 cut as well. Back to the beginning. Okay, 2 feels set. So does 3. 4. Okay, 5 is binding. Got to click out of 5. 6 is set. So 7 and 8. Let's try tensioning off of 8. Okay, I think we just set disc number 1. Okay, we've got this open. So, as I said before, it's probably good enough for the streets, but I'd love to see the company make a little bit more, protecting a 10mm shackle. Holding everything closed is a 10-disc core that I can only describe by saying that it's so bad that it's good. The core feels like someone poured a handful of sand down the keyway, indicating terrible casting or machining. But that has the effect of making it very hard for me to feel what's inside, which in turn means that picking times are longer than expected. So, all of that said, let's see what it takes to get this open. The first thing we're going to do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go, and I think I have them in position. Then I'm going to get the pick that Bosnian Bill and I made, pick up disc number 1, then find number 2 and get to picking. Nothing on 2, nothing on 3, 4. These discs are rough, but I'm only looking for something that's binding very tightly. I don't want that roughness to throw me off. Okay, number 8 is binding tightly. Got a nice click there. Nothing on 9. And 10 feels like it could be a captive disc. Working my way back, number 7. There we go, click out of 6. Nothing on 5. Nothing on 4, 3, or 2. Okay, working my way through those back discs again. Probably something back there, binding and holding us up. I think that was number 9. There we go, got a fair bit of movement out of him. Work our way back forward again. Okay, 7 feels like it's in a gate right now. Probably a 0 cut. Nice click out of number 4. Nothing on 3 or 2. Okay, let's just go through these discs and see what's holding us up. Okay, that was number 5, I believe. Nice click there. And everything in the back feels as though it's set. Probably something up front. Nothing on 2. Click out of 3, and we opened up. So that was very rough on the inside, and that did translate into a pick time a lot longer than I would have expected for this sort of lock, one that tensions from the front with no false gates. Even so, this is not a lock that I would recommend because those rough innards will smooth out over time with use, and it may even lead to premature, suggesting in any way that this is to be used for bicycles. It's simply called a steel padlock, and the illustrations show it locking a gate, a propane tank, a ladder, no indication that it should be used on a bicycle. Even stranger is that this is currently sold on Home Depot's website despite it being a very old lock. We can see the Ingersoll Rand brand, which puts it pre-2013, but if we look even closer, we can see a 2006 copyright. My best guess is someone found some really old stock and decided to unload it on the Home Depot website. But let's put that aside for now, because today we're going to see what it takes to pick open the disk detainer core. As usual, our first step is to rotate all of those disks as far clockwise as they will go. And I'm going to get the pick that Bosnian Bill and I made, try to pick up disk number 1. Okay, I've got that. Now let's find number 2 and get to picking. Okay, nice click out of 2. I think that's set. Click out of 3. It feels set. Same on 4. Click out of 5. Fair bit of movement on the core. 6 is set, probably a 0 cut. And that is the last disk. Let's make sure everything is set. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let's try tensioning off of number 6. It's probably number 1 holding us up right now. And that's exactly what it was. Okay, not too hard to pick, just 6 disks, no false gates, and rear tension. Pretty basic for a disk detainer lock, and not something that's going to slow down an experienced picker for very long. It does pack a fair bit of pick resistance and weather resistance into a very small package. That makes it a great option for low security outdoor applications, things like electrical panels. It has a disk detainer core with 11 disks in it, which is well above average, and those disks all have false gates. So, between the number of disks and those false gates, it should be a very tricky pick. The first thing we do when picking a lock like this is rotate all of those disks as far clockwise as they will go. And it seems like a couple of them are hanging up, but I think I have all those disks where they belong. Then I'm going to get the pick that Bosnian Bill and I made, pick up disk number 1, then we're going to find disk 2 and get to picking. So number 2 is loose, 3 is loose, so is 4, 5, 6, nothing on 7, okay, 8 is binding. Nice click there. So is 9. I got a click out of 9, but it still feels like it's binding. There we go, getting movement in a gate. Nothing on 10 or 11. Back to the beginning. Nothing on 2, 3, 4. Click out of 5. Click out of 6. 7 is binding. Click there. Nothing on 8, 9, 10, or 11. Okay, nothing on 2, 3. Okay, 4 is binding. There we go, got some movement. Click out of 5. Click out of 6, and we open this up. So, as you saw, a fair bit of pick resistance, particularly for its size, and to round off the package, a pretty good price as well. These are currently selling on Amazon for just $25 for a 2-pack lock. The only remarkable part is the core. Looking at the key, we can immediately tell there's something different by that pointy tip. That tip interface is with a disk locking system, similar to what you might find in some higher-end ABUS locks. That means that the disk pack can't be rotated or picked until we defeat that system. However, once you know it's there and how it works, you'll find that disabling it is a simple matter of pulling a small tab aside. After that, the lock seems to have one more trick up its sleeve. Either the disks inside are very rough, or this thing has false gates. Now, this is not a new lock. Judging by the altered by Sharpie packaging, we can tell it's about 6 years old, right around the time Kryptonite was spun off from Ingersoll Rand. Because it's not new, I can only guess this is either something abandoned or it's an outlier in the kryptonite lineup. So, all of that said, let's see what it takes to pick it open. As I said before, we have that disc locking system, so we can't just rotate those discs as we normally would. However, if we reach all the way down and pull a small tab aside, we are then able to rotate the discs, and once we have them in that position, we can start picking as normal. Taking this pick that Bosnian Bill and I made, picking up disc number 1, and then let's find number 2 so we can start picking. Okay, 2 is binding, gotta click there. Click out of 3. 4 feels loose. Click out of 5. And 6 is loose. Back to the beginning. 1 is binding again. Okay, I got him into the next gate. 2 is binding. Okay, 2's in a gate. Little click out of 3, and we open this up. So, not too bad a pick, though it could certainly benefit from more discs. That said, it's not a bad system for protecting a lower cost bundle and a disk detainer core. The Warlock website says that core is, quote, nearly impossible for a thief to pick. So that's what we're going to focus on today. The core has 9 disks, which is above average for this type of core. However, the company missed some low-hanging fruit in failing to include false gates. So, let's see what it takes to pick it open, and then of course I will take it apart to show you what's inside. The first thing we're going to do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to get this pick that Bosnian Bill and I made and try to pick up disc number 1. Okay, we've got number 1. Let's find number 2 and get to picking. 2 is loose. So is 3. So is 4. So is 5. Okay, click out of 6. Click out of 7. Click out of 8. And nothing on 9. Back to the beginning. Okay, click out of 2. 3 is loose. So is 4. I think we got 5 into a gate. 6 is binding very tightly. There we go, got 6 into a gate. 7. 7 is set. So is 8 and 9. Back to the beginning. We should be pretty close. 2 is set. So is 3. Okay, 4 is a 0 cut. Let's just check to see if we have everything set. And we do. I just set disc number 1 and this is open. Okay, let's take this apart. And the first step in doing that is to remove a small Allen screw. This hole opened up when I pulled the shackle up. Now we can take the core retainer off with a small magnet. I also pulled the spinner. Now let's get a pinning tray out here so I can pull the rest of the core open. Okay, let's see if I can pull that whole core out at once. Okay, we got the core out. Let's take the sidebar, put it right here in the little slot. Take the spinner, put it over here, and now let's start pulling these discs out. First we have a spacer. Now disc number 1, spacer, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I'm sorry, that's a spacer. Here's 4, 5. None of these discs have false gates. I certainly didn't feel any while picking. I'll be surprised to find any here. Okay, that was number 8, and there should be just one more. Okay, let me give you a close-up of one of these discs. You can see the true gate is nice and large and no false gates on that at all. Okay, so not too bad a padlock. It did take a little bit of time to pick, but they certainly could have made this harder to open just by putting a couple of notches on those discs. In any case, that's all I have for you today. The price is pretty striking when you consider it's little more than 4 cable locks that are molded together in rubber. Now, it may be that this is more secure than the sum of its parts, but I'm not sure that's the case. Recall that in video number 787, it took me just 16 seconds to cut the 6 cables of this lock's big brother, the LiteLock Gold. I'll leave a link to that video in the description below. I may also do some destructive testing on this one later, but today we're going to take a closer look at the locking mechanism. It appears to be made of a chrome-plated steel, and I think usability is significantly better than the LiteLock Gold, which I had to wrestle with while locking and unlocking. I would like to see something soft though on the outside of the housing, just to prevent scratches on the bike. Now, the mechanism is a ball bearing design and it is not bypassable, and securing everything is a disc detainer core. So let's see what it takes to pick this open. The first thing we need to lock. The only remarkable part is the core. Looking at the key, we can immediately tell there's something different by that pointy tip. That tip interfaces with a disc locking system, similar to what you might find in some higher-end ABUS locks. That means that the disc pack can't be rotated or picked until we defeat that system. However, once you know it's there and how it works, you'll find that disabling it is a simple matter of pulling a small tab aside. After that, the lock seems to have one more trick up its sleeve. Either the discs inside are very rough, or this thing has false gates. Now, this is not a new lock. Judging by the altered by Sharpie packaging, we can tell it's about 6 years old, right around the time Kryptonite was spun off from Ingersoll Rand. Because it's not new, I can only guess this is either something abandoned or it's an outlier in the Kryptonite lineup. So, all of that said, let's see what it takes to pick it open. As I said before, we have that disc locking system, so we can't just rotate those discs as we normally would. However, if we reach all the way down and pull a small tab aside, we are then able to rotate the discs, and once we have them in that position, we can start picking as normal. Taking this pick that Bosnian Bill and I made, picking up disc number 1, and then let's find number 2 so we can start picking. Okay, 2 is binding, got to click there. Click out of 3. 4 feels loose. Click out of 5. And 6 is loose. Back to the beginning. 1 is binding again. Okay, I got him into the next gate. 2 is binding. Okay, 2's in a gate. Little click out of 3, and we open this up. So not too bad a pick, though it could certainly benefit from more discs. That said, it's not a bad system for protecting a lower cost bundle and a disc detainer core. The Warlock website says that core is, quote, nearly impossible for a thief to pick. So that's what we're going to focus on today. The core has 9 discs, which is above average for this type of core. However, the company missed some low-hanging fruit in failing to include false gates. So let's see what it takes to pick it open, and then of course I will take it apart to show you what's inside. The first thing we're going to do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to get this pick that Bosnian Bill and I made and try to pick up disc number 1. Okay, we've got number 1. Let's find number 2 and get to picking. 2 is loose. So is 3. So is 4. So is 5. Okay, click out of 6. Click out of 7. Click out of 8. And nothing on 9. Back to the beginning. Okay, click out of 2. 3 is loose, so is 4. I think we got 5 into a gate. 6 is binding very tightly. There we go, got 6 into a gate. 7. 7 is set, so is 8 and 9. Back to the beginning, we should be pretty close. 2 is set, so is 3. Okay, 4 is a 0 cut. Let's just check to see if we have everything set. And we do. I just set disc number 1 and this is open. Okay, let's take this apart, and the first step in doing that is to remove a small Allen screw. This hole opened up when I pulled the shackle up. Now we can take the core retainer off with a small magnet. I also pulled the spinner. Now let's get a pinning tray out here so I can pull the rest of the core open. Okay, let's see if I can pull that whole core out at once. Okay, we got the core out. Let's take the sidebar, put it right here in the little slot. Take the spinner, put it over here, and now let's start pulling these discs out. First we have a spacer. Now disc number 1, spacer, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I'm sorry, that's a spacer. Here's 4, 5. None of these discs have false gates. I certainly didn't feel any while picking. I'll be surprised to find any here. Okay, that was number 8, and there should be just one more. Okay, let me give you a close-up of one of these discs. You can see the true gate is nice and large and no false gates on that at all. Okay, so not too bad a padlock. It did take a little bit of time to pick, but they certainly could have made this harder to open just by putting a couple of notches on those discs. In any case, that's all I have for you today. The price is pretty striking when you consider it's little more than 4 cable locks that are molded together in rubber. Now it may be that this is more secure than the sum of its parts, but I'm not sure that's the case. Recall that in video number 787, it took me just 16 seconds to cut the 6 cables of this lock's big brother, the LiteLock Gold. I'll leave a link to that video in the description below. I may also do some destructive testing on this one later, but today we're going to take a closer look at the locking mechanism. It appears to be made of a chrome-plated steel, and I think usability is significantly better than the LiteLock Gold, which I had to wrestle with while locking and unlocking. I would like to see something soft though on the outside of the housing, just to prevent scratches on the bike. Now the mechanism is a ball bearing design and it is not bypassable, and securing everything is a disc detainer core. So let's see what it takes to pick this open. The first thing we need to do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to get the pick that Bosnian Bill and I made and try to pick up disc number 1. Okay, we've got disc 1. Let's find number 2 and get to picking. Okay, I think we have 2 set. Click out of 3. Click out of 4. Maybe something on 5, and 6 feels loose. Let's go back to the beginning. Okay, 2 feels like it is set. Just check and make sure nowhere else feels better there. No, I think 2 is set. 3 feels set. So does 4, 5. Okay, 6 is our 0 cut, so let's tension off of him and try to set disc number 1. and we got this open. So, not too hard to pick. I think I counted 6 discs, which is on the low end, but probably not so bad that that makes it the weak link of the package. I suspect the weak link is going to prove to be this strap, but we'll look to my side of the Atlantic. It's a very well-made lock with a 60mm wide hardened steel lock body, and that of course is also chrome plated. Then we have a high shackle guard protecting an 11mm hardened steel shackle. The core is a disc detainer design with I believe 10 discs, which is far above average, and all of those discs have false gates. So let's see what it takes to pick it open. I'm anticipating a bit of a challenge, and then of course I will take it apart to show you what's inside. The first thing we're going to do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to get the pick that Bosnian Bill and I made and try to pick up disc number 1. Okay, I think I have disc 1. Let's find disc number 2 and get to picking. Now the first thing I'm going to do is try to get everything into a gate, not necessarily the true gate. Okay, number 2 is in a gate. I think 3 is in a gate. I can't be sure. It's not binding very tightly. Click out of 4. Click out of 5. 6. 7, 8, 9. I just got a fair bit of movement on the core. That probably means everything is in a gate. Okay, 10 is binding. There we go, that's in a true gate now. Let's go back to the beginning. Okay, 2 feels like it's binding in that gate. There we go, much looser. 3 feels loose. 4 feels loose. Okay, 5. Okay, that's definitely in the correct position now. 6. No, I should have left him where he was. He's binding in that new gate. Let's take him back. There we go. 6 is where it belongs, I think. 7, and we got this open. Okay, let's take it apart and see what's inside. Now to take it apart, we need to remove an Allen screw that's right down this hole. Normally that hole is blocked by the shackle, but now that we have it open, we can access it and remove the core retainer. Now we have a nice thick plate guarding the core, and below that is a thick spinner, and under that is the core. So let's take out the first disc, and then I should be able to remove the rest of the core. Okay, let's get that sidebar and drop it into this channel. And I also dropped a spacer. Let's put that up here. Okay, let's start dropping these discs out. That's number 1. Here's 2. And a spacer. 3. Spacer. 4. I'm noticing this half moon shape. I'm assuming that's some sort of anti-pick design, but frankly, it didn't seem to affect me very much. I'm not entirely sure why they do that. This is number 6, 7, here's 8, 9, 10. It looks like I was wrong. Looks like there are 11 discs. Did I miscount? No, that's 11. Okay, let's take a look at one of these discs. We should be able to see a false gate and at least, a true gate and at least one false gate, and that's what we have here. This is the true gate, that is a false gate, and as you saw, it certainly makes picking a little bit more tricky. All in all, not a bad lock, a tricky pick, and probably a lock that I would consider using. In any case, that's all I have for you today. Bib series with 130 millimeters under the shackle, but if you do need more room, you can also purchase 190 and 260 millimeter versions. The shackle on this is nice and beefy with a 16 millimeter diameter, and it's made of a very well hardened S2 tool steel. In fact, Pragmasis guarantees it will not be cut using 42-inch bolt cutters. Having tested some of their chains in the past, I suspect that's not a hollow claim. From what I can see on the inside of this plastic housing, there is a hardened steel tube comprising the main body, and I also don't see any plastic on the inside, which is always a very nice surprise. As one would hope, the locking mechanism is not shimmable or bypassable in any way that I can see, and the maker seems to have paid special attention to drill resistance with a very thick piece of steel guarding the core. Now the core itself is a disc detainer design, 7 discs plus a spinner, but no false gates in any of those discs. So let's see what it takes to pick this open. The first thing we're going to do is rotate all of those discs all the way clockwise. Then I'm going to get this pick that Bosnian Bill and I made. Now one of the features we included was an extendable nose, and that feature really shines on locks like this that have a core buried very, very deeply inside of the housing. Most picks would not be able to come anywhere close to it. However, with this one, I crank that nose out, and I'm able to put that inside and pick up disc number 1 easily. So let's find number 2 and get to picking. Okay, I think we got a click out of 2. Click on 3. Click on 4. Click on 5. Click on 6, little movement on the core, and 7 feels like it is in a gate. That's probably where we're going to tension by, or tension from. Let's check everything else. 2 is set, so is 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, let's tension off of 7. See if we can set disc 1. And we got this open. Okay, not too bad a pick. I'd certainly prefer to see false gates in those discs just to make them a little bit harder to pick. But to be fair, it's probably good enough for the streets, and this is a product that in which Bosnian Bill and I built the very first one, and I'll link those videos below. You know that we allowed Sparrows, the lockpick company, to use the design without any royalty or fee. We did that because we want to get these into your hands as cheap as possible, and we are now one step closer to that goal. This is the Sparrows prototype of our design. Now the good news is it definitely will happen. Bill and I have been testing prototypes for the last couple of months. Sparrows has now received and incorporated our comments and is currently sourcing materials and establishing the manufacturing process. Unfortunately, until the materials are sourced and all the production issues are worked out, I can't give you an exact release date or price, but if everything works out the way it's looking, I think you will all be very pleased. So, let's take a closer look at the Sparrows prototype. I'll tell you the little ways in which it differs from the handmade one, the changes we'll see in final production, and then of course I will pick a couple locks for you. Now the only significant change we see in these Sparrows is that we have 4 flats on the tensioning nose instead of the 2 on the original handmade version. Those 4 flats allow you to reorient the tensioning nose at 90-degree angles depending on the lock and what feels comfortable for you. The flats are also far larger, making it easy to pick in tight places by removing one of the handles without fear of the tensioning nose rotating. Now, Bill and I did pass on a couple of other very significant comments. The first deals with the tip. Now, Sparrows had originally brazed them on, but then switched to welding after Bill broke one. I believe Sparrows will also include an extra tip when they sell the pick, and also sell them separately, just in case they break or need to be modified. But I'll say, I have over 200 opens on this tip, and it is still going strong. Next, after the first, I'll say couple dozen opens, I noticed that the tensioning nose was rounding over on the edges, and that does not bode well for long-term durability. I talked to Sparrows about it, and they're going to make it out of something harder. Then there's a bunch of little stuff, things like removing the chamfer on the edge of the tensioning nose right at the tip. We also need to add a second reference mark on this main knob at 180 degrees from the first one. And then we also need to align that reference grid a little bit better with the pick body. Those are the things that you'll only notice after you start picking, but will make a significant difference. Okay, enough talk. Let's show you this in action. First lock we'll look at is this Nog bike lock. I believe it's their Strongman model. We rotate all the discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to stick this pick through that shutter. Now here's where this pick really shines, because the tensioning nose is extendable and it allows you that extra reach you need to get to cores that are buried very deeply in the lock body, like this Nog. Okay, I'm tensioned off of disc 1 now. Let's find disc 2. Okay, little click there. Little click on 3, I think. Click on 4. Click on 5. 6 is binding very tightly. Nice click there. Click on 7. Let's go back to the beginning. Oh, I think that's it. There we go. Open that one up. Let's go for this Kryptonite. This is one of their new U series, so it has the new core that tensions from a random middle disc. Once again, we're going to rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go, and then stick the pick in there. Okay. Tensioned off of 2, got a little click on, tensioned off of 1, got a click out of 2. Click on 3. 4 feels like it's in a gate. That might be our 0 cut. Click out of 5. Click out of 6. Fair bit of motion. That probably means we have everything set except for disc 1. And we got this open. Okay, folks, so you saw a few locks opened. You now know everything that I don't know, and as soon as I do know more, you will as well. If you follow me on Instagram or Twitter, that's probably where you'll see her.
The design has completely changed. It no longer features the 6-pin pack lock core, but instead has a Make Locks brand disc detainer core. Unfortunately, I do have a couple of concerns about the redesign, the first of which is that this product isn't always locked when you think it is. Let me demonstrate what I mean. We're going to unlock this, and when you pull the core out, it retracts the hidden shackle. Then to lock it up, we're going to push it in, relock it, and you would think that this is secure. However, if I were to take pretty much anything, insert it in that core and pull out, you can see it comes right out. The reason this happens is that there's enough slop in the locking mechanism that the act of rotating the key to lock it misaligns the locking lug from its recess. So when locking, you really need to jiggle the key just to ensure that the lug engages. Second, I'm concerned that the redesign introduced a new drilling vulnerability. Let's open this up so I can show you the issue. I'm going to loosen this little set screw, then get the key, and we should be able to pull this core out. Okay, now the shackle is held closed by this little spring-loaded locking lug, and when locked, that lug faces to the front of the lock. That means we can drill a hole right in the front and press down on that locking lug, allowing the shackle to be retracted. I actually demonstrated this attack in video number 905 on this Warlock, but this is a hardened steel lock and does create some issues with drilling. The Proven Industries lock is a free machining 303 stainless, which is very easy to drill. I may show that in a future video. The final issue is that Proven advertises its stainless locks as torch resistant,
And this has what appears to be a zinc alloy core on the inside. If this is indeed what I think it is, and it is zinc alloy, it is certainly not as heat resistant as the former version. So let's put all of this back together, and then I will show you what it takes to pick it open. Okay, I think we have this. Great. The first thing we need to do is rotate all of the discs as far clockwise as they will go. Once we have that done, I'm going to insert this pick that Bosnian Bill and I made. Pick up disc number 1, then we're going to find disc 2 and get to picking. Okay, little click out of 2. 3 is loose. So is 4. Click out of 5. 5 feels set. 6 feels loose. 7. There we go. Click out of 7. And 8 feels loose. Let's go back to the beginning. Okay, 2 feels set. 3 is binding, got to click there. Click out of 4 and a fair bit of movement on the core. We probably have everything set with the exception of disc 1. So let's find a 0 cut disc. Counter rotate disc 1. And there we go, we got it open. So as far as pick times go, it's actually very similar to the old version, though you do need a specialized tool. On that issue, many of you have asked if these can be bought, and I should have an update for you on that pretty soon, so stay tuned. Though those of you who do follow me on Twitter saw a picture of the Sparrows prototype a few weeks ago, so you can see that over there. Shackle, which is advertised as 15 millimeters, and that's only true if you include the plastic around the outside. The metal is only 12 millimeters, which I view as the minimum for these types of locks. I also tested the shackle with a file, and if we look right here, we'll be able to see the very deep gouge that file made, which means this is not going to fare well against cutting and sawing attacks. Now the core is a fairly unremarkable disc detainer core with 5 discs, so let's see what it takes to pick it open. The first thing we're going to do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. Okay, I think I have them all clockwise, and then we're going to get this pick that Bosnian Bill and I made and try to pick up disc number 1. I think I've got it, so let's find number 2 and start picking. Click out of 2. 3 is loose. 4 is binding. I just slipped off of 4. There we go, got 4 set. Number 5, got to click out of 5, and we got this open. So not too hard to pick with the right tools, but the real concern here is that's KO. Now this is an inexpensive product, so it shouldn't surprise us that it is relatively unimpressive. The shackle is under 1/2 inch thick with a bent foot design, meaning it only locks into the mechanism on one side. I can't show you that right now because the keys are still in the packaging, but you will see that after we pick it open. The only bright point in the construction is the core. It's what we find in the Kryptonite New You series of bike locks, and it's a disc detainer design that tensions from a random disc. That makes picking just a little bit harder. However, there are only 6 discs in there, so an experienced picker shouldn't have too much trouble with it. Okay, let's see what it takes to get this open. We push aside the dust cover, rotate all of the discs as far clockwise as they will go, and then get our disc detainer pick in there to pick up disc number 1. Okay, let's find number 2. 2 feels loose. So does 3. So does 4. 5 was binding, got to click out of 5. and got a click out of 6. Back to the beginning. 1 is binding. Click out of 1 and a little bit of movement on the core. 2 feels loose. That's probably our 0 cut. Okay, let's tension off of 2. Counter rotate disc 1. And I think we just got that open. So as you saw, with the right tools and a little bit of experience, these aren't that hard for me. They said it is virtually impossible to crack. I certainly couldn't say no to that. It's a beefy lock, roughly 70 millimeters across, a 14 millimeter thick shackle, and this weighs in at exactly 2 pounds. Dimensionally, it is nearly identical to the Abloy Model P358. However, instead of a CEN Grade 5 rating, I'm told this is designed to be CEN Grade 6. If they do pull that off in the final production lock, it will be impressive. There are very few open shackle CEN Grade 6 locks out there. Okay, onto the core. It is a top-loading disc detainer design with some pretty cool stainless steel bare head keys. I'm told there are 12 discs inside, which is, I believe, the most I've ever seen in a core of this design. And with that many discs, regardless of the build quality, it's going to take some time to pick, especially given the fact that the discs must be really thin to fit that many in there. But there is a weakness in the design that might be exploited to get pick times down just a little bit. If we look down the keyway, we can see several discs that closely match the profile of the key. If you give some thought to the way discs interact with the key, you'll realize that those discs have to be 0 cuts. So I can literally just look down the keyway with a light and tell you that discs 1, 2, 5, and 9 are 0 cuts. That's at least some help, but there are still 8 other discs, and it can be tricky to keep track of where your pick is in the lock. The better way to use that information, I think, is to feel for the profile discs and just leave them alone. So let's try to pick this open, and then of course we will take it apart to see what's inside. The first thing we're going to do, as usual with cores like this, is rotate all of the discs as far clockwise as they will go. And I think some of these are giving me some trouble. There we go. One disc was giving me trouble, but I think I have them all rotated now. Then I'm going to get my disc detainer pick, reach past the spinner up front, tension disc 1, and let's get to picking. This will probably take a while. Okay, 2 is loose, so is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I think that's 8, 9, 10. Okay, I must have skipped something over because I'm at disc 11 now. Let's go back to, well, let's just work our way backwards. So that must be 11, 10, 9. Okay, number 8 is binding tightly. Got to click out of him. Nothing on 7. Okay, click out of 6. 5, I think, is one of those profile discs. 4, 3, 2. Okay, let's go all the way to the back. It seems like the ones in the back are binding first. Okay, number 11 was binding. I'm slipping off it. There we go. I think we got 11 set. That was 10. 9 feels like one of our profile discs. 8, we already set it and it still feels set. 6 is still loose. Nothing on 5. Yep. Click out of 4. Click out of 3, and we open this up. Okay, took a little bit longer than most disk detainer locks, but it has more disks than most disk detainer locks. Let's see if we can take this apart and see what's inside. Okay, I think the first thing to do is to remove the set screw that holds the core retainer shut. Okay, we should be able to get that out now. Let's get a screwdriver. Okay, now we have the actuator. Let's see if we can pull that out. Now we can drop the balls out. And then we have 2 more screws on either side that are holding the core in place. This core should come out freely now. You can see it has its own little housing. That should be a little bit tricky to get apart, but hopefully not too bad. That was easier than I was expecting. Okay, let's Okay, here's our spinner, then the little spring, and let's drop that sidebar out as well. Now we have all of the discs. Okay, disc 1 that's one of our profile discs, and it has a false gate in it. Then we have a spacer. Disc 2, another profile disc with a spacer. And a false gate, I'm sorry. And we have a non-profile disc with no false gates. Another non-profile disc with no false gate. A profile disc with a false gate. Now, I did not run into any false gates while picking. And I'm beginning to understand why that may be. But let's take the rest of these discs out first to confirm that. It appears that all of the non-profile discs on the very last one is a non-rotating disc. You can see instead of that little nub that sticks out, we have this full crescent here. That keeps that from rotating at all. Would make it very easy to tension off of this. Okay, the reason I did not feel any false gates while picking is because the only discs with false gates are the profile discs, and every single one of those profile discs is a 0 cut. So when I rotated all of the discs clockwise before I started picking, I actually bypassed every single false gate in there. So, as far as suggestions go in here, if it's still possible to make changes before the production model, I would dump the profile discs, give every single disc false gates, and don't put 0 cut discs in the number 1 or number 12 slots. I should say 0 cuts or non-rotating discs. If you were to do all of that, this would have been a lot harder to pick. But the overall design, without looking at the core, is really quite good, as it should be, because it's almost exactly like the Abloy P358 going to talk about now. Unlike the Abloy Classic, which tensions from the far back disc, or the really old Abloy Classics and most copies, which tension from the back and front discs, this one tensions from the front disc only. What that means is that my dedicated Abloy Classic pick will not work on this lock. However, I couldn't let a little lock like this defeat me, so I gave it some thought and decided to try something that I've always known is theoretically possible, but never actually did. We're going to open this up using normal pin tumbler tools. It's actually not as hard as I thought it would be. The first thing we need to do is rotate all of the discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to get this tension tool and try to pick up just that first disc. I think I have that where I want it. Then I'm going to use this hook, which has a nice steep rake, to rotate each of the discs. There's only 6 of them. We'll start in the back. Number 6 is binding. Got to click out of 6. 5 is binding. Five must be set pretty deep, but I think I got him. Nothing on 4, 3, 2, got to click out of him, and this is open. So that wasn't nearly as easy as using a dedicated disc detainer pick, but it wasn't particularly hard either. It actually makes me want to do some experimenting with these techniques on other have been made in quite a while, but they are great little products. Inconspicuous, pick resistant, weather resistant, perfect for something like a garden shed. But before we try to pick it open, I'm going to go on a short tangent. I've mentioned in past videos that my Abloy Classic pick is a copy of a design made by Matt Smith. There's a fairly new YouTube channel out there called Lockpickers United that's currently doing a giveaway for one of Matt's picks. Though it doesn't come with the tips needed for the Abloy Classic, the way they're giving it away, it will handle many common disc detainer locks, including some of the newer Abloys. Lockpickers United features the work of a few different lockpickers with longer form content that may be of interest to any pickers out there. I'm going to put a link to that channel in the description below. Now, to enter their contest, you need to pick and get on video one of the listed high security locks. I'm pretty sure this lock qualifies, so let's get to picking, and then I will take it apart to show you what's inside. Okay, we've got this in the vise, and the first thing I'm going to do is rotate all the discs as far clockwise as they will go. And I'm going to do it with this Abloy key blank. Then we'll get the pick in there and get to work. Nothing on the spinner. 1 is loose. 2 is loose. 3 is loose. 4 is loose. 5 is loose. 6. 7. I think I got a click out of 8. 9 and 10. This is strange. I'm going to add a little bit more tension. 1, 2. Nothing on 3. There we go. Nice click out of 4. Click out of 5. Nothing on 6. Nothing on 7. Click out of 8. Click out of 9. Felt a little bit of movement on the core. And I think that means everything is in A gate. Spinner is loose, so is 1. Little click out of 2. Okay, 3 is binding. 3 seems loose. 4 seems loose. Click out of 5. 6 is binding. Got to click out of 6. 7 is binding. There we go, and we open that up. So it gave us a little bit of trouble in the beginning, but all in all, it went fairly quickly. Okay, let's get this apart and see what's inside. Before I take this pick out, what I'm going to do is remove the screw which holds the core retainer in place. Okay, now that we have that screw out, we can relock this. Okay, now we can start taking this apart. Now, an interesting thing about Abloys is they have these set up such that the back of a key can be used to remove the retainer. Okay, let's get some tweezers. Looks like there's a copper washer of some kind there. Okay, let's put that copper washer to the side and then put this spinner over here. I'm going to try to pull that entire core out. That might make things a little bit easier. Okay, I'm going to drop the sidebar down in one of these pin slots here. I dropped a spacer. Okay, let's start getting all these out. There is disc 1. Two. Spacer. 3 is one of Abloy's anti-pick discs. And a spacer came out with that as well. Number 4. Another anti-pick disc. 5, 6, 7. It's really wet inside. You may have noticed I did give this a squirt of lube when I first got it because the core felt really, really dry and rough inside. Okay, let's take a closer look at one of these. We can see there's a small cutout here. That means it's an anti-pick disc, which will stop some of the older style disc detainer picks. And if we look at the side of this, we can see a deep true gate and then 1, 2 false gates. And in fact, every single one of these discs, with the exception of the spinner and the very back disc, which is always going to be a 0 cut, have false gates in them. In any case, that's all I have for you, both in physical construction and pick resistance. The outer shell is hardened steel. Most other cam locks you'll find are made out of brass or zinc. And then we also have a hardened spinner at the top of the disc pack. That adds a little bit more drill resistance. It does, however, have one significant vulnerability, and that is punching. Essentially, you would take a rod of metal like this, put it at the front of the disc pack, and hit it with a hammer. If you hit it hard enough, the entire mechanism will pop out the back. It's an unfortunate oversight on an otherwise nice lock. As for the mechanism, it's a fairly tricky disc detainer lock with, I believe, 10 discs plus a gated spinner. All of those discs have false gates, and at least a few of them will be Abloy's anti-pick design. Then we have this offset D-shaped keyway, which requires the use of a specialty tool. This is the tool that I made for addressing keyways like that, and it's a copy of Matt Smith's design. He's also known as Huxley Pig online. Okay, let's get this in a vise, see if we can pick it open, and then of course I will take it apart to show you what's inside. Okay, we have that secured in the vise. The first thing we need to do is rotate all of the discs as far clockwise as they will go. And then I can insert my pick. Okay, the first thing we're going to do is try to get everything into a gate. The spinner is in 1, so is disc 1, 2, 3 is binding. Okay, I think we got 3 in a gate. There we go, 4's in a gate. Got 5 in a gate. 6. 7. Got a little bit of movement there. Nothing on 8. And 9 appears to be in a gate as well. Okay, I think we got everything into a gate, so what we're going to do now is feel each disc and see if it's the true gate. Okay, number 1 is loose, so is 2. Okay, 3 is binding, probably in a false gate. That feels a little better now. 4 feels like it's in a true gate. 5 is binding. There we go, that's a little bit better. 6 I think is binding. There we go, much better. 7 is definitely binding. There we go, and we got it open. Okay, let's try to take this apart and see what's inside. I absolutely detest gutting these cam locks because they're a little bit difficult to get open, but we will do it anyway. Okay, the first thing we'll need to do is take the cam off the back of it. And then there is a copper washer, you can see, that surrounds this brass barrel. That can be taken out, but that is going to be the tricky part of doing this. Okay, I'm going to lift that up, hopefully to get it on a little ramp here. There we go, got that on the ramp. And now we just have to pull it pretty hard, and this is actually coming out much easier than any I've tried before. Okay, we just got really lucky there. Okay, let's take all these discs out now. Okay. Didn't come out quite as neat as I'd like, but okay, we have the spinner, then a spacer, then disc 1, another spacer. Disc 2 is an Abloy anti-pick disc. You can see that. It has the little open area in the middle. That prevents a style of picking tool. I think it's been around for at least 20 or 30 years, but it stops it from working. That's number 4, spacer. Number 5 is another one of those anti-pick discs. Next spacer. Number 6. Another anti-pick disc in slot 7. Yet another in slot 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't think I've ever seen an Abloy Classic with this many in it. And it looks like the last disc is made out of steel. So let me just confirm. Yep, we have 10 discs plus that gated spinner. And let's take a closer look at one of these so you can see the false gates in them. Okay, we have this little cutout, which means it is an anti-pick disc. We have the deep true gate, and then we have 2 false gates on either side of them. And every single one of these discs has false gates in it. So this has, but it came without a key. I do have a set of keys and some discs that I can drop in, but I need to get this open first. It has an Abloy Classic core, which is one of the trickier pure disc detainer locks. It has 10 discs plus a gated spinner up front. Each of those discs has false gates, and then there is that offset D-shaped keyway. There should also be at least a couple of Abloy's anti-pick discs in there. I'm going to be using this tool that I made a couple months ago just for these D-shaped keyways. It's essentially a copy of Matt Smith's design. He's also known as Huxley Pig. But before I get started, there's one thing that I should address. I'm going to pick this in a vise. I generally don't pick padlocks in vices because it's not terribly realistic. However, when using this rear tensioning tool, it's near impossible to hold the lock and operate the tool at the same time. So, to salve my conscience and satisfy my need for real-world solutions, we're just going to pretend that this vise is a friend holding the lock for me. Okay, we've got that secure in there. Let me give you as good an angle as I can. And the first thing we need to do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. Now that that's done, we can insert this pick. And I'm going to start picking in the back. I usually start in the front, but I also normally I normally tension from the front. It's usually a good idea to start picking where you tension. Okay, so I'm tensioning off of 10. I just got a little click out of 9. 8 seems loose. I'm just trying to get everything into A gate right now. 7 feels loose. Nice click out of 6 after a fair bit of travel. Nothing on 5. 4. Nice click on 3. Click out of 2. And fair bit of movement on that core. Nothing on 1 or the spinner. Let's go back to the back of the lock. Okay. Number 9 feels set. So does 8. At least they're in A gate. So does 7. 6 feels set. So does 5. 4. 3. This is strange. Pretty much everything feels like it's a little bit loose. Oh, here's number 1. Okay, got a little click out of 1. Let's check to make sure that spinner is not blocking us. And no, the spinner is doing well. Okay, 1. Click out of 2, and a fair bit of movement there. 3 feels set. 4 feels set. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Not sure what's holding us up right now. Everything feels pretty loose. Oh, the spinner is binding. Okay, got a little click out of the spinner. We should be pretty close now. Nothing on 1. 2 feels set. 3. Okay, got a couple clicks out of 3. 4. Okay, got some turn and we opened up. Okay, let's take this apart and I will show you what's inside of here. Okay, we will need to, I think I'm going to have to take this apart with the tool in there because I would have to lock it to get the tool out. And these Abloys are key retaining. This is something new for me. I don't think I've ever taken one of these apart with the tool. Now to take this apart, what I did was I removed this set screw through this hole. Normally that hole would be blocked by the end of the shackle, so that's not something you can normally do. And let me see if I can pull this whole apparatus out at once. Okay. Okay, now I should be able to take this tool out. Okay, I dropped the sidebar right here, and then I'm going to just start laying these discs out right in this area. The first is the spinner. You can see there's a gate in that spinner. Then we have a spacer. Then we have a disc with 2 true gates in it. So this is master keyed. That's interesting. Another spacer, another disc with 2 true gates in it. Well, I'm certainly glad I'm rekeying this. Another 2 gates in this one. Looks like all of them so far have 2 gates, and I have not seen any of Abloy's anti-pick discs. Okay, this one only has 1 gate, and because of that we also have a false gate in it. This one has 2 gates in it. Spacer. Here is one of Abloy's anti-pick discs. You can see that little notch out of the side there. That prevents the more common Chinese tool that's used to open these D-shaped keyways. That will not even engage that disc. Okay. Looks like mostly the ones up front were the master keyed discs. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 discs that are master keyed, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that are not master keyed and have the false gates in them. So that's a little bit of a disappointment, but I guess it doesn't matter because I am going to be replacing all of those in Camlock. It's like most other disc detainer locks, but for the offset D-shaped keyway. This is obviously going to require a special tool to open up because the one I made with Bosnian Bill simply isn't going to fit in that keyway. But it just so happens that I did make one that would a couple of months ago. The tip is actually a copy of a design by Matt Smith in the UK. He is a 7th generation locksmith, an extraordinarily talented toolmaker, and probably the world's leading expert on disc detainer locks. This design is so good because it can defeat the anti-pick discs that are used by Abloy, and in fact those discs are found in this copy as well without the false gates. The common Chinese pick that's supposed to be able to open these D-shaped keyways won't even engage those anti-pick discs. Now, I did make a few mistakes when putting this together. The geometry of the tips is off by just a little bit, enough to make a difference on some of the higher end locks, and I'm not entirely happy with these handles. I'll probably change that as well. So think of this as a rough draft, but it is more than good enough to open this lock. So that's what we're going to do right now. Let's get it in a vise and see what happens. Okay, the first thing we need to do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then we will insert this pick, and we're going to start picking in the back. We're tensioning off of disc 8, so I'm on number 7. It feels loose. Click out of 6, click out of 5, click out of 4, click out of 3, click out of 2, and we open this up. Number 1 must have been a zero cut disc. So let's get this pick out first. So, as you saw, there's nothing inherently harder about picking these D-shaped keyways, but you do have to have the correct tool, and right now it is a special turning. The idea is that will stop most forms of roll or drive-away theft. Now this really is a beefy lock, but all that heft is the big block of cast zinc which constitutes the lock body, and it's not a great material to make locks out of. For disc brake locks in particular, I've demonstrated in past videos they can be broken off without too much difficulty. We may revisit that on this lock in a future video, but today we're going to see what it takes to pick open the 8-disc disc detainer core that holds this closed. The first thing we'll need to do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to take this disc detainer pick that Bosnian Bill and I made and try to pick up disc number 1. Okay, I think I have disc 1. Let's find number 2 and start picking. Okay, that was a click out of 2. Click out of 3. Click out of 4. 5 feels set. Nice click out of 6. Nothing on 7 or 8. Back to the beginning. 1, 2, 3. I think number 4 is, yep, got to click out of 4 and we open this up. So not all that hard to pick if you have the right tools, but even with it, it's probably beyond the skills of most bike thieves. The more concerning part of this lock, in my opinion, remains the choice of lock body material. Our lock, including this 18mm thick shackle, is made from 304 stainless steel. Now that's great for corrosion resistance, but not so great for security. You see, 304 stainless can't be heat treated for hardness. It can be work hardened, but based on my tests, I don't believe they did that here. And even if they did, it still wouldn't be anywhere near as robust as the high quality heat treated steels that are generally found in the shackles of bike locks. But other than the choice of material, there isn't a whole lot to complain about here. We have really beefy construction, dual non-shimmable locking lugs, and what I believe is a disc detainer core with 8 discs that hold everything closed. So let's see what it takes to pick this open. The first thing we're going to do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to take this pick that Bosnian Bill and I made and try to tension off the first disc. Okay, I think I have it on disc 1. Let's find disc 2. Okay, 2 seems loose. So's 3, 4, I think that's 4 again. Okay, there's 5. 5 is binding. Got a little click there. 6 is binding as well. Okay, I think I have 6 set. 7 feels set. And 8. There we go. Got a little click out of 8. Back to the beginning. Okay, little click out of number 2 there. 3 feels set. Nothing on 4, 5, click out of 6, and we got this open. Okay, not too hard to pick, though probably beyond the abilities of most bike thieves. Personally, I would prefer a more robust metal, but if corrosion resistance is more important than security in your particular application, it might be a lock. This is a very average U-lock. The shackle is about a 1/2 inch thick, which is on the low end of the curve, and it's secured into the lock body with just one locking lug. What that means is you would only have to cut the shackle once if you wanted to remove this from a bike. Locks with 2 locking lugs generally have to be cut twice. Then everything is secured with a 6-disc disc detainer core, again on the low end. So, why is it that this lock is marketed as a, quote, maximum security bike lock? Now, from looking at similar locks on Kryptonite's website, I suspect this would be ranked somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 out of 10 on Kryptonite's scale. But this isn't on Kryptonite's website, and it isn't ranked on Kryptonite's scale. It has a ranking that appears on all locks that are sold at Walmart, regardless of brand. And while Kryptonite's scale tends to be pretty realistic, this one is not. This is not a maximum security bike lock by any stretch of the imagination. Perhaps it's meant to indicate it's one of Walmart's better offerings, but it's still a pretty average lock. Okay, enough of that. Let's see what it takes to pick this open. The first thing we need to do is rotate all of the discs as far clockwise as they will go. And then I'm going to use this disc detainer pick that Bosnian Bill and I made. Okay, I have disc number 1 tensioned. Let's find disc number 2 and get to picking. Okay, click out of 2, click out of 3, 4 seams set, click out of 5, click out of 6. I think that might be everything set with the exception of 1, which means we need to find our 0 cut disc. I believe that was number 4. Tension on that, set disc 1. And we have got this open. So, not too hard to pick, though probably beyond the abilities of your average bike thief. Even so, with the right tools, not a great deal of skill is required. In any case, that's all I have for you today on this, quote, I don't see any cheap cast parts from the outside, and from what I can see, it seems to be put together fairly well. So today, we're going to see what it takes to pick into this, and then of course I will take it apart to show you what's inside. The first step to picking this is to rotate all of the discs as far clockwise as they will go, and then I'm going to insert this disc detainer pick that Bosnian Bill and I made to pick up disc number 1. Okay, nothing on 2, click out of 3, click out of 4, nothing on 5. I slipped off of 6, but 6 is definitely binding. There we go, nice click out of 6. Little click on 7. There we go, nice click out of 8. And 9 is loose. Let's go back to the beginning. Okay, little click on 1, nothing on 2, 3 feels set, little click on 4, click on 5, okay, 6 is binding tightly, not sure which way we need to turn him. There we go. Okay, we got this open, so let's take it apart to see what's inside. Let's relock that core. The first step to disassembling this is to remove this screw right here. That allows us to pull the entire core out. And we can see there is a spring-loaded locking lug, and that extends upward toward the face of the lock. That's an interesting choice. because what that does is creates a very thin point on the face of the lock right about here. That could be a very exploitable drill point. Just put a small hole there and push down on this plunger. I may try that in a future video, but let's continue taking this apart now. The next step is to remove these two Allen screws. Okay, I'm just going to check to make sure that is steel, and so is the spinner. That's good to see. Now let's start taking all of these discs out. After the spinner, we have a spacer. And we have a disc. No false gates. I don't think there will be false gates on any of these. I did not feel any while picking. See, what is this? Disc number 4, I think. Another spacer. Here's number 5, 6, 7, 8, and the last one, number 9. Let's pull that sidebar out as well. You can pull this housing out. It's made of machined brass, looks nicely made. And the locking lug itself, let's confirm that is steel. And yes, it is. I really don't see a whole lot to complain here other than the absence of false gates in these discs. That would have been a very easy way to make this just a little bit harder to pick. In any case, that's all I have for you today on it's 70 millimeters wide, has a 12 millimeter hardened steel shackle and a disc detainer core. But there's a few things strange with this lock. The first one is the lock body material. The Gerda website says the lock body is made of nickel-plated brass, but I don't think that's the case. This lock body is mildly magnetic, and when I scraped the nickel coating from the inside of the shackle hole, the metal underneath was silver colored. The other disappointing part of the lock was the core. I've encountered Gerda disc detainer cores in the past, and the one they put in their HSS padlocks is quite good. But this is a far cry from that. In fact, it's what you would expect to find in a cheap Chinese lock. And that's likely what we have here, a cheap branded product, not one actually made by Gerda. So, let's see what it takes to pick this open. The first thing we're going to do is rotate all of the discs as far clockwise as they will go. And then I'm going to insert this disc detainer pick that Bosnian Bill and I made. Okay, we've picked up disc number 1, so let's find number 2 and start picking. Okay, nothing on 2. 3 is loose. 4 is loose. 5 is loose. 6 is binding. There we go, got a nice click out of 6. 7 feels set, and so does 8. Let's work our way back up. Okay, I think we're on 5 now. Click out of 5. 4 feels set. Click out of 3. I think 3 set. 2 is binding, got to click out of him, and we open this up. So, not too hard to pick. It seems that poor tolerance has made the binding discs very obvious, and there were no false gates. So, all told, a very basic disc detainer. If I need to stop on a ride, I either leave it with my riding partner or I carry it with me. But I have another bike, a real cheap one that I bought for the sole purpose of riding when I anticipate locking and leaving it. So that's defense number one, riding a bike that's not going to unduly attract or tempt thieves. This lock is defense number two. It's the Kryptonite Evolution Series 4 bicycle chain lock. This is the 90 centimeter variant, though there are also 55 and 160 centimeter versions. I just bought this for my personal use now that we have some nice riding weather, and because I am going to use it, I'm not showing the key bitting on camera. So let's talk about why I chose this. First, it's a chain lock, and that gives me lots of flexibility when locking my bike as opposed to a U-lock. This chain is a 10mm hex link design made of a robust manganese steel, and I think 10mm is just about as big as you can go while still retaining good portability. I think chains are also more resistant to angle grinders than U-locks because chain links are hard to hold steady in field conditions. I've tried doing it, and the best solution I came up with was using vice grips to hold it steady, but it still doesn't work very well. If you use a compressed abrasive cutting wheel, which I think cuts the fastest, it's almost certainly going to misalign at some point and explosively shatter. It's very dangerous. That leaves diamond impregnated steel wheels, which can work, but are slower and far more costly. So let's turn to the lock now that holds everything closed. We have a thick hardened steel armor on the outside and an aluminum casting inside. The locking mechanism itself is fairly robust. It is not subject to shimming attacks or any other bypasses that I've been able to come up with. That leaves us with the disc detainer core. Is it awesome? No, and I can certainly pick it, but it's probably good enough. And that's how I'd characterize this entire package. Probably good enough. I could certainly spend more and get something beefier or more pick resistant, but given that the lock literally costs as much as the bike it's going to secure, I'm not sure that spending more would make a whole lot of sense. So, all that said, let's lock this up and see what it takes to pick it open. Going to remove this key out of the frame of the camera. Now the first thing we're going to do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. Now that we've done this, I'm going to get this disc detainer pick that Bosnian Bill and I made and try to pick up disc number one. I think I've done that. And so we're tensioning off of one. Let's find disc number two. Okay, click out of two. 3 is loose. That's probably a 0 cut. We may have to come back to that later. 4. Okay, got a nice click out of 4. Okay, I think 4 is set. 5, binding. Got a click out of 5. 6 is binding. There we go. Got a click out of 6. 7 feels like another 0 cut. Let's actually use that one for tension and try to set disc number 1 now. So it doesn't take that long for me to open, but I suspect this would be well beyond the skills of the average bike thief, at least from turning, and prevent many forms of rollaway or drive-away theft. Now there's one important thing to note about this lock that differentiates it from many similar looking products. Many of these disc brake locks, including this one, which is also made by Kryptonite, are made out of cast zinc. I have several videos showing how easy they are to break open. This one is made out of hardened steel, which is a massive improvement. If I had one concern about the construction, it would be the possibility that this mechanism could be overpowered with a slide hammer. I may investigate that in a future video, but today we're going to see what it takes to pick this open. This is one of Kryptonite's older cores, which means that it tensions from the front disc, and we shouldn't expect any false gates. So let's get to picking. The first thing we're going to do is rotate all of the discs as far clockwise as they will go. And then I'm going to be using this disc detainer pick that Bosnian Bill and I made. I'm going to put that in and pick up disc number 1. Okay, I think I have disc 1, so let's find disc 2 and start picking. Okay, there's number 2, it's binding. Okay, 2 feels like it's in a gate. 3 feels like it's in a gate. That may be a 0 cut. Number 4, click out of 4. Number 5, binding. Okay, click out of 5, down to number 6. Click out of 6, and we opened it up. So not too hard to pick as far as disc detainer locks go, and certainly not something that's going to stop an experienced picker. That said, the steel construction puts it ahead of the pack given the number of zinc locks and the same logo that appears on the key. So it appears that a relatively amateur rebrand job was done on this lock, but it does appear to be well built. We have a 52mm wide chromed brass lock body, a disc detainer core, and the assembly methods appear to be quite good, better than I would have expected for the $17 that I paid for it on Amazon. So let's see what it takes to pick this open, and then we'll try to take it apart so I can show you what's inside. I'm going to be using this pick that Bosnian Bill and I made. The first thing we need to do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. Now there's something strange in the back of this lock. The very last disc will not turn, so I've turned every disc that will move. Then let's get this tool on disc number 1. And I think we've got disc 1, so let's find disc 2 and get to picking. 2 feels loose. Okay, got a nice click out of 3. 4 is loose. Nothing on 5. Okay, 6 is binding tightly. Okay, and behind that is number 7, the one I told you was not moving. Let's go back to the beginning. 2 is not moving. Nothing on 3. 4 is binding very tightly. Got to click out of 4. 5 is binding tightly. There we go, got 5 set, and nothing on 6. Not sure what's holding us up here. Let's see, number 2. Oh, there we go. Little click out of number 2, and I think we got it open. Okay, let's take this apart so I can show you what's inside. I have a new pinning tray today, actually a couple of them. It turns out that Bosnian Bill has a new CNC router, and he's getting pretty good with it. I am the fortunate beneficiary of his developing skills. So we're going to be using one of these new guys. To take this apart, the first thing we'll need to do is remove the shackle, and that's done using a thin shim of metal. We need to slide it between the shackle and the lock body. And then once we have it in position, I'm going to rotate it 180 degrees so it blocks the detent that holds the shackle in place. After that, we can pull the shackle right out. Then we need to get this little plastic plug out. That's easily done. And the detent just fell out. And down there is a small set screw which holds this screw retainer in place. I'm guessing that's metric. Let's try 2 millimeters first. And that seems to work. We'll only need to take it out just a little bit until this starts to rotate. And I'm going to need either a coin or a key. Let's try this key. There we go. Bonus points if anyone can tell me what this key goes to. I'm talking about the model number. Okay, you can see this screws into place, so we definitely are not going to be able to pry this out like some other poorly made Chinese locks. Okay, let's start getting a couple of those discs out until I have enough space to pull the whole core. Just going to put the spacers over here. I should be able to pull this whole thing out now. Okay, we have a very nicely machined core in here. You can see that's solid brass. Here's our sidebar. Let's put that right there. And let's get the rest of these discs out. I can see what the issue was. I said on the very last disc it would not move. You can see each of these discs have little rotation limiters on them. However, that last one, the rotation limiter fills up the entire gap in the core. So clearly that last disc was not meant to move at all. Unfortunately, that just leaves us 6 active discs, which was not terribly difficult to pick. So, not a bad little lock. It certainly could do with more discs, and those discs certainly could do with some false gates in them. However, I don't know if picking is that much of a real-world threat. It would be nice to see a little bit of extra effort put in. It wouldn't take that much to turn this into a much harder to pick in most forms of rollaway theft. It's called the compact version because of this low flat bar, which fits tightly against the disc brake rotor. When compared to a more traditional disc brake lock, it becomes clear that the compact version would be harder to defeat with an angle grinder, which is really the main threat against these types of locks. Now, this lock has received all of the benefits of Kryptonite's new U program, which among other things means that it has an upgraded core. They're a little bit trickier to pick, but not overly so. All that said, let's see what it takes to pick this open. The first thing we're going to do is rotate all of the discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to take this disc detainer pick that Bosnian Bill and I made and pick up disc number 1 to tension the lock. Okay, I think I have that on disc 1. So let's try to find disc 2 and start picking. Okay, 2 is binding. Got to click out of 2 and it feels like it's in a gate. Moving on to 3. 3 is binding. 3 feels like it's in a gate now. On to 4. 4 feels like it's already in a gate. That may be our random middle disc from which the lock tensions. Moving on to 5. Got to click out of him. He's in a gate. 6 is binding. Okay, 6 feels like it's in a gate, and that is it. Let's find disc number, I think it was 4, and see if we can tension it from there. Now I'm counter-rotating disc 1, and I think we just got this open. We sure did. Okay, so this only had 6 discs in it, which is fewer than some other Kryptonites. Even so, because the lock tensions from a random middle disc, it can be a little bit tricky to open, and I highly doubt something like this would be picked up and envelop the latch of a standard trailer door. The core is a disc detainer design, and normally this portion of the lock would be covered with a rubber cap. This lock has obviously seen some heavy use, and that cap has been lost to time. Unfortunately, that means that the inside of this lock has accumulated a great deal of grit and grime from the road, which is going to make this considerably harder to pick. So we have our work cut out for us. Let's see what it takes to get this open. The first thing we'll do is rotate all of the discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to insert this pick and try to pick up disc number 1. I should note that this is a rear tensioning lock, which means we'll have to use a somewhat more advanced technique to open this up with a front tensioning tool. Okay, tensioning off of 1. 2 is loose. So is 3. 4. Little click out of 5. 6 is loose. 7. Okay, got a click out of 7 there. And nothing on 8. Let's go back. Just work our way back. 8, 7, 6, binding. Got a nice click out of 6. Number 5. Oh, 5 feels like it's in a gate right now. 4 is binding. Nice click out of 4. Click out of 3. And nothing on 2. Okay, let's work our way back. Actually, number 2, maybe 2 is binding. It's strange, it's going in and out of binding. Maybe I'm rubbing into a piece of grit in there. But I feel like I'm in a gate now. Number 3 is binding. 3 feels like it's in a gate now. Four is, it's hard to say what 4 is doing right now. Four is staying still like it's in a gate. I'll leave him alone for now. Nothing on 5, 6, 7. Let's actually just check to see if everything is picked. I'll do that by going to disc 8, tensioning it, putting some counter rotation on, and yep, everything was in a gate and we got this open. So even with all the grit inside of here, it wasn't that hard to open, though it certainly was more time consuming than it might normally be. Even so, I don't think that picking is a likely real-world threat, for a found inside of this steel pipe used to be made out of plastic. That's now cast aluminum, which is a very welcome change. Moving on to the shackle, it now has this little half-moon shaped cutout which goes into a fitted hole. That increases the resistance of the lock to twisting and prying attacks, as well as ensuring that 2 cuts in the shackle would be required to remove this from the bike. The final change is one that is very close to my heart, and that is the improved core. It's somewhat more pick resistant because it no longer tensions from the front disc, but instead a random disc behind it. The technique it requires is a little bit more advanced, and I've described it several times in the past, including last week in video number 830, so I won't waste any time on it today. So, all that said, let's get to picking. I'm going to be using a brand new tool. This is not the one that I made with Bosnian Bill. That one went off to Sparrows, but I needed one to use while I was waiting for Sparrows to return it. So I just finished this one up yesterday, and it's the first time you guys are seeing it on video. So picking this, we rotate all of the discs as far clockwise as they will go. I then insert this, tensioning off of disc 1. And let's find disc number 2. Okay, there we go. Nice click out of disc 2. We got him set. Soft click out of disc 3. Disc 4 is binding tightly. Got a click out of 4. 5 feels like it's in a gate. That might be our 0 cut from which this tensions. 6 is binding. Got a click out of 6. 7 also feels like it's in a gate. That might also be a 0 cut we can tension from. And there's nothing behind it. This is a short stack. Most kryptonites have 8 discs. So let's tension off of number 7. Oh, I slipped off of it. Let's get back on 7, counter rotate number 1. And I think we just got it open. There we go. So that didn't take too long, But don't be put off too much. The technique I used was fairly advanced, and the chances of this being picked on the street are probably fair on this channel. From the outside, the only way to distinguish this lock from the older variant is the elongated hexagon dust cover that we see on the bottom here. The dust covers on the older locks are oval in shape. As best I can tell, there are three major improvements to this lock. The first is a half-moon shaped cutout that you can see on the bottom of the shackle, here and here. And if we take a little bit of the plastic off of this lock body, we can see the recess into which it fits. The reason they do that is to make this lock just a little bit more resistant to prying and twisting attacks. The second major improvement is that Kryptonite replaced the plastic internals on the old lock with what appears to be cast zinc. Now, I'm not a fan of zinc in locks because of the low melting temperature, but that's less of an issue here where the lock has a huge thermal mass, making heat attacks a lot more difficult. But even if that wasn't so, it's still much better than plastic. The final change is the one that I am most interested in, and that is the core. No longer does the core in here tension from the front disc, but instead from a random middle disc. That requires a somewhat more advanced technique to open, but the same tools will work. What I'm going to do to pick this open is tension from the front disc to pick all of the discs behind it, while at the same time trying to find that random middle disc that tensions the lock. Once everything but the front disc is picked, I will use the picking tip to tension that random middle disc, while using the tensioning nose to pick disc 1. It sounds pretty complicated, and it is an advanced technique. However, it's not as hard as it sounds. So let's try to get this open now. The first thing we're going to do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to put this disc detainer pick that Bosnian Bill and I made in to pick up disc 1. Okay, we're tensioning off of disc 1, so let's find disc 2 now. And that one feels like it's in a gate. That may be our random disc to tension from. Disc 3 is binding. Disc 4 is binding. Disc 5 is binding very tightly. Disc 6 feels like it might be in a gate now. That might also be our random middle disc. Click out of 7 and click out of 8. Okay, let's go back to the beginning and check to see if everything's in a gate. Number 2 is, so is number 3, so is 4, 5, 6, 7. I think we're ready to go. Let's go to disc 2 and tension off of that with our picking tip, while at the same time counter-rotating the tensioning nose. And I didn't get a click, but we're going to try something else here. Let me just give this a little shake. See if we can let things wiggle into position. Let's try that one more time. There we go. So, not too hard to pick, but still a solid improvement over the older model. Oftentimes, the biggest issue here will be lubrication. An old dry lock will usually be very hard to pick, or sometimes even hard to operate with a key. But that's something that can be remedied in just a few moments with a squirt of lube. So let's put it aside for now, and I'll mention the two competing concepts that are at work here. First, excess wear tends to make locks easier to pick, and second, the grit and grime that accumulates in a lock over time tends to make that lock harder to pick. So, is an old lock harder to pick? Unfortunately, the best answer I can give you is that it depends on the lock. And that leads me to the locks that got me thinking about all this. These are two identical Kryptonite New York Forget About It locks. The first is brand new. In fact, I just took it out of the package a moment ago. And this other lock has seen some hard use in a salty marine environment, which is just about as harsh as it gets when it comes to locks. In fact, when I first received this, it didn't even work with the key. However, after a squirt of lube in the keyway, it began to operate normally. So, today I'm going to pick these one right after the other, and I'll try to explain what I'm feeling and how that relates to the age of the lock. However, I should start by noting that disc detainer locks have a reputation for aging fairly well. That's because there's a lot of room in between the discs for that dirt and grime to accumulate without interfering with the operation. So it may be that age here made absolutely no difference. We're going to start with the new lock, and I'm going to be using this beautiful disc detainer pick that Bosnian Bill and I made. The first thing we're going to do is rotate all of the discs as far clockwise as it will go. And then we'll stick that pick in there, tensioning off of the first disc. Okay, we're tensioning off of 1, so let's find number 2. And 2 feels loose, operating smoothly. So does 3, loose. 4 is binding. Okay. I felt a little bit of drag. That was probably the newness of the discs. I'm feeling some of the imperfections in manufacturing. I think this is number 5. I felt a little bit of that as well. 6 is loose. 7, binding, a lot of the same, and nothing on 8. Back to the beginning. Disc 1, click there. Disc 2, and we got this open. So all in all, I don't think the newness really made picking even easier or harder. On the one hand, I didn't feel any grit. That wasn't an issue at all. However, because it is new, probably the edges of the discs are a little bit on the rough side. So it did drag and give me an unnatural, gritty feel to it. Let's get the second lock out. Once again, we will rotate all of these discs as far clockwise as they will go. And then get our disc detainer pick in there, tensioning off of disc 1. So let's find number 2. 2 is binding. Actually very smooth, no issues there. Same on 3. If anything, this thing feels smoother than the new lock. I'm not feeling any grit or any roughness on those discs. Okay, I forget what number I'm on. I think it's 5. Got to click there. Six, click out of 6. Oh, I missed disc 7. Got to click out of 7 and we open this up. Okay, this is really interesting, folks. Wait, we did pick this, but it's not opening. Oh, there we go. Must be a little bit rough in the mechanism other than the core. In fact, if we look inside of there, you can see there's some rust inside of it. Okay, this was interesting because, if anything, this feels smoother than the new lock. I didn't feel any of the roughness on the edges of the discs that I felt on the new one, and I also didn't feel any dirt or grime or grit inside of there that you often feel with an older lock. So it seems like we have the exception to the rule here. The older lock was actually easier to pick. However, as I mentioned earlier, it's going to be a little different for every set of locks, both the shackle and the hasp to which it's locked. It seems to be a cross between a shutter lock and a hidden shackle padlock. The core is a disc detainer design with 8 discs, and this lock can also be disassembled for rekeying, so I'll be able to take this apart after picking. One final note before we get to picking though, and that is that this lock has a fit and finish rivaling anything in the world, and the overall design is also quite good. If I did have one nit to pick with this, it's the lack of a waist on the outside end of this shackle. That's actually a pretty common feature on shutter locks, to have a very thin portion right down here. That's a designed failure point against pulling attacks on the shackle, but overall I think that's a pretty minor issue. So, all that said, let's see what it takes to pick this open. The first thing I'm going to do is rotate all of the discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to be using this Chinese disc detainer pick. Let's make sure I got them all rotated. Okay, now I'm going to counter rotate the top disc to give a little ledge for the tensioning nose of this pick to rest on. Okay, I think I have that pick where I want it. So let's put some pretty heavy tension on that core and get to picking. I'm tensioning off of 1, so we're starting to pick on number 2. Got a little click there. Click out of 3. Little click out of 4. Click out of 5. Nothing on 6. I might have gotten something on 7, hard to say. Definite click out of 8. Let's go back to the beginning. 2 feels set, so does 3. So does 4, 5, 6 is binding. Okay, got a click out of 6. I think 7 is set, hard to say. And 8 definitely feels set. Back to number 2, he feels set. So does 3. So does 4. So does 5. Okay, 6. Got a little click out of him. Nothing on 7. And 8 is binding. Okay, got a click out of 8. Not sure what's holding us up right now. 2 feels set. So's 3. There we go, click out of 4. Number 5 feels like it's binding. Got to click there and we open that up. So the gates on those discs must be pretty small because we had to pick a few of them a couple times. So let's take this apart and see what those discs look like. The first thing we're going to have to do to take this apart is remove the shackle. We can do that with a shim like this. I'm going to have to slide it in between the shackle and the lock body. That holds a small detent out of position while we remove the shackle. Okay, and that detent just fell out the bottom of the lock. Now that the shackle is removed, I can go through this hole right here and remove a small set screw. That takes a 2mm Allen wrench. And let's see if we can get the pin out of there. And now that that pin's out, we should be able to unscrew this cover plate on the core. Okay. We have the first disc stuck to the bottom of that cover plate. And let's start taking these out one by one. So we have that first disc, then we have a spacer. Second disc and spacer. Third disc. Spacer. Fourth. Fifth. Sixth with the spacer stuck to it. Let's see if we can separate those two. Seventh, again with the spacer stuck to it. And number 8. We also have the sidebar. Let's take that out. Put that right there. And let's see if we can take that whole housing out. That's covered in grease. We can take a good look at that as well. Oh, one final spacer. Okay, let me give you a close-up of all of this. Okay, you can see some of these discs have rotation limiting lugs that are a little bit wider than others. All of the ones with the wider lugs appear to be made out of steel. I don't know why they would do something like that. It may help tension the lock, get it to operate a little bit more smoothly, but that's only a theory. I'm not sure about that. I can see there are no false gates in that, which is a little bit of a disappointment. I'd love to see some false gates in there. That would really make this lock very, very formidable. Even so, it's a lock that I really like. The fit and finish, as I said, is excellent. The design's quite good. We could add some false gates to make picking a little bit harder, but picking really isn't that great of a real-world threat, particularly with these disc detainers. Named for itself with YouTube marketing videos, showing them being attacked with a variety of different tools for several minutes at a time. And of course, there are no failures shown. I have to say that I am very skeptical of those videos, and I'm going to destructively test this lock to see just how realistic the videos are. I may end up eating my words, but I predict this lock will last somewhere around 30 seconds without me using power tools, so look for that video soon. But today, we're going to see what it takes to pick this open. Before we do that, however, a word about the construction. As best I can tell, this lock strap contains 6 steel cables overmolded in rubber, and then we have this nylon mesh around it. The strap is attached to a fairly beefy steel lock housing containing a disc detainer core. Now there are 2 things that surprised me about this lock when I first received it. The first is the weight. This lock's title feature is that it's light. It's called the Light Lock. Yet at just shy of 2.5 pounds, it's actually heavier than many U-locks. This Kryptonite, for example, it's a Krypto-Lock Series 2, is 1/3 pound lighter. The second surprise was how difficult this lock is to operate, even using the key. I have a lot of difficulty with it, and my wife, who I asked to open it up, was physically unable to do so. You really have to torque this thing around, there we go, to get that open. I don't know if this is just a problem with this specific lock, but I do think this sort of thing is inexcusable in a $130 product. Okay, enough about the lock. Let's see what it takes to pick this open. The first thing I'm going to do is rotate all of the discs as far clockwise as they will go. And then I'm going to use my bottom of the keyway tension tool. I tried the top of the keyway tool before and it didn't work, so I switched to bottom of the keyway and it opened up pretty quickly. Okay, I have that on the bottom disc, so now let's try to find the top disc and start picking. Okay, I think I have one. I think I got a little click there. Okay, little click out of 2. Nothing on 3, 4, or oh, I just hit 5, and we just opened up. There we go. Like I said, it's a little bit tough to open. So, as you saw, this wasn't that hard to open. The discs inside are actually pretty thin, which makes it a little bit more tricky, but not all that much harder. In any case, that's all I have for you today. Be on a cable that is surrounded by a 25mm hardened steel segmented pipe. Then, of course, everything is covered with plastic to make sure we don't scratch the motorcycle up. Unfortunately, I was unable to remove this plastic non-destructively, so I did not get a good look at the lock that secures everything, but from what I can see, it appears to have a hardened steel shell on the outside and then cast zinc on the inside, holding the locking mechanism in place. The core on this is a 7-disc disc detainer lock, and it seems to tension from a middle disc. That means it will require a special tool or skill to open it up. So that's what we're going to look at now, what it takes to pick this open. We need to pick through this little shutter here, which can be a little bit difficult. The first thing I'm going to do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to get this tool, which I put together, because I need that extra length to reach into the lock. Okay, I'm trying to find where those discs open up. There we go. I got this into position. Now I just need to back it off so it's only engaging disc 1. I think that's what I've done. Okay, let's find disc 2 now and get to picking. Okay, 2 is binding. Got to click out of 2. 3 is binding. Got to click out of him too. Okay, 4 is binding. Got to click out of 4. Okay, 5 is loose. 6 is binding. Got to click out of 6. And 7 is binding as well. Okay, got a nice good click out of that. Let me make sure everything feels set. 2, 3, 4. Okay, 5 is probably our 0 cut disc. I'll go back to him in just a moment. 6 is set, and so is 7. Okay, so I'm going to tension disc 5 and counter rotate disc 1. Got to click there. But we did not get any motion on the core, which means something else isn't quite set. Oh, there we go. I think we just got it open. Yep, there we go. It was just a little bit off, and the wiggling is all it took to open this up. So, as you saw, it wasn't too hard to open, but also wasn't that easy. I'd say this is a lock that inexperienced disc detainer pickers would probably find pretty difficult. In any case, that's all I have for you today on this vehicle, a reinforced collar over the core. And if we open this up, you can see that it has a bent foot design in which only one end of the shackle interacts with the lock body. It's actually a very old design that dates back to 1978 and the Kryptonite 4 U-lock. So let's put this back together and see what it takes to pick into this lock. The core is a 6-disc disc detainer core, which tensions from the front disc, so I'm not anticipating it to be very difficult. First thing we're going to do is rotate all of those discs as far right as they will go. Then I'm going to get one of these inexpensive Chinese disc detainer picks and try to pick up just disc number 1. I think that's what I've done, so let's find disc 2 and get to picking. Click out of 2. Click out of 3. Okay, got to click out of 4. I had to move 3 back a little bit to get to it. Now I'm on number 5. And nothing out of him. Okay, I clicked on 6 a little bit and I felt a good amount of movement on the core. Sometimes when you get that solid movement, it's either an indication of a false gate or it means that you are very close to getting this open. I know for a fact that these kryptonites don't have false gates, So if I am close to getting it open, what I will often do is just give my pick a little jiggle, and as you saw, that finished the job off. So, as you saw, this wasn't too hard to open. 6 discs, front tension, and no false gates. So just about as easy as a disc detainer lock will get. Even so, the skills and tools required to open a lock like this tend to be relatively uncommon, so I doubt picking this is much of a real-world threat. In any case, that's security in a portable and usable package. It starts with a nice beefy 10mm hex link chain, which is about as thick as you can go without being too heavy to carry. It's made of an incredibly hard and tough triple heat-treated manganese steel. This is the shortest variant at about 55 centimeters, but 90 and 160 centimeter versions are also available if you want something longer. Now, the greatest threat to a chain like this is probably an angle grinder, but anyone who's tried this knows that chains are much harder to cut than U-locks because they are darned hard to hold steady. Moving on to the lock that secures everything, we start with a very hard outer steel tube that's roughly 1/8 of an inch thick, and then on the inside, where older kryptonites use plastic to support the locking mechanism, this lock has a metal casting. I hope you can see that in there. It's probably zinc, but even with all of zinc's flaws, that is much better than a thermoplastic. The locking bolt is a thick steel bar, so no complaints there. And finally, the core that secures everything is one of Kryptonite's new disc detainer cores that tension from a random disc. Now, I've discussed this in the past in videos 673, 707, and 719, so I won't repeat myself, but suffice it to say that the picking technique required to open this is fairly advanced. So all in all, I think this is an excellent product from Kryptonite, and I wouldn't hesitate to use this myself. So that said, let's see what it takes to pick into this. I'm going to secure the chain into the lock and close it up. And I'm going to rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. And because this is buried so deep inside the lock, I'm going to be using one of my custom disc detainer tools. Though I suppose you could probably use one of the cheaper Chinese ones if you took this plastic dust cover off. Okay, I'm going to try to pick up just disc 1 and tension off of that disc. Okay, I think I have disc 1. So let's try to find disc 2 and get to picking. Okay, number 2 is loose. 3 is loose. 4 is loose. 5 appears to be binding. I think we got a nice click out of him. He's probably set. Click out of 6. And nothing on 7. Back to the beginning. Number 2, still loose. Number 3 feels... There we go. I got a little click out of him. Number 4... Okay, number 4 is binding, so let's see if we can set number 4. Okay, we got a little bit of movement on the core. That might mean that everything except for number 1 is set. So now what I'm going to try to do is tension one of the zero cut discs that I found while picking and counter rotate disc number 1, and hopefully we'll be able to set it. And there we go, opened it up. So that may have looked easy, but this is a technique that's mastered only by fairly advanced disc detainer pickers. So while I would love to see some false gates in this lock to make it a little bit more secure, I think this core is probably good enough for the application. that I've bought from eBay, and it's the second one I've received with a non-functional alarm unit. So as much as I'd like to do something like I did in video 505, in which I picked an alarmed lock while being very careful not to trip the siren, apparently both fate and the propensity of these alarm units to fail are conspiring against me. So, before I send this one back to the seller, let's see just how hard it is to pick open. Before I start, I should note that this is a zinc-bodied lock, so it is probably susceptible to the bolt extractor exploit, and securing everything is a 7-disc disc detainer core. So the first thing we're going to do is rotate all of these discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to get one of these cheap Chinese disc detainer picks and try to set it on the first disc. Okay, I think I have that where we want it. Let's find disc 2 now. Okay, got to click there. Disc 3, got to click, and we just open that up. That's very unusual. This is a 7-disc lock. Let's try locking that up one more time and seeing if that happens again. Okay, all the discs are rotated as far right as they will go. Okay, tension off of disc 1. Click out of 2. Click out of 3. I just touched 4, and we opened again. Didn't even touch discs 5, 6, or 7. Okay, let's take a look at the key and see if we can figure out why this happened. Okay, this is a 7-disc lock, so I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Note that disc number 1 is not a zero cut. I was planning to use my special trick where I'd find a zero cut while picking and then set the first disc at the end. But clearly that is close enough to a zero cut that we were able to tension it. Then we set either the second and third discs or second, third, and fourth, and then we didn't have to touch 5, which was a zero cut, 7, which was a zero cut, or number 6, which is probably a 1 or a 2 cut. What I think that means is that there are massive gates in these discs, which span somewhere between, let's say, 2 to 3, maybe even 4 cuts. And those have got to be some of the sloppiest tolerances I have ever seen in a disc detainer lock. Absolutely inexcusable. In any case, that's all I have for you on this Zena brand. We have a 1/2 inch thick hardened steel shackle, which is secured into the body with a locking bolt on one side only. The other side is secured by this little bent end to the shackle. I'm not really a fan of that arrangement because it means that a thief would only have to cut the shackle once to remove the lock, whereas a double locking unit would usually have to be cut twice. The lock body is a hardened steel tube, roughly 1/8 of an inch thick, and the metal is actually doubled up over here on the locking end. That helps harden the lock against twisting and core pulling attacks. And here's another great surprise inside of the lock body. Most of the kryptonites I've seen have plastic inside supporting the locking mechanism. Well, not this one. Inside of here is some sort of cast metal. It's probably zinc, but that is still way better than the thermoplastic that we find in most kryptonites out there. Okay, let's lock this up. As for picking, this is one of the newer kryptonites, which doesn't tension from the front disc like we're used to. The core inside of here tensions from a random middle disc. So unless you have a special tool for tensioning middle discs, and I only know of one person in the world who makes them for sale, then you are out of luck. Unless, that is, you know a special technique. What you do is use any front tensioning tool, like this cheap Chinese one, and you tension off of disc 1 to set all of the discs behind it. You then find a zero cut disc, and you'll come across them while you're picking, and you tension that disc with the picking tip while setting disc number 1 with the tensioning nose. It's an unusual technique, but once you get used to it, you'll find it is very effective. Okay, let's see it in action on this lock. The first thing we're going to do is rotate all of the discs as far clockwise as they will go. Now I'm going to put my tool in and try to tension off of disc 1. Okay, I think I have that where I want it. Let's find disc 2. Okay, 2 is binding. Got to click out of him. 3 is loose. That's probably our 0 cut disc. 4 is binding. Click there. 5 is binding. Click there. Click out of 6 and a tiny bit of movement on the core. Let's go back and check all of our discs, make sure they are loose, meaning they're set. And I think they are, so let's go back to disc number 3. Tension there, counter rotate the tensioning nose. We got a nice click, that means all of our discs are set, and we can rotate this and open the lock up. So, as you saw, the technique is pretty easy once you get used to it, but I would classify it as an advanced technique. So needing to use it to open this lock may serve as a barrier to entry against less experienced pick. Package with a 1.5 meter long hardened steel chain with 8mm links, as well as a locking mechanism for securing it. Underneath this plastic, the lock itself appears to be solid steel with a non-shimmable latch and a disc detainer core. We also have a nice nylon sleeve over the entire chain to make sure we don't scratch whatever we lock up. Now, one note about this lock. There is no way that I've found to non-destructively remove this plastic or the nylon sleeve, which appears to be wired in place under the plastic on both ends. And because of that, I've not yet examined this for design flaws because I'd have to destroy the lock to do it. But from what I can see without destroying the lock, it does appear to be a competent product. In any case, let's see what it takes to pick into this. We open up this dust cover, and our first job is going to be to rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. And then I'm going to counter rotate the top disc to make sure I have a nice ledge to sit my pick on. That makes sure I don't accidentally insert it too far. I'm going to be using this cheap Chinese disc detainer pick, and let's get that in place, tensioning disc 1, and I think I have it where I want it. Okay, we're tensioning off of 1, so let's find number 2. Okay, I might have gotten something out of 2. Little click on 3. Not sure about 4. Nice click out of 5. Nothing on 6 or 7. Back to the beginning. Okay, nothing on 2. Click on 3. Nothing on 4. 5, 6, or 7. Back to the beginning. Okay, I think we have 2 where it belongs. Same for 3. Not sure about 4, but we might have him in place. Nothing on 5, 6, or 7. Okay, I'm not really feeling a whole lot out of here, so I'm increasing the tension just a little bit. 2 feels set. So does 3. Four feels set. So does 5. Little click on 6. Nothing on 7. I think we just opened this up. There we go. Okay, this gave me a little bit of trouble For lack of a better term, this lock feels a little bit mushy on the inside. None of the clicks are distinct, and frankly, it was a little bit hard to tell if I had the discs set. I don't know if that's just a sign of poor quality or soft materials, or there's some sort of anti-pick feature in place here, but it certainly was a little bit harder to open than many other similar locks. In any case, and deterring most forms of rollaway theft. Kryptonite gives this lock a 6 out of 10 security rating, which I do think is fair. Underneath this rubber, we have a 1/2 inch thick hardened steel shackle that's secured into the lock body with a locking bolt on one side. The other side is secured into the lock body by the curved shape of the shackle. Now, I usually don't like this arrangement. However, I think it's probably adequate for this particular application, given the comparatively delicate motorcycle parts to which it'll be secured. However, it does mean that a thief would only have to cut one side of the shackle to open it up. Compare that to the 2 cuts usually required to defeat most double locking units. So essentially this will take half the amount of time to cut into. The lock body is a hardened steel tube. It's roughly 1/8 of an inch thick. Now it's a little bit hard to see because one side has a rubber coating and one does not, but the locking side of the tube is actually double thickness. This hardens the lock against twisting attacks, and it also prevents pulling attacks because it covers the front of the core. If I did have one complaint about the build, it would probably be the plastic used on the inside to support the locking mechanism. And there's also a zinc housing for the core. Those 2 issues may open the lock up to heat attacks. There's also one oddity in the design that I may test in a future video, but if we look very carefully, we can see a small notch in the outer armor right next to the keyway. I believe that's exactly where the sidebar is, and if so, that would make a really convenient and really fast drill point. As I said, I may test that in a future video. Okay, let's talk about picking. I've noticed on a few of Kryptonite's newer models, including this one, the locks don't tension from the front disc as they did in the past. Now they tension from a back or middle disc, which can make picking considerably more difficult because the tools designed to open them are far less common and a little bit awkward to use. However, you can open this lock using a cheap Chinese front tension tool if you use a special technique. Essentially what you do is use this tool to tension off of disc 1 and then set all of the discs behind it. After you set all of those discs, you can use the picking tip to tension any zero-cut disc, be it in the back or middle of the disc stack, while picking disc 1 with the tensioning nose. It's a little bit unusual, but once you get used to the technique, you'll find it very effective. Okay, let's see if we can get into this lock. The first thing we do is rotate all of the discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to insert this picking tool and try to put the tensioning nose on disc 1. Okay, I think I have it where I want it. So we're tensioning off of disc 1. Let's find disc 2. Okay, I think we have 2 in a gate. 3 is binding very tightly, definitely have him in a gate. 4 is binding. Got him in a gate. 5 is binding. He's in a gate. And 6 is already in a gate. He feels loose. Let's go back and check everything. 2 is in a gate, so is 3, 4, 5, and 6 is our zero-cut disc. So here's our special technique. Right now, I am putting the picking tip on disc 6. Now I'm tensioning it, and watch me counter-rotate the tensioning nose. You can see we had a little click, and once that happened, the entire lock will open. So as you saw, once you get used to the technique, opening these locks is actually pretty easy, because that's where I see them sold, but also because the security rating is completely different from that used on other Kryptonite products. If we look at the packaging, you can see it has the exact same rating scale and graphics as the Bell bike locks that are also sold at Walmart. Since I don't know of a corporate link between Bell and Kryptonite, I suspect this may be an example of Walmart leveraging its massive purchasing power to make products a little bit easier for their consumers to compare. On this note, I'd be remiss if I didn't also mention the price, because it's available on Walmart's website for just $17, and it's a lot of lock for that amount of money. Now, looking to the lock, you can see that it's an integrated package with both a chain and a protective nylon sleeve and a lock for securing it. The chain itself seems reasonably solid with 8mm hardened square links, and this one is 3 feet long. Now, I'm not going to go too deep into the construction of this lock right now. I will say that it does have an impressive solid steel lock body, but I also have a few concerns about the construction, including the potential for a bypass and the fact that a few key portions of the mechanism don't appear to be hardened. But I'll explore those in a future video. What I want to focus on today is the core, which is different from most other kryptonite locks. Most of the higher-end kryptonite products have disc detainer cores which tension from the front. This lock and a couple others I've seen from kryptonite recently tension from the back, which tends to be a little bit harder to pick. At least they're harder for me to pick because the rear tensioning tools are a little bit more cumbersome. But recently I've been practicing a technique to open rear tensioning locks with front tensioning tools, and I found that it works pretty well on a fair number of locks. The idea is to tension off of the front disc with a tool like this, and under that tension set all of the discs behind it. I would then use the picking tip to tension the rear disc while using the tensioning nose to rotate disc 1 to the proper position. Now, it sounds complex and it is a little bit advanced, but I'm using it more and more recently and finding the technique to be really handy. I can also say with certainty that you're going to be seeing more of it on this channel. Okay, let's see what we can do to pick this open. The first thing I'm going to do is take all of the discs and rotate them as far clockwise as they will go. Once we've done this, I'll insert this tool, and this cheap Chinese pick just happens to be the exact right size that I can insert this as far as it will go, and it just picks up that first disc. Okay, since we're tensioning off of 1, let's try to find 2. Okay, click out of 2. Going on to 3. Click out of 3. Click out of 4. Click out of 5, and a little bit of movement on the core, and 6 feels like it's set. That's it. It's just 6 discs. So let me check to make sure. 2 feels set. So does 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, so I'm going to go to 6 right now and tension the 6th disc while counter-rotating the first one with the tensioning nose. We just got to click. That's my indication to rotate everything clockwise. And this should be open now. Okay, so as you saw, with the proper tools, technique, and experience, opening this really isn't too hard. But I still don't see picking as a significant real-world threat because those tools and that knowledge are pretty uncommon. So that's all I have for you. That the disc detainer core in this lock is buried so deep inside of the lock body that the common Chinese disc detainer pick stands no chance of opening it. And he is, of course, absolutely correct about that. In fact, I don't know of any tool produced in volume that can pick this lock. There's a few custom tool makers out there who make them, but they're low volume and as a consequence, uncommon and expensive. The issue is this. There's not enough space in between this shoulder and the end of the tensioning nose. Because of that, I can't reach the first disc. If I can't reach that disc, I can't tension it, and if I can't tension it, I can't pick the lock. It's the main reason that when I make my own semi-custom tools, I give myself a minimum of 20mm of reach just so I can deal with locks like this. But because of this issue, I think the chances of this lock being picked on the street are very, very slim. Not only are the skills required to pick this uncommon, but the tools are rare and expensive. So we're going to try to pick it in just a moment. But first, let's take a look at the rest of the lock. Once we open it up, we can see that underneath all of this red silicone, we have a 1/2 inch thick hardened steel shackle, roughly 13mm. I wouldn't mind seeing it a tad larger, but it's certainly not too bad. As far as the lock body goes, I know very little about it. I can't non-destructively disassemble this. I have tried removing the screws down both of the shackle holes, and even after I do that, I can't separate this plastic housing from the silicone up top. But from what I can see down the shackle holes, all of the metal reacts to a magnet, so it appears to be steel, and it's very heavy. So, from what I can see, no problems there. Let's get this back together and see what it takes to pick it open. Now right away we're going to run into an issue with the spring-loaded dust cover here. I've actually never picked a disc detainer lock through one of these spring-loaded shutters before, but it doesn't pose too much of a problem. Now that I've rotated all the discs as far clockwise as they will go, I'm going to insert the pick and try to get this set on disc number 1. Okay, I think I have disc number 1, so let's try to find number 2. Okay, number 2 feels like it's set. So let's move on to 3. 3 feels set. 4 is binding. Got to click there. On to 5. It's binding tightly. There we go. 6, also binding tightly. 7, binding, got to click out of him. And 7 feels set. And nothing on 8. Okay, back to the beginning. 2 feels set. 3 feels like it's binding. And there we go, we opened it up. Okay, as far as disc detainer locks go, it's not that technically difficult to pick. No internal anti-pick features that I felt, certainly no false gates, no disc lockers, but as discussed before, the mere depth of the core inside of the lock body is going to serve as a pretty effective anti-pick feature against anyone but a person like me who makes his own tools or someone who has spent a lot of money. So, that's all I have. The Granite 3755 has gone through several changes over its lifetime, and this one was from right after ABUS made the switch from a pin tumbler core to the ABUS Plus disc detainer core. If you want to take a closer look at the old pin tumbler variant, I featured it in video number 468, and I'll leave a link to that in the description below. Now the age of this lock is actually important because it was made prior to the introduction of butterfly discs into the Plus core. What that means is that this lock is going to be significantly easier to pick than the current production version. So let's see what it takes to pick this open. This one works very nicely despite the fact that the only key I have is very old and worn. You can see no problems there. So the first thing we're going to do is rotate all the discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'll get my disc detainer pick and try to pick up just the first disc. Okay, I think I have the first disc there, and our goal to start with will be to get all of the discs into a gate, not necessarily their true gate, because these do have false gates in them. Okay, disc 2, I think I got into a gate. Same for disc 3. Disc 4 feels like it's in a gate already. Disc 5, got a little click out of him. He feels like he's in a gate. Disc 6 feels like it's in a gate. Same for 7. Okay, 8 is binding. Got some movement on him. He's in another gate, but he's still binding, so let's move. Still binding. Okay, he feels set now. Let's move to disc 9, and I shouldn't have to move him. The first and last discs should be 0 cut. So back to the beginning. Disc 2 feels like it's set. Disc 3, no binding there. Same on 4. Same on 5. Okay, 6 is binding tightly. Let's move him another gate. Okay, 6 feels loose now, so no longer binding, probably set. 7 is binding. Move him another gate, and we opened it up. Let's get our pick out of there. Okay, so as you saw, the presence of false gates certainly makes this a little bit harder to pick. However, I think that anyone accustomed to picking disc detainer locks probably wouldn't have too much trouble with opening this up. So that's what I have for you today on this older video. This package includes a 5-foot long chain with 15mm thick pass-through links. We also have a large shrouded padlock with a 16mm shackle. Unfortunately, I can't remove this plastic cover non-destructively, so it's hard to really evaluate the lock. But it does have a milled lock body, which I've confirmed with a magnet is made out of steel. It's also very heavy, about the same weight as an ABUS Model 3780, which is itself a very beefy lock. And speaking of weight, this entire package weighs in at an incredible 16 pounds. So this is likely too heavy for carrying around on a daily basis unless it's for a motorcycle. It's probably better to leave it at either your home or work anchor point. But all that weight does give you some of the best protection against brute force attacks that money can buy. This padlock has a disc detainer core, but it's different from any other disc detainer core that I've seen. I counted 10 discs in it as opposed to the normal 7, and I even felt some false gates in there. Either that or the edges of the discs are very, very rough. And to make things even more difficult, there is a steel spinner in front of the disc stack that is at least 6mm thick. So just to get to that first disc to tension it, I had to modify the flats of my disc detainer pick. And once I did that, then I had a lot of nastiness to deal with inside. So with all that said, let's see if we can pick this open. The first thing we do is rotate all of the discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then let's stick our disc detainer pick in there and get started. Okay, this is an awkward one to hold in front of the camera, but let's see what we can do with it. Okay. We're tensioning off of disc 1, so let's find disc 2. 2 seems loose, moving on to 3. 3 is loose. 4. Nothing on 4. Nothing on 5. 6. 7 is binding, got to click out of 7. Nothing on 8. 9 or 10. Okay, back to the beginning. Little click out of 1. Click on 2. 3 is binding. I think we got him in a gate. Okay, 4, got to click there. Nothing on 5. 6 is binding tightly, got a nice click out of him, and a little movement on the core. Nothing on 7, 8, 9, and I think I missed a disc because I didn't get to number 10. Okay, back to the beginning. Number 1 feels set. Number 2 feels like it's binding. Okay, no, 2 is not I'm sorry, 3 is not binding at all. Number 3, nothing there. 4, click out of 4. Nothing on 5. 6, it's hard to say. I'm going to move him backwards because that gate feels a little bit on the tight side. Okay, now I think 6 is set. Nothing on 7. 8 feels set. So does 9 and 10. We must be getting close here. At least that's my hope. Okay, little click on 2. But it is still very tight. I'm going to turn him back to the beginning and try again. Okay, I think 2 is set. Three. There we go. 3, another click out of him, and we opened it up. Okay, I guess I wasn't as chatty as I normally am with these picks, but this lock really does require a high degree of concentration. Because of those false gates in there, you really have to think about how tightly each disc is binding and not just whether it is or not. So this is one of the trickier kryptonite locks that I've ever picked. Between the high discount, the thick spinner requiring a custom tool, the false gates, and the fact that disc detainer locks in general tend to be uncommon, as do the skills required to pick them, I think it is pretty unlikely that this lock would ever be picked because it's also a very cheap lock. We have a shackle that is under 1/2 inch thick, and it's of the clubfoot design, which means it only secures into the base on one side. Then we have a core, which appears to have been inserted from the bottom during the manufacturing process, which probably means that it can be destructively removed either with a core puller or a slide hammer. The core is also only 6 discs, and even on the very cheapest of disc detainer locks, you'll usually find at least 7 or 8 discs. But there is something about this core which I like very much. To understand why this lock caught my attention, you need to understand a few things about disc detainer cores in general. Now, most of these locks either tension from a front or back disc, oftentimes both. The reason for this is by putting zero-cut discs in the front and back positions, the maker can ensure that the sidebar doesn't become angled to the axis of the lock and jam the core. This is particularly important on the cheaper locks, which have discs that may not be perfectly smooth on the edges. Now, on some of the higher end locks, like the newer variant of the Abus Plus, you'll find that they tension from a random middle disc. This makes picking difficult for at least 2 reasons. First, you don't know which disc tensions the lock, and second, you can't use a normal front or rear tensioning tool. You need a tool with a tensioning tip in the middle and picking tips both above and below it. Unfortunately, these tools are very uncommon. I know of only one person in the world who makes them for sale, and that's Matt Smith in the UK. He's a locksmith and a very talented tool maker. And as is usually the case with handmade precision machine tools, it is very expensive. So, I don't have one of these tools, so how are we going to pick this lock? Well, Kryptonite missed a trick when they designed it. Normally when you tension from a middle disc, you want to make the front and back discs ever so slightly larger to prevent what I'm about to do. I'm going to use a normal tool to tension from the front disc. That will get all the discs behind it to bind, after which I can set them and also identify the zero-cut disc that tensions the lock. After I do that, I can use the picking tip to tension the zero-cut disc that I previously identified while setting the top disc with the tensioning head. It's simple in theory, but also very tricky to implement. In fact, I'd consider it a fairly advanced skill. So let's see if I am up to the task. We're going to rotate all those discs as far clockwise as they will go. And I'm going to insert this tool trying to pick up only the first disc. Okay, I think I have that first disc. So let's try to find the second. The second disc is binding. Got to click there. Third disc is not binding. Let's leave him alone. Fourth disc feels set. That's probably our zero cut. Fifth disc is binding. Got to click out of him. Sixth disc. That one is also binding. There we go. Got number 6 set. Let's go back to the beginning. Uh-oh, I lost my tension. Let's see if I can get that back in. Okay, 2 feels set. 3, I think 3 is set. 4 feels set. So does 5. And so does 6. Okay, so let's try to find 4 again. Put some tension on him while we're counter-rotating the first disc. And something went wrong there, so let me make sure we have all of our discs in the proper position before trying that again. Okay, 3 was out of position. Got him reset. 4 is fine. 5 and 6. Okay, let's find 4 again and attempt that tricky maneuver one more time. There we go. So as you can see, this is a relatively tricky lock to pick, even though it is also a very cheap one. I'm pretty impressed with the change that Kryptonite made to that core. There's still a lot of room for improvement. They could put false gates in there, and they could also fix the front and back discs as I previously described. As for the rest of the lock, I don't think it's salvageable, but maybe we can look forward to this core in some of Kryptonite, a $1,000 anti-theft offer. This offer, however, only applies if the lock is breached by force, and because of that, it does not apply to lock picking, though that's pretty common for these types of offers. This lock features a massive 16mm thick hardened steel shackle that is covered in rubber to make sure you don't scratch your bike up. For the lock body, under this plastic, we have a hardened steel tube. Retaining the shackle are locking lugs on both sides, which are not shimmable, and then securing everything is a disc detainer core that's protected by this rotatable dust cover. In short, we have the makings of a pretty competent lock. I do have 2 nits about the lock based on what I can see without disassembling this, and both of them are pretty common, even among much more expensive locks. The first is the thickness of the lock body, and let's open this up so you can see what I'm talking about. Underneath all of this plastic, if we look down the shackle hole, you can see the silver lock body. It's pretty thin, only about 1/8 of an inch thick, maybe even thinner than that. That's actually pretty common on less expensive bike locks. However, it is disproportionately small when you compare it to this 16mm thick shackle. The second issue is the extensive use of plastics on the inside of the lock, and you can see it even appears to be supporting the locking mechanism. Again, this is something that we see even on much more expensive locks, but that doesn't mean that we have to be happy about it. But here's why all of this is forgiven. As of the making of this video, if you go on Amazon.com, you will find this bike lock for $16.99. I can't think of anywhere where you can get this much security for so little money. Okay, all that said, let's see what it takes to pick this open. We have a disc detainer core, and as I've said in many past videos, it's unlikely these types of locks will be picked open on the street because the skills and tools required to do so tend to be uncommon. But this lock presents an additional challenge because the core is buried so deeply in the lock. If I insert this key, you can see just how far it goes, or at least hopefully you'll be able to. There we go. You can see we have all but a few millimeters of the key sticking out. Because it's in there so deeply, we're not able to use one of these Chinese disc detainer picks, which only has about 10 millimeters of reach. However, this is a very common problem. And because of that, when I make tools, I always make sure I have lots of reach. This one has about 23 millimeters of reach. You've seen me use this several times on this channel before. I have another one that I don't think I've shown you before. This is a little bit more compact, and this one has about 21 millimeters of reach, more than enough to pick a lock like this. So it is an issue that can be dealt with, but unfortunately there aren't that many commercially available tools that will help you out on a lock like this, so you do need to make your own. All that said, let's get this open. The first thing we do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. And then let me insert this pick. I'm going to use the one that I have not shown you before. And let's make sure I only have disc 1 picked up. Okay, I think I've got disc 1. Okay, disc 2 is binding. I think we got a click out of him. He feels set. Disc 3. Okay, disc 3 is not setting. Disc 4. 4 appears to be loose. Disc 5, again loose. Nothing on 6 or 7. And that's it. Going back to the beginning. Disc 2, got a click out of him. Disc 3 feels set. Nothing on 4. Click out of 5. Click out of 6. And 7 feels set. Not sure what's holding us up now. Okay, 2 and 3 feel set. So does 4. 5, there we go, just touched him and he opened us up. Okay, so I did not feel any false gates or any other anti-pick features in here. As far as disc detainer cores go, this one was not terribly difficult to pick, other than the fact that it was buried so deeply in the lock. In either case, again, this is probably not going to be picked open on the street because the skills and tools required to open it are pretty uncommon. So that's all I have for you on this Bell Catalyst 750 bike lock. I think this probably represents a pretty good security new in their packaging. So Ace appears to have dumped the lock with a whole lot of excess inventory. And I have a few ideas why that may be, and we'll talk about them throughout this video. This lock advertises a 50mm steel lock body. Then we have a 9mm shrouded shackle and a 5-pin core with spool pins. That's right, this lock, which clearly has a disc detainer core, advertises that it has a pin tumbler core. But that is the least of this lock's problems because it has many flaws that you normally only find on the cheapest of locks made in mainland China. The first of which is absolutely terrible machining. You can see it on the face of the lock, but nowhere is it more apparent than on the inside of the shroud, where you can see that metal is absolutely chewed up. And we even have an edge right back here that is so sharp you can cut yourself on it. Next, we have chrome that is already chipping off. This is brand new out of the package, yet you can still see the chrome is chipping in a number of different places in this little groove of the Ace logo. And in fact, the chroming is so bad that brand new out of the packaging, this is rusting on the inside, which is obviously a huge problem. Next, we have a poorly hardened shackle, which, as you can see from this little groove right here, failed the file test miserably. That means we could probably cut through this with a hacksaw or with bolt cutters. Next, we have a super cheap disc detainer core, and I hope you'll be able to see this on the video. If we look down the keyway, let me put some light through there. You can see some black plastic in the back. That is the black plastic of the lock's housing and actuator. That's right, some of the key components of this locking mechanism are made out of plastic. Finally, we have a terrible core retention mechanism. It's this little circle here that's held in place with a spring clip and can probably be pried out with a screwdriver. So all things considered, I think Ace should probably be ashamed that this lock ever bore the company logo, and I think we probably have a pretty good idea of why it was discontinued. But what we're going to do today is see what it takes to pick into. First thing we're going to do is rotate all the discs as far clockwise as they will go, and then take the first disc and counter-rotate it just a bit. Let me show you what that looks like. You can see we move the first one back. The reason I do that is so that I don't insert my pick too far. So let's get the pick in place now. Okay, I have that picking up disc 1 and only disc 1. So let's find disc 2 and get to picking. Okay, disc 2 is binding. Got a click out of him. He feels set. Disc 3, click out of 3. 4, click out of 4. A little bit of movement on that core. Nothing on 5. Disc 6 is binding. A little bit more movement on the core. And nothing on 7. And there's no discs behind that, so a 7-disc lock. Okay, back to 2. 2 is set. So is 3. So is 4. 5. 6. Everything feels, oh, there we go, it was open. It's just hanging up on something. Okay, so not a terribly difficult lock to pick into. So in addition to all of its physical flaws, it's also a lightweight as far as pick resistance goes. But to be honest, picking disc detainer locks probably isn't a real world threat, if for no other reason than the skills and tools required to open them tend not to be very common. But as far as the build quality of this lock goes, that is a complete deal breaker. It's terribly put together, and Ace discontinued it with good reason. So that's all I have for you on this Model 5 average bike lock. So rather than buying the whole thing, I picked up a replacement lock cylinder so we could see just how resistant to picking it is. But before we pick it, a word about using titanium in locks. It's something you can do if you're willing to trade the low cost, the cut resistance, and the toughness of hardened steel for the extreme weight savings of titanium. And maybe that is something you're willing to do, particularly if you're toting it around all day on a bike. But you need to understand that it provides a fraction of the resistance to brute force attacks that you would get from quality hardened steel of the same size. Okay, let's take a closer look at this cylinder. It is obviously a disc detainer core that when you insert the key and turn it, the front plate pops out. And with that front plate, a small spike that inserts into the back retracts. And that spike is what holds together the two ends of the titanium strap with which you would normally lock up your bike. You can remove the key while it's still unlocked, and then to lock it again, all you need to do is press down on it and it locks in place. Now this is one of those locks that I could pick in my hand, but you wouldn't be able to see much of anything. So let's pop this in the vise and give you a better view while we're picking. The best I can count, this is a 7-disc disc detainer core, and it appears to tension from the back. And I only know that because the first time I tried picking it, I tried from the front and it did not work. So this is the rear tensioning tool that I usually use. And I'm going to try to get that on the very last disc. And I think I've done that. Now let's get to picking. Okay, I think that's number 6. I really didn't get much from him. Moving back to number 5. Okay, little movement from 5. Nothing on 4. Little movement on 3. Nice solid click from 2. And maybe I got something out of 1. Let's work our way back. Okay, that was 2. I might have gotten that into a gate. On 3, getting some good resistance now, and I think I have 3 in a gate, hard to tell. Moving back to 4. Okay, 4 feels set. 5 feels set. 6, and we got it open. Okay, so some better tolerances than I'm used to seeing from the cheaper Chinese disc detainer cores. It did put up a little bit of a fight, but not all that much. Now, one other thing before we end this, I should note that we do have an odd profile to this key. Rather than having cuts down the center that we're used to seeing on disc detainer keys, we have little cuts out of the edges. And sometimes that would prevent you from using a normal disc detainer pick. In fact, that's the case on the anchor loss locks. However, on this one, because the key is so thick, even with that odd profile to the key and to the front profile disc, I was still able to use a normal disc detainer pick. So that's all I have for you. at roughly 10 times less expensive than the next cheapest one that I use. And the prices go up pretty steeply from there. So if you are just starting out picking disc detainer locks, this is probably what you're using. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out of the box, so you really will need to modify it. Now, I've seen a few videos that touch on this, but they really only address how to prepare this tool for the cheapest of the cheap Chinese locks. What I'm going to do is show you how I think you can get the very most out of the tool. Now, the first thing you need to modify is the tip, or the portion of this tool that directly manipulates the discs. There are a couple different kinds of them. There are flat and profile tips. Now, a flat tip looks like this. You can see it's very, very skinny and is roughly rectangular in shape. This is much thicker and has a diamond shape. You can see it's a little bit ugly, but that is a diamond there. And let me show you the reason why it needs to be that diamond shape. What I have here is a disc detainer lock, and what I'm going to do is rotate the first couple of discs at about a 45-degree angle to the other discs. And if we look down the keyway, you can see that makes a small diamond shape in there. And that's what the inside of the lock looks like while you're picking. So you need a tip that can navigate through that diamond. So while our tip isn't going to end up being actually diamond shaped, I still call it a diamond profile because that's what it needs to go through. Unfortunately, that diamond profile will only take you so far. If you look at this ABUS disc detainer key, you can see an example of pretty extreme bitting right here on what I believe is the number 4 disc. And what that represents are 2 discs that are at about a 90-degree angle to each other. So that's essentially, if we were to rotate these discs a little bit more, you can look down that keyway and you can see that diamond profile tip will never fit through there. The only thing that you can use to navigate a keyway like that is a flat tip, which can fit in between the discs. Now, if you're feeling really ambitious, you could put a flat tip on a tool like this, take the old tip off, and braze a new one on, much like I did with this cobbled together tool. Unfortunately, that's not an easy thing to do. To get this strong enough that I could use it, I needed to use brass braze, which requires some pretty high temperatures, and I also put an interference fit on that tip. So it's probably something that most people are not able to do. And probably if you're spending that much time, you're going to want to start on a better base than something like this. So let's talk about what the average person can do using nothing but a file. We're going to need to alter both the thickness and the profile of this tip. Now, the thickness is pretty important because as this comes, it's very thick. And what I mean by that is from the tip to the top of the tip, that's about 2.5 to 3 millimeters. And as that is right now, you're going to be turning 2 to 3 discs at a time. So what you're going to need to do is file that down to about 1.25 millimeters. You can make it a little smaller than that, but not much. Now at this point, you may run into a problem, and that's with respect to how these tips are attached. If we look very carefully, you can see a crimp mark right along here, and that's how they're attached. They simply shove them on, a machine crimps them down, and hopefully they'll stay in place. However, once the tool is this thin, there isn't a lot of meat to that crimp, and it's going to start spinning on you. I know it did for me. So what you're going to have to do is get some flux and solder and attach that tip with something a little bit sturdier. I used a low temperature, high strength gunsmithing solder, which is pretty much perfect for this application, but I'd imagine probably any plumbing solder will work. Now let's talk about the profile. And as it comes from the factory, this diamond profile is way too large. If we look at this kryptonite lock, you can see it literally won't even fit in the keyway. And you're going to find that's the case with respect to a lot of disc detainer locks. It comes from the factory about 6.5 millimeters from end to end, and about, let's see, what was that? I think I measured that at about 2 millimeters wide. What we're going to have to do is file this down to about 5.75 millimeters long and 1.75 millimeters wide. And once you get it down to that thickness, you're going to find that it fits through there very, very easily. I also didn't feel it was necessary to keep a strictly diamond shape. I rounded it out, made it roughly like a football, and I found that works pretty darn well. Okay, now let's talk about the tensioning head, or this portion right here, which engages the first discs and allows you to tension the lock. Now in factory form, this tensioning head may work on some of the super cheap Chinese locks, but once you step up from the bottom tier, it's pretty much worthless for two reasons: profile discs and spinners. A spinner is a solid steel disc that's on top of the main disc stack that can spin a full 360 degrees. You can find one right here. You can see I can just spin this around, and they come in varying thicknesses, but I've seen them as thick as 5 millimeters thick. Now, imagine the flats on this tip need to reach through a spinner. Sometimes it can be, like I said, as much as 5 millimeters thick, and then engage a disc below it. You simply don't have enough flat space here. Right now we only have about 3 millimeters. I found it was necessary to file it down to about 6.5 millimeters. And it looks pretty rough. I didn't do it all at once. I filed more to the flats every time I found I needed it for a particular lock. And that's probably what you'll end up doing. You'll probably put about 4 or 5 millimeters on it and then slowly expand it as needed. The next reason you're going to have to modify your tensioning head has to do with profile discs. A lot of times those spinners have little bits of warding on them to make them match the profile of the key. Usually that's right in the center, and on this kryptonite lock, you can see we have exactly that, little bits of warding on the center on either side. Now, as this comes from the factory, with these flats, that will never fit through the spinner disc. So what you need to do is file away the center section. And again, what I did was, as I found that I needed more depth on filing that center section away, I took it apart and filed it down a little bit more. My concern was I didn't want to take away too much material and weaken the tool, so I only take away the amount I need for the particular application. Okay, a couple of final things that are optional, but I think they're pretty darn helpful. Now, when I pick disc detainer locks, I tend to use a lot of tension. I know some others don't, but I find it is frankly much, much faster. And to help facilitate that, what I've done is add screws that are slightly longer, probably only about a 1/2 inch longer, but that little extra bit of leverage really makes it more comfortable. Second, some people have found that their tools are really rough on the inside, making spinning them pretty hard. You can see that's not the case on this one. I have not smoothed that out at all. This one's from the factory, and again, pretty smooth. But what some people will do is take theirs apart and put this in a drill chuck, spin it up, hit it with sandpaper, get it ultra smooth. Frankly, I don't find that necessary. The only time I did find it necessary was on mine right up top. I had some pretty gnarly bits of chroming that were actually catching on the locks, so I did spin this up and take a little bit of material off so it's smoother. Finally, I would consider either Loctiting or soldering this shaft into the thumb turn. And the reason why I think that's necessary, I actually Loctited mine in, was the shaft can slip while picking under tension, even if you have these little set screws nailed down pretty darn hard. At a bare minimum, I would carry around a hex wrench that can tighten these set screws down, because I'll tell you, once this starts slipping, it can be really frustrating, particularly if you don't have the tool you need to fix it. So that's how I think you can get the most out of these tools. since I do have this lockout, we might as well see how the modified tool works. I know you've seen me use it a few times on this channel before, but there is one thing I want to note. First thing I do when picking is rotate all of the discs as far clockwise as they will go. And then I'm going to counter-rotate the spinner and the top disc just a little bit counterclockwise. The reason I'm doing that is that now that I have these long flats, the possibility of inserting the tensioning head too far becomes very real. I can pick up 2 or 3 discs with this, sometimes even more. So, by counter-rotating those first few discs, I've created a small ledge there onto which this tensioning head will sit, and it makes it impossible to insert it too far. So let's get this in there. Okay, we're tensioning off disc 1, so let's start looking for disc 2. Got a little click there. Click out of 3. Click out of 4. Click out of 5. Nothing on 6 or 7. Let's go back to the beginning. 2 is pretty loose. So is 3. I think 4 is binding. Got to click there. 5 is loose. 6 and 7 are both loose. Not sure what's holding us up now. There we go, it was number 2. So we went from having a tool that wouldn't even fit through the front door to a tool that can navigate and manipulate these locks pretty darn easily. 55 has a 55 centimeter long chain, and Kryptonite also makes a Model 785 with an 85 centimeter long chain. To open this up, we insert this disc detainer key into the end of the lock, turn it, and that releases a shackle, allowing the end link of the chain to be removed from the lock body. If we zoom in on this little window into which that end link fits, you can see a pretty thick lock body, about 3/16 of an inch thick, and there is the shackle which holds that end link in place. From what I can see on the inside of this lock, there's not a whole lot to be disappointed with. A lot of hardened steel, no plastic, all in all, well done. I do have a disappointment though with this lock, and that is the 7mm thick chain. Now this is made out of a high quality manganese steel, it's well hardened, and it does have this square shape, which tends to be a little bit harder to break with bolt cutters. That said, it's still only 7mm thick, and you will be able to defeat it with bolt cutters, though you will probably have to work for it. What we're going to do today is see what it takes to pick into this Kryptonite keeper. I have picked several Kryptonite disc detainer cores in the past, and I've been relatively disappointed with them, so we'll see how this one holds up. The first thing I do is rotate all of the discs as far clockwise as they will go, and I'm going to be using this Chinese-made disc detainer pick to open this up. Now I should note that as this comes from the factory, like this one right here, it will not open this lock. You do have to make some pretty extensive modifications to it, and if you're interested in what those modifications are, I'll leave a link to my video number 640 below, in which I detail each of those changes. Okay, we're tensioning off of disc 1. I think I've picked that up. So let's find disc number 2 and start picking. Okay, got a little click out of 2. 3 is binding very tightly. Got a click out of 3. 4 is binding tightly. Got a click there. 5 also is binding. Click there. And I just touched 6 and we started turning and we got this open. So I did not feel any anti-pick measures, no false gates, no disc lockers. All in all, if you are adept at picking disc detainer locks, this one's not going to give you a whole lot of trouble. That said, the skills and tools required to open these types of locks tend not to be very common, so I doubt picking this Kryptonite Keeper is going to be a real-world attack. All that said though, we have this 7mm chain, so if this lock will be defeated out there in the real world, it's probably going to be with bolt cutters. That's probably a couple of others, but this is the San Quentin. It's their most secure U-lock and features a massive 18mm thick shackle. I know of only one other bike lock with a shackle this thick, and that's Kryptonite's New York Forget About It lock, which costs roughly twice as much. I paid $35 for this one, so if it turns out this is a quality lock, it's a very good security bargain. So let's take a closer look at this, starting with the shackle, which has a couple of unique features. First, experience has taught me to be wary of claimed shackle thicknesses when it comes to Chinese-made locks, so I did measure it. However, because it is not round, it depends on where you put the calipers. This one ranges anywhere from 16 to 20 millimeters thick, so I'd say 18 is a pretty fair approximation. We have a unique approach to padding here. Blackburn appears to have taken some molded rubber and hand glued it on the inside of the shackle. Now, while that looks very nice, I'm a little bit concerned because it's not always the case that it's just the inside of the shackle that's touching your bike frame. So I do have some concerns about scratching and chipping. We then have the shape of this shackle, which is pretty unique. It is hexagonally shaped, and that has a couple of implications for security. Now, hexagonally shaped shackles are known for spreading out the force of bolt cutters over a larger area. However, when you're dealing with an 18mm thick shackle, bolt cutters aren't really a concern. The larger concern has to do with twisting attacks. Now, usually when someone is cutting through a shackle like this, what they're going to do is cut through it in one place and then try to twist the lock open. And usually with most bike locks, the manufacturers rely on the fact that there are two locking lugs to hold it in place. And while that does usually work, it gives a little bit of play. You can probably open the shackle 2 inches or so. With a shackle like this, hexagonally shaped, particularly with these little ridges on it, this is going to be very hard to twist at all. And if we look at the lock body, you can see it's a very good fit into there. The cutout follows the profile of the shackle perfectly. So this is probably one of the better locks out there as far as twisting goes. Okay, moving on to the lock body. We obviously have a disc detainer core that secures everything. I counted them up and there are 7 discs in there, which is pretty average for locks like this. If you look inside, you can see that we have a hardened steel pipe forming the lock body. It's not particularly thick, probably about 1/3 of what you would find on the New York Forget About It lock, which also has the 18mm shackle. So certainly not at the top of the class there. Then we have some hardened steel locking lugs in there. Oftentimes on the cheaper Chinese-made locks, what you'll find are zinc locking lugs. This is a significant upgrade over that. There's one other disappointment inside of the lock, and that is that it appears most of the interior is filled with plastic. And if you've seen my past videos, you know that opens up the possibility of melt attacks. Other than that, this looks like a pretty average looking lock body. We do have a little dust cover. That's always a nice little feature for keeping dust out of here and making sure this doesn't seize up for the weather. Now, one interesting thing I noted on the packaging is that this is advertised as a pick-proof lock. So, of course, I see something like that. That's like waving a red flag before the bull. So, we're going to test that out right now. Looking at this key, you can see that we have 0 cuts at the very back of the lock and actually 2 0 cuts in the very front. When I first encounter a lock, I usually check this out to see if this tensions from the front or the back of the keyway. But it's hard to know whether or not this is just a coincidence, because oftentimes I'll see something like this, and then the next Blackburn lock I'll see two really deep cuts in slots 1 and 2. So I don't know whether this tension's in the front or the back. I know on this particular one we can tension it from either. So I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say this is a rear tensioning lock. That is the harder way to pick these. So in either case, what we do is rotate all of these discs as far clockwise as they will go. I'll then insert my rear tensioning tool. And now that I have that in place, let's get some tension on here. Okay, I'm tensioning on number 7. So let's move on to number 6. That is binding. Oh, there we go. There we go. Found a gate for number 6. Moving on to 5. Got to click out of 5. On to 4. Got to click out of 4. 3. And it appears that we opened this up. As I mentioned before, there were 0 cuts on discs 1 and 2, so it'll usually take a little bit longer to open these up, but not all that much. So as far as this Blackburn lock goes, altogether not a bad package. We have a super beefy shackle. The lock body isn't bad, though frankly I'd like to see a little bit more from it, but all in all, probably not too bad for
against the bolt extractor exploit. If you're not familiar with what that exploit is, I encourage you to check out video number 618, and I'll leave a link to that in the description below. I suspect this lock will fare better than most because it is very beefy, a little over 2 pounds, and it's made from solid stainless steel. It doesn't say on the package, but my best guess is 304 stainless. However, you're going to have to wait to see that, because before we destroy the lock, we're going to see what it takes to pick open. This lock is secured by a disc detainer core with 6 discs, and this particular one tensions in the front. The first thing we do to open these is rotate all of the discs as far clockwise as they will go, and I'm going to use this inexpensive Chinese disc detainer pick. Now, a lot of you have been mentioning that it's very expensive to get into picking disc detainer cores, and that's not necessarily so. You can get one like this for right about $5, and with a little bit of modification, it is very serviceable. And to put that price in perspective, that's actually cheaper than the hooks I normally use for picking pin tumbler locks. So let's get this in there and see what we can do to get this lock open. I'm tensioning off of disc 1, so let's try to find disc 2. Okay, that one's definitely binding. And okay, got a little click out of him. I think he's set. Number 3, that one definitely is not binding. Okay, 4 is binding. Got a click out of 4. 5 is very firmly binding. Got a click out of him and a little movement on the core. 6 is binding tightly as well. It looks like we got that open. So I did not feel any anti-pick features in here, no false gates, certainly no disc locker or anything like that. So as far as disc detainer locks go, this one's relatively easy to pick open. Now, whether that's actually a real-world threat, I'd have to doubt it, because the skills and tools that are required to open these up tend to be relatively uncommon. I would be more concerned about a brute force attack, but that's going to have to wait to a future video. So that's it for today. Lawrence, the wheel from turning, and therefore prevent most forms of rollaway theft. Now, I just got this lock in the mail a couple of days ago, and I have to say that I am already disappointed with it.
You see, I was looking for an inexpensive solid steel disc brake lock on which I could test the bolt extractor exploit. If you're not familiar with that, I encourage you to check out video number 618, in which I show how you can quickly and quietly break a lock like this in half using a bolt extractor. If you are interested, I'll leave a link in the description below. In any case, most of these locks seem to be made out of cast zinc, which is relatively easy to break. So I was looking for an inexpensive steel lock so I could give the bolt extractor more of a test. This one seemed to fit the bill because it says right on the packaging that it is made from tough alloy steel. Unfortunately, when it showed up, it seems to be made of the same cast garbage that most other disc brake locks are made of. So this is not the lock I was looking for. If you are familiar, however, with an inexpensive solid steel disc brake lock like this one, please put it in the comments below because I am still looking. In any case, what we're going to do today is see what it takes to pick into this lock. This lock comes with a 7-disc disc detainer core that is not key retaining, and what that means is that you can install this lock with one hand, so it's very convenient to use. When picking this open, the first thing we do is rotate all of the discs as far clockwise as they will go. After that, I can insert my disc detainer pick. Now this lock tensions from the back of the lock, so that's what this particular pick is designed to do. And I'm looking for the 7th disc, and I slipped off it. Let's try that one more time. Okay, I think I am centered on the 7th disc right now. So let's start looking for the 6th disc and get to picking. Okay, number 6. I think I might have found a gate for him. He was not binding tightly. Number 5 is binding a little tighter, and I think I found a gate for him. Number 4 seems to be in a gate already. Number 3 is really too loose to tell. Okay, number 2 is loose again, or I'm sorry, is loose. I don't think I'm moving up. I think I've lost count of my discs here. I think that's number 2, and maybe we're on number 1 now. Okay, let's go back down to the bottom. Okay, number 7, I just moved that one a tiny bit and we got it open. So I did not feel any false gates or any other anti-pick measures in this, so not a terribly difficult lock to pick, although I do have to say picking disc detainer locks is generally speaking not a real-world threat because most people who are looking to steal a motorcycle don't have the tools or the skills required to open these locks up. In any case, that's all I have for you today on this Oxford Titan motorcycle disc brake lock. Be on the lookout in the future because we'll probably enter disc detainer core. You can see right here on the packaging exactly how it's supposed to be situated. The idea is that this lock will prevent your wheel from turning and therefore stop all forms of rollaway theft. Trimax includes with this lock a small carrying case, this reminder cable that you're supposed to run from the lock to your handlebar to make sure you don't accidentally drive off with the lock in place, and 3 disc detainer keys, one of which has an LED light on it. Now, interestingly, the packaging refers to these keys as, quote, wise keys. That's a term I'm not familiar with, so if you do know what that reference is, I'd appreciate it if you would put it in the comments below. What we're going to do today is see what it takes to pick into this Trimax lock. It has a disc detainer core, and they tend to be a little bit harder to pick, if only because the skills and tools that are required to open them tend to be less common. However, I do have the tools and hopefully I have the skill. So the first thing we do in picking locks like this is to rotate all of the discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I can insert my tool. This particular one is designed to tension from the back of the lock. Okay, I think I have this in position. This is a 7-disc lock, so I am tensioning off a number 7 and looking for number 6 right now. Let's see, I don't think I quite have this right. I'm not sure I have that in all the way. Let's see. Okay, let's try that one more time. Okay, I have a little click out of disc 6. Moving on to disc 5, seems to be binding. Got a little click there. Number 4, got a little click there. 3, got a little something there. 4 feels loose. I'm sorry, 2 feels loose. And got a little click out of 1. Okay, let's go back to the beginning. Okay. Okay, disc 6 feels like it's set. So does disc 5, 4, 3 feels set. So does 2. I'm having a tough time getting on disc 1. There we go, got disc 1. Okay, this lock I have to say feels, for lack of a better term, a little bit mushy on the inside, like a lot of the gates are indistinct. However, we were able to get it open. And it appears like this paint rubs off really easily as well. Okay, that's interesting. Certainly a hallmark of quality. Okay, so as I said before, the skills and tools that are required to pick these locks tend to be very uncommon, particularly among those who are stealing motorcycles. So picking probably isn't a realistic, real-world threat. However, I do have some concerns about the strength of the construction for this lock, and that's probably going to be the subject of a future video. If and when I do that, I will put a link to that video in the description below. But that's all I have for sending me this interesting lock. This is a 56mm wide padlock, though I'm not sure what the lock body is made of. It does say hardened right here on the front, but if it is made out of steel, it's a non-magnetic stainless. Then we have a 10mm shackle and a disc detainer core. Everything on this lock operates very smoothly. I have absolutely no complaints there. And the disc detainer core in here seems to be a pretty good one. We have a 9-disc core. It does have false gates. It tensions in the rear, and the front disc is a gated spinner to prevent you from tensioning off of it. What we're going to do today is see what it takes to pick into this lock, and then of course I will take it apart to show you what's inside. Now, Oleg had mentioned to me that he was having some trouble getting this lock open. He had mentioned that several of the discs seemed to seize up when he tried to pick them. And I suspect the reason for that was that he did not do this first step, which is to rotate all of the discs as far clockwise as they will go. The reason I do that is that I always want to be picking in the opposite direction from the way I'm tensioning. The reason for that is that if you tension and pick in the same rotational direction, all you'll do is seize the sidebar up against the inside of the lock body. The next thing we have to do is get this disc detainer pick in. This is obviously a rear tensioning pick, and it's actually designed for the Abus Granite, made by a Chinese company, though it will not work on any recent production Abus Granite. Now I'm going to show you a trick I recently learned for getting the disc detainer tip perfectly centered on the very last disc. Okay, I reached in there and I think I found the last disc. But what I'm going to do to get it perfectly centered is move my pick all the way down until I'm in between the last disc and the first disc that I need to tension. And I think I've got it right there. Then I'm going to turn it 90 degrees, and at that point I'm going to lift up on the tensioning handle. And now I have it perfectly centered on the last disc. So we're tensioning off a number 9. Let's find the opening for number 8 and get to picking. Okay, so 8, got a click out of him. On to 7. Got a little click there. Okay, 7, maybe we're set. I might have to come back to him. On to 6. Got a click out of 6. 5. I'm going to leave 5 alone. I think I'm getting some movement on him. 3 is definitely moving. I'm not sure about 2. I'm going to leave him alone because I am not sure. 2. Okay, 2 is definitely bound up. Got some movement on here, and we opened it up. Okay, so not too bad. I'm not sure what the problem Oleg was having, but I suspect the issue was that he did not rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they would go before he started picking. So let's see what we can do to get this apart. This lock is relatively easy to disassemble. What we have to do is open up the shackle, and then there is a small little set screw that prevents this center section from turning. So what I'm going to do is reach down there with an Allen wrench, see if we can take that set screw out. Well, I got it out, but now it's lost somewhere in there. I'm sure I'll get that out in a minute. Okay, now that I have that out, actually I have to get that out now because it is preventing me from reclosing. There we go. Okay, let's get something to put all these pieces in. Now I can reclose the shackle, lock it up, and now we just have to unscrew this piece right here. And it should be pretty easy to do. Now we have the entire disc pack down there, and rather than just drop it out, I'm going to try to remove it on the key. Let's see how that works out for us. Okay, looks like I got everything except for the very last disc, so let me put that last disc right on the key. Get off of there. Okay. Now I can show you everything, hopefully in an organized way. If we zoom in just a little bit, you can see because we have the key and we've lined up all of the true gates, those are, let's see, those are right along here. And then you can see we have several false gates in each of these discs as well. I mentioned at the beginning that we had a spinner on the top, but it was a gated spinner. And you can see they do that by not having one of these rotation limiters on the back of it, but instead we have a true gate on either side of that front spinner. So you can have it in either correct direction and the lock will still open, but it does prevent you from picking off of it. Let's see if there's anything else if we can get out of this lock. Okay, there is the body of the disc detainer core, nothing particularly special about that. Okay, so all in all, a pretty nice, competent little lock. We do have a nice disc detainer core, lots of false gates in there. If you don't know how to pick these, this is something that's going to give you a lot of trouble opening up. So all in all, I give the Gerda HSS padlock my vote of confidence. That's all I have for you today on this Gerda HSS millimeter thick hardened steel security chain with a nylon cover and also pass-through links. And by that I mean the links will fit through each other such that you can lock the chain up by only putting your padlock shackle through one of the chain links. Now that's not particularly necessary when you're using a lock like this, which has a very large shackle. But if you choose to use this chain with a lock that has a much more protected shackle, something like this Vero Thor, then that arrangement does become necessary. So it's a nice feature to have. Then we have the lock itself, which has a 14mm hardened steel shackle and a disc detainer core. This lock can also double as a disc brake lock, which makes it pretty nice. There's a few other interesting features about this. One is that we have a rotating dust cover to keep grime out of your core. And there's also something in the construction of this lock that I don't see on even much more expensive locks. And that is the fact that inside of all this, I don't think you can see it now, but let me get a light. Inside of all this, we have a metal construction. I believe it's cast zinc on the inside, though it may be aluminum. However, on even some more expensive locks, and I mean much more expensive locks, what you'll see is plastic on the inside of the hardened steel tube. So that's a really nice feature to see. And what makes this whole package, I think, pretty attractive is the fact that you can pick this up on Amazon right now for $25. And I think that's a pretty good value for a low to medium security bike lock arrangement. So what we're going to do today is see what it takes to pick into this lock. So let's get this locked up. And I'm going to be using a disc detainer pick that I don't think you've seen before. And before I show you the pick, I'm going to show you why I made it. Now you've seen in some past videos, particularly with the kryptonite locks, I had to partially disassemble the locks because most of my disc detainer picks have a very short space right here. This one's only about 9mm thick, so I can't reach very deeply into the lock to pick it. This 9mm reach, frankly, just isn't enough for most locks. And even my much more expensive one that I use for ABUS locks and things like that doesn't quite have enough reach. So what I did was I took an old Chinese abloy pick I had that frankly couldn't be used to pick any abloys. I cut the whole tip off of it and made a pick tip and filed it into shape, added some bushings in here, put some tensioning handles, which are actually pieces that I took off of my wife's ring rack, and the whole thing works pretty nicely. It's the bushings are very, very smooth. I'm still getting used to it, but it seems to be working out so far. So let's see how this new tool works. Now the first thing we have to do when picking a lock like this is to rotate all of the discs as far clockwise as they will go. And then I'm going to counter rotate just the top disc a little bit to make sure I don't insert the pick too far. Okay, I think I've got that where I want it. Let's get the pick in now. Okay, we're tensioning off of the first disc, so let me start by looking for the second. Okay, we have the second disc now. Got to click out of the second. Onto the third. Click on the third. On to number 4. Okay, I think we have 4 set. Moving on to 5. Okay, I think 5 was set right where it was. 6. 6 doesn't appear to be binding at all. And neither is 7. Okay, let's go back to the beginning. Okay, looking for number 2 again. And 2 is binding. Okay, I think I've got 2 set. On to 3. Okay, 3 was binding, got him set. On to 4. 4 is not binding. 5. 5 seems set. 6, and it looks like we got it open. Okay, so I did not feel any false gates in this. It seemed to just be a normal, or at least what we would expect from any Chinese-made disk container lock, which is what this is. So it is, I will call it pick resistant if for no other reason than the tools and skills required to open these disk container locks don't tend to be very common. But as far as disk container locks go, it's not a particularly hard one to open. So that's all I have for you on this Oxford heavy-duty chain and padlock. It was mostly limited to their European offerings. This includes European variants of the Escort, the Fiesta, Focus, Falcon, Sierra, Granada, and the Transit Connect van. Now on the Transit Connect van, I believe this lock actually did make its way to US shores. You can also find a variant of this lock in various Jaguars that are sold in the US. Now this lock is very, very different from most automobile locks. Most automobile locks are wafer locks. This is a disc detainer lock. It has 6 discs with 4 cuts on each of the discs, and to make it particularly difficult to pick, it tensions off of a random disc, much like the Abloy ProTech or the Abus Plus, and it does have false gates in addition to true gates. Topping all of that off, we have a hexagonally shaped keyway into which most of my disc detainer picks will not even fit. So it sounds like it would be really hard to pick. However, due to certain characteristics of this lock and a really clever tool that's available cheaply on a lot of Chinese websites, the first time I picked this, it took me well under a minute. So let's take a look at this tool. Here it is. You can see it looks a lot like the key that goes into this lock. However, rather than the bow on the bottom, we have a series of knobs. And if we look carefully, you can see each of these knobs individually changes the angle on one portion of the key tip. The idea is that we would insert this into the lock. We would find the discs from which we have to tension the lock, which is the number 4 cut or cuts. And then we would use the remainder of the knobs to differentiate between false gates and true gates, after which we could open the lock up. Now that sounds pretty tricky, but in practice it is really, really fast. So first thing to know when inserting this into the lock, you have to make sure all of these discs or these little angles on the tip are lined up. And you can do that one of 2 ways, either line them up using your fingers, or this does come with a little rod that you can insert through each of the knobs that holds them all in place. Frankly, I find this is unnecessary. So let's insert this into the lock. First order of business is to try to turn each of these knobs as far clockwise as it will go. Now you can see 3 of them turned and 3 did not. The 3 that did not are all number 4 cuts. So I can tension this lock off of any of these 4 discs. So I'll do that now. And on these other knobs, these other 3 discs, my job is to differentiate between false gates and true gates, which is very, very easy because the true gates are much, much wider than the false gates. So we can see we have a lot of movement right here. This is probably a number 1 cut, but let's check the other positions. Not as much movement, not as much movement. Okay, definitely a number 1 cut. Moving on to the next. Not a lot of movement. Not a lot of movement. There we go, much more movement. That's probably a 3 cut. And the final one, not much movement. Not much movement. There we go, another 3 cut. So as you can see, we are turning the tailpiece now. Interestingly enough, if we let's take a close look at this tool, because this is not only a picking tool, it's also a decoding tool. If you read the tool right down this straight line on this pin, you can see 413344. And those are actually the cuts. Let's take a look at our little tag on the key, 413344. So after picking this lock, we also have enough information to go cut a new key, assuming you have the equipment to cut one. Now this is not an unknown exploit. These tools and these locks have been around for a very long time. And in fact, where these locks are sold, there's actually a cottage industry of replacing them. And that's particularly so on the Transit Connect van, which are often used by tradesmen to store very, very expensive tools. Obviously, you can't have it where it can be picked open relatively easily and very, very quickly. So that's all I have for you today on this. All I knew was that they had some pretty good customer service. How do I know this? Well, as it turns out, this is the second LoboJack product I received. Unfortunately, when I got the first lock, the key would not turn the full 180 degrees required to open the shackle. That probably means I either have the wrong key or there was some assembly error in the core. In any case, as soon as I told LoboJack, they immediately sent me a brand new lock, so obviously I have no complaints there. But I wanted to know more about the LoboJack company, so I went to their website, and that automatically redirects you to their Amazon store, which sells this lock, one other LoboJack branded padlock, and then an eclectic collection of products ranging from shovels to shower heads to welding gloves, a couple other padlocks branded under the name Centurion, but nothing really that told me what LoboJack was as a company. And I had pretty much given up trying to find out more when I got really, really lucky. I just sat down to pick this lock when I received a text message from Urban Hawk, who some of you may know to be one of the most knowledgeable people in this country on Chinese mechanical locks. And when I mentioned to him what lock I was working on, he immediately told me that he was familiar with it and that it was made by the Foshan Nanhai Wenrui Lock Factory. And lest I completely butcher that name again, let's just call it the FNW Lock Factory. So I looked it up, and sure enough, they sell this under the factory brand name, which is Mach, and also list it on Alibaba for export in quantity. So it appears that LoboJack is an importer of Chinese product, and then they resell them on eBay and their Amazon store. But that doesn't answer the question of whether this is a quality lock. So let's take a closer look at it. And to give you some cliff notes right up front, I think the answer is mostly yes. This is a hidden shackle padlock, which means the shackle, the portion that engages with a chain or a hasp, is completely shrouded inside of the lock body. That means you can't get to it with bolt cutters or with a grinding wheel or a saw without completely obliterating the lock body itself. And on this particular lock, the lock body is pretty beefy. This is made out of 304 stainless steel, which means it's never going to rust on you. If there's one downside to it, it's that you can't harden it to the standards of other steels. That means you can probably saw and drill through this with normal hand tools, though this is probably beefy enough that that would be a pretty significant task. This lock cannot be non-destructively disassembled, but I'm pretty sure how it goes together. If we look right here, you can see we have the lock core itself. That's held in place with a tiny little pin that you can barely see right here. And you actually couldn't see that when I first got the lock, but I gave the lock a couple of whacks with a urethane hammer, and that dislodged that pin just enough that we could see the outline of it. So that's what holds the core in place. Behind the core, we probably have a rotating actuator right about here, and then there's a hole drilled through this side of the lock, which encases a ball bearing locking mechanism and probably some sort of spring-loaded mechanism so that the shackle is retained when it's in the open position. All in all, at least what I assume to be in there, it's a pretty competent lock. I really don't see how else they could make this work with what I see on this lock. The core, of course, is a disc detainer core. We insert the key, turn it 180 degrees. We feel the mechanism is pretty gritty in there. You can certainly feel it when you open it with the key, and you can definitely feel it when you put a lockpick in there. If I had to guess as to why that is, it's an artifact of the really nice finish that we have on the lock. Obviously, someone spent some time with a belt grinder making this lock look nice and pretty, but they probably did that after the core was installed, which means we got a lot of metal dust and probably aluminum oxide grit inside of that core. In any case, now that we have this key rotated, that shackle opens up easily, no issues there. If I had one concern about the overall build of this lock, I'd have to say it's with that tiny little pin right there. And my concern is whether or not you could pull this core out with something like a slide hammer. That tiny little pin there, depending on how deep it is, it might not be enough to hold this core in. Maybe that's something we can test in a future video on the lock that doesn't work. But what we're going to do today is see what it takes to pick into this lock. So the first thing we do on most disc detainer locks is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. Okay. Then I'm going to get my Chinese-made disc detainer pick. Now, I should mention that normally if this were in use and you were going to pick this, it would be up against a door or a wall, and I'd have to remove one of these screws. I tried doing that and I could open it easy enough. Unfortunately, what I had to do was hold it like this and you couldn't see anything. So I decided to put that screw back on my disc detainer pick and pick this in the way that gives you the best view possible. So that's it. You can see everything. So I'm tensioning off of the first disc, so let's find the second disc. Second disc is binding. Got to click out of him. Third disc, binding again. Got to click there. Fourth disc, little click out of 4. Fifth feels loose, so let's leave him alone for now. Sixth is binding tightly, got to click there. Seventh, there we go, opened it up. Now I will say I did not feel any false gates in any of the discs here. I am aware that Bill recently did a video on these same locks, and he had mentioned that he could feel false gates in his. I played with this lock for probably a half hour trying to feel false gates. I didn't feel anything. And I should also mention that I took out this lock, and while it will not open with the key, I can pick it open, and I could not feel any false gates in this one either. So I don't know, maybe Bill's lock was gritty and it felt like false gates, or maybe we got locks from different batches, but what I can tell you with certainty is that there are no false gates in either of the locks that I have. Now, is that a security flaw in the real world? Probably not. The tools and skills required to pick disc detainer cores tend to be relatively uncommon, so I probably would not hesitate to use a lock like this. My only real world concern about the security happens to be what I mentioned before, that tiny little pin in the back, and whether that's enough to hold this core in. But maybe that's something we'll test in a future video. Manufactured, moving, and storage supplies. What makes this particular lock so interesting is that it has the best fit and finish I have ever seen on an inexpensive Chinese disc detainer lock. And to make things even better, they appear to have copied the core retention system that you'll find in high-end locks like the Abloy 341 or the Abus 88, which means we can remove and possibly even improve this core. But first, let's see what it takes to pick into this. Now, normally the first thing I do when I pick a lock like this is rotate all of the discs as far clockwise as I can. However, on this lock, I try to rotate them and they will not move, which is odd because when you put the key in, it turns freely, no problems. So I looked a little bit more carefully. I actually haven't had this apart yet, and it turns out some of the discs will rotate a little bit, others will not, and I don't really understand the system that determines what moves and what doesn't. So I've just rotated all of the discs as far clockwise as I can. And if we look carefully inside of this lock, you can see it varies depending on which disc, how far I can rotate it. So let's get our disc detainer pick in there now and see if we can make some sense of what we feel. Okay, I think I'm set on the first disc. So let's go to the second now. Second is fully rotated clockwise. Let's check the third. Third will not move. The fourth will rotate. I think I've got that as far clockwise as it will go. Fifth one moved a little bit. Sixth one moved a bit. And the seventh will not move. Okay, let's go to the beginning now and see if we can actually find gates for all those discs now. Number 1, or actually number 2, just got a little click out of 2. Okay, I think I missed a disc. Nope, okay. That was 3, he feels set. 4, got a little click there. There we go, and we opened up. Okay, so something strange is going on inside of here. I don't know why some discs rotate, some will not, but fortunately we can take this apart and figure out why that is. Now, this right here is a threaded core that can only be removed after we take out a set screw, and you can only access that set screw once the shackle's open. You can see the shackle blocks the hole that we would need to reach through. So now that the shackle's open, we can reach through there with a 2mm Allen wrench, take the set screw out. And if they got the details right on this, usually on locks like the Abloys, this groove and the key are identical thicknesses, which means you can use this as a screwdriver, and it appears they did in fact do that. One interesting note about this key, let me actually zoom in for you. It's the only disc detainer key I have ever seen that has the bidding engraved on it. Never seen that before. Okay, let's get this plug out. Looks like it's pretty thick and very well machined. And there's our core, and let's see if I can take this out without losing too many pieces. Okay, we lost our balls. The sidebar just fell out into my hand. Let's actually put that sidebar back in place. I'm liking what I see. Everything is made out of stainless steel. On some of the cheaper Chinese-made locks, this lock housing and actuator are actually made out of plastic. Some of them are made out of some cheap pot metal. That's actually the improved version, but a nice stainless steel one I have never seen before. You can turn this around and it is becoming rapidly apparent why some of those discs would not move. If you look at each of the discs, you can see there are little nubs that stick out from each one that limit the rotation of the disc to about 90 degrees. However, on 1, 2, 3 of these discs, those nubs are enlarged. In the case of this 7th disc, significantly enlarged to the point that you actually can't move that disc at all. And I'm not entirely sure why they would have done it, because that significantly decreases the number of permutations that you would have for this lock. Normally, let's see, there'd be 5 cuts, 7 discs, so 5 to the 7, 78,000 different permutations that you could have. On this one, however, it would be, let's see, 5 to the 4th times, I'm guessing, 2 for disc 3, times 3 for disc 6, and then just 1 for disc 7. And that is 3,750. And we have limited the number of combinations by 20 times. 20 times. I have absolutely no idea why they would do something like this. It makes less than no sense to me. Okay, let's look at the top view of one of these discs. You can see we have no false gates cut into it. So if we were going to improve this, what we would do is file some notches that were not deep or wide enough to act as a true gate, but would just roughen this surface up such that we couldn't pick it easily. It would interfere with our feedback. If we wanted to improve it even more, and I'm going to nerd out just a little bit, there's actually a lot of potential here. What we could do is file these little rotation limiters down, so we could on 3, 6, and 7. So we would file away all of this portion, all of this portion, and all of this portion. That would increase the number of incorrect permutations that we have on this lock. And it would also eliminate the possibility of tensioning off of this bottom disc, which apparently on this lock you can tension off the bottom or the top disc. Then we could be really tricky and eliminate the possibility of tensioning from the top disc, which is what I just did. Because we have 2 other number 1 cuts here, we could actually tension from these middle discs and file away a little portion of the lock housing right here. Now, why would we do that? We would do it because when I tension off of that top disc, what I do is rotate this disc until the nub contacts the lock body, and then it pushes the lock body in a rotational direction. And you'll notice where it does push against the lock body is exactly where the gate is. If I were to file away a bit of this lock body right here, we would have passed the gate by the time these two make the connection. So we could easily, with a little bit of file work, add a whole bunch of false gates, increase the number of possibilities, of incorrect possibilities for this lock, eliminate the possibility of tensioning off the top or the bottom disc. Essentially, you're turning this into an ABUS Plus core. There are a lot of possibilities with what you could do with this lock. Now, would I do that? No, it's probably not worth the time because this is only a tiny little 40mm lock. However, if I could find a larger version of this, a 60, 70, maybe 80mm version of this, it might be worth the time to turn this into a very, very difficult lock to pick because it would only take about a half hour of file work. So if I put in this small locking bar through one of the rotor vent holes, once secured into place, this will prevent the motorcycle's wheel from turning, thus preventing someone from stealing the bike by either riding or rolling it away. Because you can damage the motorcycle by attempting to ride it while this is in place, Kryptonite has included a reminder cable that you're supposed to run from the lock to the handlebars. The idea is that when you see the cable, you will be reminded that this is locked into place, and hopefully you won't inadvertently damage your own motorcycle. Opening this up is pretty easy. We just pop the dust cover, revealing a disc detainer core, insert the key, turn it 180 degrees, and the entire core pops up. And with that core comes the small locking bar. This is a key retaining lock, meaning that you cannot remove the key while the lock's in the open position. So to take the key out, we have to relock it, and it comes out easily. Now you'll note that this is a 4 out of 10 security rating assigned by Kryptonite, and I was curious why it had such a low rating. And my best guess is the material that this is made out of. This is a very heavy lock. It is non-magnetic, ruling out most kinds of steel. And I took a small swipe at it with a file, and you can see it is a silver colored metal. My best guess is that this is made out of die-cast zinc, which is relatively easy to cut and drill, and also has a pretty low melting temperature, which means you could probably remove this lock with a normal plumber's torch. In any case, if it were in fact zinc, it would certainly explain a very low security rating. We're going to see what it takes to pick into this lock today. As I do when picking most disk detainer cores, the first thing I do is rotate all of the disks as far clockwise as they will go. And I'm going to be using this relatively inexpensive Chinese disk detainer pick. Okay, we're tensioning off of disk number 1. So let's try to find number 2, and 2 feels loose. So on to number 3. Got to click out of 3. Click out of 4. Number 5, click out of 5. Click out of 6. And I think 7 is happy where it is. Let's go back to the beginning. Number 1 is binding. And we open this up. Okay, so relatively easy to open. I did not feel any false gates in here, which is the same as what I experienced in the Kryptonite New York locks and Evolution. So I'm guessing none of the Kryptonite locks have false gates, which is really a shame because you can make these disk detainer locks a lot harder to pick if you did put them in there, and it's a relatively easy change to make. In any case, this is not a hard lock to pick into. And frankly, it's probably not very secure as far as the physical construction either. If in fact this is the cast zinc that I suspect it is, you can probably cut this off very, very quickly as well. In any case, that's all I have for you on this one from stealing it by either rolling it away or riding it away. Kryptonite's given this an 8 out of 10 security rating, and it's worth noting that there is only one other similarly sized lock in Kryptonite's lineup with a higher rating, and that is the New York Disk Lock. And since these two locks are so similar, it's worth taking a brief moment to see what makes the difference between a 9 out of 10 security rating and an 8 out of 10 security rating. So let's clear this aside. Now there's two main differences between these locks. The first is the thickness of the shackle. The New York Disk Lock has a 16 millimeter shackle, while the Evolution has a 14 millimeter shackle. Now both of those shackles are incredibly beefy and of a size that probably puts them beyond pretty much any pair of bolt cutters. The next difference is the lock body. Now the New York lock has a round lock body, whereas the Evolution has an oval-shaped lock body. Kryptonite says that the oval shape makes this stronger than round lock bodies. However, the New York lock has another trick up its sleeve, and that is the fact that rather than having one pipe of hardened steel, as is the case with the Evolution, there are two pipes of hardened steel, one inside of the other. So this is a much more massive lock. If you're interested in seeing more about the New York Disk Lock, I featured that in video number 543. So I'm going to put it aside for now, and we are going to see what it takes to pick into this Kryptonite Evolution. Now the one interesting thing about this is that the core is set very, very deeply inside of this. Look how far that key fits. And that actually creates some pretty significant issues for picking this lock, because the lock pick that I use to open the New York lock is probably the easiest to obtain and most common disk detainer pick out there. It's this one right here. However, this one doesn't come close to reaching the core in this evolution, even if we take this plastic plate off. So what I'm going to be using is a much more expensive and hard to get custom disc detainer lockpick that has a little bit more reach. But even with that extra reach, it still doesn't reach the core unless I take this little plastic dust cover off. So that's the first thing I'm going to do here. This comes off very easily with a, I believe, a 5/64 inch Allen wrench. Okay, and now that we have that off, the first step in picking this lock is to rotate all of the discs as far clockwise as they will go. Once we have them in position, I can take our pick, insert it, and try to pick up the first disc, actually the second disc, because the first one is a free-floating spinner. There we go. Okay, I have the tension in place. We tension off of disc 1, so I'm looking for disc 2 now. And there we go. I think I just got a little click out of 2. There we go. I think that was 2 falling into place. Let's look for number 3 now. Click out of 3. Number 4. Nice loud click out of 4. Little click out of 5. Click out of 6. And a click out of 7. And that just opened this lock up. So it went right down the stack as far as binding order goes, and we got this open very, very quickly. As is the case with all the other kryptonite locks that I have tried, I did not feel any false gates in there. So let's take this apart a little bit more so you get a better idea of the construction. I'm not able to disassemble the core, and I'll show you why that is when we get it out. Okay, but here we can see the single steel pipe construction. This pipe is very, very thick. It's going to be a chore to get through with anything other than power tools. Then we have our now opened core right here. And if you see, we can lock it back up, and you can see that it prevents these little locking lugs from retracting. Let's push this core out. And if we look on the back, let me zoom in as far as I can, you can see there is a small snap ring in there that holds all of this together. And I have absolutely no idea how I could get that out, and even if I could, how I would get it back in. So I am not going to take the chance of disassembly here. Now, the one major disappointment with this lock is the same as my disappointment with the New York locks, and that is that this inner structure is made out of plastic. Now, it's a very strong plastic, and the locking mechanism is guarded from the side once you insert the shackle, so you can't come in through the side to attack the core. However, there is the potential for a melt attack. I'm not entirely sure if that will work. I am a little bit skeptical of that, but even so, you hate to see plastic even on a step down from the flagship, which is what we have here on the Evolution. In any case, that's all I have for you on this Kryptonite Ebus Granite line of padlocks. But even though this is a copy, it's actually not a bad lock in and of its own right. Underneath this plastic core, we have a solid brass lock body. The shackle is nice and beefy at 11 millimeters thick, and of course we have this high shackle guard. Now, I'm not sure what that shackle guard is made out of. I'm pretty certain it's not steel, and my best guess is die-cast zinc. This lock is opened with a disc detainer core, and that controls a ball bearing locking mechanism, which of course cannot be shimmed. It's always a nice security feature to have. Okay, enough talk. Let's see what it takes to pick into this lock. I should note that the very first time I picked this, a very long time ago when I got it, I actually cut away a bit of the plastic around the bottom of the lock here. And that was because it encroached so far on the keyway that I could not fit a Chinese-made disc detainer pick like this one right here into the keyway. Now I've since gotten other disc detainer picks that would have reached through that plastic no problem, like this one right here. But what I am going to use is this Chinese one because they are so common and so cheap. You can get them on any one of a dozen Chinese websites for, I'll say, 10 bucks or less. Okay, first thing we do is rotate all of these discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then we can put our pick in, and we're going to be tensioning off of disc number 1. So now that we have our tension on there, the first thing we do is try to find disc 2. And something's not right here. Oh, I was stuck in between my little notch there. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, I think I've got disc 2 and it's binding. Got a little click there. Disc 3, again binding. Got a click out of 3. Okay, on to disc 4. Click out of 4, a little movement on the core. Number 5 feels loose. Number 6 feels like it's binding, got a little click there. Nothing on 7. And got a little click out of number 8. Let's go back to the beginning. Okay, nothing on disc number 1. Okay, 2 is loose. So is 3, 4. Okay, I think number 5 could use some more work here. Yep, that was it. And we open this up. Okay, once again, not so hard to get into. I did not feel any false gates in this lock, but that's pretty much par for the course on these Chinese-made disc detainer locks. But even though I did get into it relatively quickly, chances are it's not going to be picked out in the field if for no other reason than the tools and skills required to open disc detainer locks tend to be relatively uncommon. Stainless steel has a 7mm stainless shackle and a high shackle guard. Now it gets a little bit cheesy here where it says extreme quality, but it actually is a pretty nicely built little lock. We have a disc detainer core and a ball bearing locking mechanism. Everything operates very smoothly. Now it's a common misconception that all Chinese-made disc detainer locks are subject to an attack in which you can pry away this ring that retains the core. Now that's certainly the case on the cheaper made Chinese-made disc detainer locks. If you have a lock with a core that looks something like this, chances are you can reliably open this lock by prying this ring off, dumping the contents of the core, and then just opening it with a screwdriver. However, on the nicer made Chinese locks, those rings are a little bit more robust. I have 4 or 5 of these locks, and the rings tend to be hardened and stuck in there really well, such that I have not been able to pry them out. In any case, we are going to see what it takes to pick into this lock. Now, before we start, one interesting note is that this lock is different from any other disc detainer padlock I've shown you thus far. And it's different in that it tensions from the back of the core and not the front. In practical terms, that means that we can't use a tool like this, and instead we have to use a tool like this. Unfortunately, it's very, very hard to give you a good view of my picking when using a tool like this. You can see I have to hold the tensioning knob and the padlock in the same hand, then move my other hand to manipulate this little picking knob. And I shot the video once before. I was not happy with the view I gave you, so I'm going to do something a little bit different now. I am going to depart with my tradition of not picking padlocks in the vise, and I'm going to bring the vise over here, so hopefully I can give you a good view of what I'm doing. Okay. Now, this particular tool happens to have a tensioning tip that's a little bit too narrow for this lock. If I were to stick this tool in, you can see that the tensioning knob will just spin. And that's because I don't quite pick up the 7th disc from which this lock tensions. So rather than finely adjusting the depth at which I set the tensioning tool, what I like to do is put little magnets on the end of my tensioning tip. And what that does is give me, or it allows me to place the pick all the way into the lock and not have to worry about getting the exact right depth. And I have a couple different sets of magnets here depending on what the lock seems to like. So let's get to picking. First thing we can do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then we can insert our picking tool, and let's start on the 6th disc. Remember, we're tensioning on number 7. Got a little click out of 6. 5 is binding. Got a click out of him. 4. Got a click out of 4. Same, click out of 3. Loud click out of 2. And 1 is binding. And it looks like we got this guy open. Yep, as you can see, we are open now. Because this is a key retaining lock and because it tensions from the back of the core, I'm actually not able to remove this tool until I lock the padlock back up and rotate the core to the locked position. After I do that, the tools tend to be a little bit finicky, but they will come out with some ease. So I think this is a really interesting little lock. We did get into it pretty quickly, but as a practical matter, I doubt someone will be picking one of these in the field, if for no other reason than the tools and skills required to open disc detainer locks tend to be a little bit less common. It seems to be a relatively well-built lock made out of stainless steel, so clearly meant for an outdoor application, and it's probably not a lock that I would hesitate to use on some sort of low security outdoor application, something like a cam lock. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with it, a ramset gun is a powder actuated nail driver. It's essentially a tool that harnesses the power of a .22 blank shell to drive a piston forward. That piston in turn will drive a specially designed nail that you insert in the barrel into steel or concrete. What we are going to be doing is allowing that piston to move forward unimpeded and strike the face of this lock. And here's why I think that will overcome this locking mechanism. If you're familiar with cam locks and how they're mounted, you'll usually find them on the edge of a door or hatch, such that when you rotate the locking mechanism, a cam will turn and either engage in the door frame, thus locking the hatch, or disengage from the door frame, thus allowing the hatch to open. On this Abloy cam lock, that locking lug or cam is attached to this brass carriage that's inside of the lock body. You can see that brass carriage is retained only by a thin copper ring. I think when we strike the face of this lock with the ramset gun, we will overpower that brass ring, blow that carriage out the back of the cam lock, thus disengaging the cam from any door frame and allowing the hatch to open. Now, we do have to modify our testing procedure for this particular lock. And the reason is the ramset piston, and this is one right here, is perfectly sized to get stuck in the hole for this Abloy cam lock. So rather than just allowing the piston to strike this cam lock, what I'm going to do is use the handle of a broken punch to transfer the energy from the ramset gun into this Abloy cam lock. So we're going to load up our ramset gun with a low power brown tip shell. Then I'm going to insert this broken punch handle into the lock, put it right up against the center of this cam lock, and then 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's see what we've got. Looks like we might have gotten our punch stuck anyway. Yep, it's certainly lodged inside of there. But also gone are all of the internals from this cam lock. Let me release this pipe from the vise so we can see all of our internals. Okay. Let's dump all of this out, and you can see here is the carriage that holds all of the discs from the disc detainer lock. We have the sidebar right here. We have what's left of that brass retaining ring, and clearly any cam that would have been attached to the back of this brass carriage would have been nowhere near the door frame, and we could have opened this hatch. So that's all I have for you with this Abloy cam lock versus the ramset gun. I think we probably have a thoroughly busted lock here, but we definitely these up if I had never seen it before. And I gave a very flip response. I said, well, send me one and we'll find out. Well, rather than the tactical retreat I was expecting, I got a package in the mail with a brand new kryptonite lock in it. At least that's what I think's in here. So the one caveat I had when this was sent to me was that I had to open the package on video and I had to open it up immediately. So that is what we are going to do right now, and hopefully I won't embarrass myself too much. Okay. I hope there's no note or anything like that in here. And nope, it just looks like we have a brand new kryptonite lock. Let me see if there's any note in here. Nope. Okay, here we go. So, I'm assuming the keys are in this package. Yeah, I feel something rattling around in there. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is take off this bottom piece of plastic because that prevents me from inserting my pick deep enough to open this thing up. So I'm using a 1/16 Allen wrench. I think another commenter had asked me how hard it was to take these screws out the first time. Well, as you're seeing, not very hard at all, despite the fact that they really have a lot of Loctite on them. Okay, there we go. We got that off. Now let's rotate all of these discs as far right or far clockwise as they will go. And then I'm going to counter rotate the first two just a bit to give me a little bit of a ledge to place my pick on, to make sure I don't insert it too far. There we go, I think that's right. Now let's get the pick in there. And this is going to be a little bit tricky to do because I can't see anything while keeping this in front of the camera. There we go. Okay, let's see. It's a really awkward angle for picking this, but let's do it. Okay, first one is loose. Second is loose. Third is loose. So is the fourth. Okay, fifth feels like it's binding. Got a little click out of him. Six is loose, and nothing from the last. Back to the beginning. One still loose. So is two. Okay, three's binding up now. Got a click out of him. Okay, four's binding up. Got a click out of four. Five is loose. And six, I got another click out of him. Back to the beginning. One's binding up now, got a click there. Two is binding up, got a click out of him. Moving on to three, three's loose. Four, and we opened this guy up. Okay, so there's the answer to your question. How long would it take me to open one of these blind? Well, apparently the answer is not very long at all. So Mike, thank you very much for the brand new Chris core. In addition to being pick resistant, this lock is also physically very imposing. It's 80 millimeters across, is made of solid hardened steel. It weighs about 2.5 pounds, and it has a high shackle guard protecting this 14 millimeter shackle. We're going to try to pick into this lock today, but before we start, a couple of notes. First, I'm told that this has an older version of the ABUS Plus core in it. On the older versions, you can tension from the front of the keyway, and I'm told on the newer versions and the current production ABUS granites, you have to tension it from the back of the keyway. What that means is that you have to use a different tool depending on when your lock was made. The other thing to note is that I have picked this lock several times before, so I'm very familiar with it, and my pick time is going to be correspondingly low. If I were to pick one of these up right now that I had never seen before, it'd probably take me much longer to open up. So all of that said, let's get to picking this guy open. The first thing we're going to do is rotate all of the discs as far clockwise as they will go. I think we've got them where we want them. Then we will insert this disc detainer pick. Okay, I think I've got that where I want it. Okay, let's get to picking. Okay, the first disc seems to be loose, nothing there. Let's move on to the second. Okay, second, I got maybe a little bit of movement out of here. He's still mushy, I'm gonna leave him alone. Third one's a little mushy, I'm gonna leave him alone as well. Four, got a little click out of him. Five is binding tightly, got a click there. Six is moving, definitely not binding. And seven, nothing at all. Let's go back to the beginning. Okay, the first one, still loose. Second one is definitely moving. Third one is binding a little tighter now. Got a little click out of here and a little movement on the core as well. Four is moving. Five is moving. Six, yep, he's moving as well. Seven is binding. Got a click out of him and a little bit more movement on the core. Back to the beginning. One is binding. Okay, got a click out of him. I think they might be moving. I'm not sure. Let me leave him alone for now. 2 is not binding. 3 is binding tightly. Okay, got to click out of him and some movement on him now. 4 is moving. 5 is moving. 6 is moving. And so 7. Back to the number 1 disc, and he's bound tightly now. And there we go, got the lock open. Okay, let's take this guy apart and I will show you what's inside one of these granite disc detainer cores. The first thing we have to do to take this apart is remove this small Allen screw. I believe it's a 3mm Allen screw. Okay, let me get my pinning tray so we can start putting the parts in there. And then we have to drive a pin that's behind here straight through the lock. So to do that, I'm going to put this rod through that hole that I just inserted. I just took the screw out of and give it a couple whacks with a hammer. Okay. There we go. Got that pin out, and now this top piece should come right off. After that, we can take out the actuator. And next we have to be very, very careful in removing the core, because if we are not careful, we will dump all of these discs out. And I just lost one. It was only the anti-drill disc, so that's not too bad. Okay, let me zoom in on here and show you that we have the sidebar in there right now. Drop that sidebar out. And now we're going to start removing each of these discs one by one, and I'm just going to line them up right across here. Okay, this first disc is always 0-bitted in the far turned position. And we have our first disc with actual bitting on it. All these little washers in the back are just spacers. Nothing important about them. I'm just going to pile them up in the back. It's our third disc with bitting on it. The fourth disc, fifth, six, seven. Now we have just one more disc in the back, and that's always 0-bitted as well. Okay. Before I give you a total picture of all of these, let me give you a close-up of one. Now if we look at this, we can see that on the outside of this disc we have 2 false gates. Oh, come on, focus for me. There we go. 2 false gates, and then one much deeper true gate. And those false gates really do make picking significantly harder. It's something that I think all disc detainer locks should have, and frankly, they're not that hard to put on these discs, particularly since most of these Chinese locks have stamped discs, so it would be really, really easy just to stamp these out with the false gates in them. But for some reason, none of the Chinese disc detainer lock makers that I've seen, at least so far, do include those, and it would be a very easy step to make the lock much harder to pick. So this ABUS Plus core is a legitimately tricky lock to open. So let me give you a close-up of all of these little parts. Okay, we're going to go down the row of discs. And then we have all our little spacers in the back, the sidebar in slot 8 of the pinning tray, and that's it. So that's all I had to say. This is the beefiest bike lock I have ever seen. This thing weighs in at about 4.5 pounds. The lock body is made of 2 pretty thick layers of hardened steel, and I'll show you them a little later when we take this apart. And this shackle is a full 18 millimeters thick. Not only is that the thickest shackle that I've ever seen on a bike lock, but it's the thickest by a pretty wide margin. Then holding it all together is this Kryptonite disc detainer core. Now these disc detainer cores tend to be a little bit harder to pick than most others, if for no other reason than the skills and tools required to open them up tend to be a little bit less common. But what we're going to do is see what we can do to pick this lock open and see if this core is up to the exceptionally high standards of the rest of this lock. Now the first thing to note in picking is that this core is set very, very deeply into this lock. In fact, so deep that my disc detainer pick will not reach the core. So I have 2 options. I can either modify the tool by turning this shoulder down a little bit, or I can remove this plastic cover with a 1/16 inch Allen wrench. And since that is by far the easiest option, that's what I'm going to do. Now these screws that I'm taking out are actually what hold this lock together when the shackle is removed. However, when the shackle is in place, removing these screws doesn't do anything to compromise the physical security. Now that we have that off, our first step in picking this will be to rotate all of the discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then what I do after that is rotate the front disc counterclockwise just a little bit. And the reason I do that is to provide myself a little shoulder for my disc detainer pick to rest on when I insert it into the lock, and make sure I don't insert this tensioning portion too far. So let's get this into place. Okay, I think I've got that where I want it. And this is a bit of an awkward position to pick in front of this camera, but let's make it work. Okay. 1 is loose, so is 2. So is 3, 4, I think 5. Moved him too far. Got to click there. Okay, moving back. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4. I accidentally moved him again. Okay, and that last one seems to be in place. Go back to the beginning again. 1 is loose, so is 2. Little click out of 3. Nothing from 4. Click out of 5. Nothing on 6. 1's still loose, so is 2. 3 feels loose. Okay, hit 4, and it feels like we just opened this up. Okay, so not that hard to get into this. Certainly it takes a couple minutes, but that's the case with most disc detainer cores. But I have to attribute the ease with which this was opened to the fact that I did not feel any false gates in this core. And if in fact there are no false gates, I see that as a major unforced error on the part of Kryptonite, because it's something very easy to do, and it's also something that would make picking much, much more difficult. Okay, let's take this apart, and I'll show you what I can of the insides of this lock. I'm taking this vinyl coating off, and since we've already removed these 2 screws, it allows the inner lock body to come out of the outer shell. Now, an interesting note here, on a previous Kryptonite New York lock that I reviewed, there was a small cutout next to the keyhole that I thought could allow us to drill for the sidebar on the disc detainer core. That cutout is not present here, and that probably makes this design a little bit more secure. Now on this inner core, you can see we have the core itself and the two locking bolts. And let's see if we can get that core out of there. I can pull it out, and let me show you how this is disassembled and frankly why I will not be disassembling it. You can see this is held together with a little snap ring right about there. And I could probably dig that out if I really tried, but I have absolutely no idea how I would get it back in. So for now, I am not taking this apart. Then inside of this next layer of hardened steel, we have a plastic, I guess, guide that holds the two locking lugs in place. Now normally I don't like to see plastic in the locking mechanism of any lock, but I'm going to give them a pass on this one because I think that even if you were to heat this up and melt the plastic from the outside, I'm not convinced that these locking lugs would go anywhere. It's certainly possible, but it's certainly, I would not see it as a reliable attack at all because I'm not sure how they could fall out of place. In any case, that's all I have for you on this Kryptonite New York Forget About It lock. An incredibly robust bike lock, one that I would not hesitate to use. The core is a little bit softer than I would like it to be. I'd love to see some false gates or some other anti-pick measures in there. But the reality is that picking really isn't a large concern on the street, so that really doesn't compromise the real world security of this thing. And the reality is this thing is probably going to stop most bike thieves. The way you get into this is get an angle grinder and take 5 minutes, create a lot of noise, and cut this shackle, and it won't be an easy 14mm hardened steel shackle, a lock body that's comprised of 2 layers of hardened steel totaling roughly 1/4 inch thick. The entire padlock is covered in rubber so we don't scratch anything up, and everything is secured by a Kryptonite disc detainer core. Now these cores have a reputation for being very tricky to pick. That's why when I received this in the mail today, I almost set it aside to wait until I had a lot of time to devote to it. However, as is usually the case, I just couldn't help myself, so I did give it a shot and was very surprised when I got into it pretty quickly. I attribute that success to the fact that I did not feel any false gates in this disc detainer core. And if in fact that is the case and there are no false gates, that seems like a relatively major unforced error by Kryptonite. So what we're going to do today is pick this lock open, and then I will take it apart as far as I can without damaging the lock. First, let me show you that this does indeed work correctly. And before we start picking, you should note that this core is buried quite deeply inside of this lock. In fact, it is too far in for this pick to reach. So I had 2 options. I could either modify my pick, or I could take out this piece of plastic by removing these 2 screws. So that is what I did. And they come off easily with, I believe, a 1/16 inch Allen wrench. Interestingly, these screws are what hold the lock together when the shackle is open. However, when the shackle is closed, it is the shackle itself that's holding it together. Okay, so we got this off pretty easily. And the first thing we do when picking these locks is to turn all of the discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then we insert our tool, and I want to be very careful that I only pick up the first disc. And I'm not sure that's what I've done. Let's see. That's the anti-drill disc. I think that's the first disc. Nope. Okay, I think we've got it where I want it. Okay, now let's get to picking. Work on the second disc now, and it feels like it getting a little bit of binding out of it. Yep, okay, got a little movement out of the first disc. Moving to the second disc now, again binding, got a click out of him. Third disc, binding, got a click there. Fourth disc actually has some movement to it, so I'm going to leave that one alone. Fifth disc is binding, definitely. Got a lot of movement there. Moving on to the sixth disc. He feels set where he is. Okay, let's go back to the beginning. First disc feels set. Second disc, again, I have some movement. He's probably set. Same on the third. Same on the fourth. Yep, fifth is set. Hit 6 and we opened him up. Okay, let's take this guy apart as far as we can so you can see what's inside. As I said before, the first step would usually be to remove these 2 screws, but since we've already done that, next we take off the rubber. And then the inner and outer sleeves will come out. But before I do that, let me show you something. You can see there's a hole in the outer sleeve that allows you to reach through with the key and open this lock up. You'll see it extends downward a little bit here. And if we look at this core, you can see where it extends downward is this protrusion from the side of the core that keeps it from turning inside the lock body. However, I believe that's also where the sidebar is. So it seems to me that if you were trying to drill this core out, the exact place you would want to drill is where the sidebar is. And they've left the outer layer of drill protection open in exactly the wrong spot. Now, I'm not entirely sure why they would have done that, but if you do have any theories on that, please let me know. I should note, however, that this core is made of hardened steel. I tested it with a file earlier, so that will provide an additional measure of protection. So we got this outer sleeve off. The inner is even thicker. Again, both hardened steel. The core comes out now. And if we look at the back of it, you can see there is an internal clip that you would have to remove to get the discs out. And frankly, I have not been able to figure out how to get that thing out. So we won't be able to look at the discs today. Then for the rest of this, we can turn this over and see the locking lugs. And they're set in a small plastic rod here. Now, I never like to see plastic in a lock except for maybe scratch protection, but here I don't think it's an issue. Even if you were to melt this from the outside, I don't think there's much place for these locking lugs to go, so I don't think it would be an issue. So that's pretty much all I've got for you on this Kryptonite New York U-Lock. A very, very physically robust lock, however, very beefy 12mm hardened steel shackle. It also has an 8-disc disc detainer core. Now, this lock is made in China, and usually when people think about Chinese-made disc detainer padlocks, they think about locks with cores that look something like this. Now, this core should be very familiar to most lock enthusiasts, and unfortunately, it's for all the wrong reasons. This retaining ring that goes around the outside of the keyhole can easily be pried out with a screwdriver allowing all of the internals from the lock to fall out, and then you can open this lock with a screwdriver or sometimes even with your little finger. However, not all locks are created equal, and I'm told these Sobos are a different breed of lock. If we look at the bottom of this one, you can see that there is a hardened steel retainer ring and then another piece of steel below that, probably about a ½ inch of steel altogether, before you even get to the first disc. Now, I've not tested this yet to see how difficult it is to pry that out. However, I will be testing it soon, and I figured I should probably show you how hard it is to pick into these guys before I went and destroyed the lock. So that's what we're going to do today. Now, when picking disc detainer cores, the first thing that you want to do is rotate all of the discs as far as they will go. Since this lock opens clockwise, that's what we're going to do, rotate them clockwise, and that is where they stop. Then I take my little Chinese-made disc detainer pick, and this has been heavily modified to fit in a lot of different locks like this. And we put it right in the top there. And you have to make sure it's not in too deep so it only catches the first disc and not the first two discs. And then what we start doing is turning the discs counterclockwise. Now in these locks, I have 3 of these Sobos, and I found that even if the discs don't bind, what happens is that you can turn them counterclockwise until you feel a little bit of resistance. And most of the time, that is going to be where the true gate is. So I'd say about half the time I can get through these with just 1 or 2 passes through the stack of discs. So let's see what it takes this time. Okay, the first one is definitely binding. Got to click out of him. Moving to the second one. Got to click out of him, binding as well. Third one is not binding, so I'm just turning him till I feel a little bit of resistance and then stopping. Same for the fourth one. Same on 5. Okay, 6 is binding, definitely. Got a nice click out of him. And 7 is not binding at all anywhere in the range of motion. Okay, let's go back up to the top, and I'm moving the discs both ways, and if I feel any movement at all, I know that's not my problem child, and I move on. 1 and 2 are not bound. Neither is 3, 4. Okay, I think 5 is our problem right now. Okay, I just clicked 5, the core turned, and we opened this lock up. Okay, so not terribly hard to pick into. I have practiced with this lock before, so that certainly sped things up just a little bit. But all in all, I'll say it usually doesn't take me more than 2 or 3 minutes to open. Several times more massive than a normal cable lock like this Kryptonite lockdown. Now the thickness of the cable means that cutting through it with small hand cutters or even my big 28-inch cable shears is going to be very difficult, if it's possible at all. In fact, there aren't many tools that can even reach around this thick cable. I suspect the lowest signature tool that would stand a chance against this is a hacksaw, though if I were trying to cut through it, I'd probably opt for an angle grinder. As for picking, this has Kryptonite's standard disc detainer core, though it's hidden behind a powerfully spring-loaded dust cover. That may interfere with our picking efforts. I don't think overall it's particularly hard to pick, but it will require specialized tools and skills. So, let's see what it takes to get this open. The first thing we're going to do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to get the pick that Bosnian Bill and I made and shove it through those spring-loaded doors and see if we can find disc number 1. Okay, I think we're in position. Let's find disc 2 and get to picking. Nice click out of 2. That feels like it's in a gate. Nothing on 3. Nice click on 4. 4 feels like it's in a gate. 5 feels like it's in a gate. Number 6 is binding very tightly. Got a nice click there. Number 7 is binding. And I slipped off of number 7. There we go. 7's in a gate. And nothing on 8. Back to the beginning. Nothing on 2. 3 is binding. And we got this open. Okay, folks, as you saw, it's not particularly hard to open. As for my overall thoughts on this, it's certainly better than most cable locks, if for no other reason that it is very thick. But that thickness means it jumps to a pretty high weight class, in which I think you can probably do better with a quality pounds, and each link of this 22mm thick chain weighs 2.7 pounds. It's one of the few systems out there to be rated Sold Secure Motorcycle Diamond. It should go without saying that this is far beyond the capabilities of bolt cutters, or practically speaking, any hand tool short of an angle grinder, and even that's going to take a few minutes to cut through. For those of you who are thinking this isn't practical, well, it is a 35-pound pile of steel. It's not meant to be portable. This is a lock you keep at your home or place of work when you need extreme levels of physical toughness. As for picking, the lock has a disc detainer core that at first glance appears to be a clone of the Abloy Profile. However, the key is just a little bit smaller, which means my Abloy Profile pick won't fit. What I ended up doing was taking my Abloy Classic pick and removing some material at the end with a Dremel. Now that freehand Dremel work certainly isn't pretty, but it is effective. So let's lock this on the chain, then see what it takes to pick it open. Okay, the first thing we're going to do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to take my modified Abloy Classic pick up the very last disc for tensioning, then find the first disc and get to picking. Okay, nothing on disc 1. Little click on 2. Click on 3, click on 4, just slipped off a number 5, there we go, got a click out of 5, something on 6, there we go, click out of 7. Let's go back to the beginning. Nothing on 1. 2 feels set. 3 feels set. So does 4. Click out of 5, and I think we just opened that up. Okay, so we got it open without too much trouble. But the fact that it requires a custom tool means that it's exceedingly unlikely that this is going to be picked on the street. Through the shackle and secure the bike to an anchor point. With one notable exception though, this is very similar to a lot of products out there. The exception is the core. It's a disc detainer design with 8 discs and no false gates. That's pretty average. It's the keyway that's unique. It seems to be a miniature version of the Abloy Profile. And because the size is unusual, I'm not aware of anyone making a pick that fits in this lock. I had to take my Abloy Classic pick and Dremel some material out of the center just to get it to fit in the keyway. After that hurdle was passed though, picking this became relatively simple. Let me show you how that's done. The first thing we're going to do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to insert the pick all the way to the back of the keyway. Now we can apply tension, and since I'm in the back, let's go ahead and start with the rearmost disc. That should be number 7. Nice click there. Click out of 6. Click out of 5. Click out of 4. 3 feels like it could be a negate. Let's leave him alone for now. 2 is binding. Got a click there, and we open this up. Okay, folks, as you saw, the act of picking this was not terribly challenging. But because Oxford used such an oddball key design, I think it's pretty unlikely this would be picked on the streets, at least until the appropriate tool becomes available, dating back to at least the 1980s. This is a complete redesign, and it's a pretty significant set of improvements, the most important of which, in my opinion, is locking both ends of the shackle, not just one. Now, Kryptonite rates the security of this lock at 5 out of 10, which I think is pretty fair. We have a 12mm thick hardened steel shackle, which will resist some basic cutting tools. The double locking mechanism provides moderate protection against both pulling and twisting attacks, and the disc detainer core inside provides some resistance to picking, though it certainly wouldn't stop an experienced picker for very long. In short, every aspect of the lock is okay. Not great, just okay. What that means is, I see this as the absolute worst lock that you should ever consider using. And that's if you have a cheap bike, you're in a safe area, and the threat level is otherwise low. It's the baseline level of protection. Now let's see what it takes to pick this open. The first thing we're going to do is rotate all of the discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to get the pick that Bosnian Bill and I made and pick up disc number 1, which is how we tension the lock. Okay, I think I have disc 1. Now let's find 2 and get to picking. Click out of 2, click out of 3, click out of 4, click out of 5, click out of 6, and we open this up. Okay, folks, as you saw, that wasn't terribly difficult to pick, though it does require a specialized tool, which I suppose provides a base level. Also challenged me to pick it open without setting off the 100 decibel tamper siren. So, I bought one of these $110 locks, and we're going to attempt to defeat it today. Now, to arm the alarm, we need to lock the shackle with the red ring and red arrow next to each other. When it's locked in this configuration, it is secure. However, the alarm is not active. Let's change that now. That beep means the alarm is active, and the second beep means that it is armed. The alarm is designed to sound after movement or shock. You can see it allows for some movement, but truthfully, we'll barely need to touch the lock to pick it open. I'm just going to leave it right here on my desk, and this would probably be just as easy if it was hanging from a motorcycle. The first thing we're going to do is rotate all of the discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to get my Abloy Classic pick that I recently modified so it fits in Oxford keyways. Let's slide this all the way to the back of the keyway to disc number 8. Tension off of disc 8. Now let's find number 7 and get to picking. Okay, nice click on 7. 6 feels like it could be a negate. 5 is binding. Nice click there. 4 feels like it's a negate. 3 is binding very tightly. Nice click there. 2 is binding, got a click there, and we open this up. Okay, folks, as you saw, picking this wasn't appreciably harder than picking the non-alarm version. It just requires a bit more care. The main defense, in my opinion, is the fact that this requires such a specialized tool and specialized skill to compromise security. Now at first blush, this looks like a 6mm chain with a chrome steel lock and a disc detainer core. But things aren't quite what they seem. While everything on the outside is metal, if we shine a light down the core, we'll be able to see the inner housing is made of black plastic. That plastic will deform under pressure, which means we can probably force this open. Let's give that a try. Just that quickly we got it open. That's definitely the fastest way in, but there's probably another easy one. If you feel the chain links underneath this nylon cover, it's pretty clear they're thinner than the exposed links. So let's cut this nylon away and see what's there. Okay, we can see some links that are definitely thinner, and those links don't appear to be welded either. Let's see if we can bend this open with a couple of screwdrivers. Okay, these will probably do the trick. Okay, that bent very easily. And given how easily it bent without breaking, I suspect that's not hardened. So this is a long shot, but let's see if we can cut this with side cutters as well. Okay, these are compound leverage side cutters. Okay folks, this lock is a great example of why caveat emptor or buyer beware applies to locks from unknown Chinese. The build is fairly impressive. This weighs in at nearly 2.5 pounds and features a well-hardened 14mm thick shackle that's protected by high guards integral to the lock body, which is also hardened steel. The cord that secures everything is probably the weakest link. It's a disc detainer design with 8 discs and it tensions from the rear. So let's see what it takes to pick this open. The first thing we're going to do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to get the pick that Bosnian Bill and I made, pick up disc number 1, we're tensioning off of that, then find disc number 2 and get to picking. Okay, number 2 feels like it's in a gate. Number 3 is binding. Got a little click there. Feels like it's in a gate now. Little click out of 4. 5 feels like it's in a gate. 6 is binding tightly. There we go. 6 feels like it's in a gate now. 7 is also binding nicely. Got a click out of 7, which is also now in a gate. And 8 should be in a gate since it's a rear tensioner, and indeed it is. So let's try tensioning off of disc 8, counter-rotating disc 1, and we just set disc 1, the last disc. Okay folks, I would not classify this as a particularly tricky lock to pick. I didn't feel any false gates or any other anti-pick features, so there's certainly room for improvement. But as it stands, given the hefty build and the fact that it requires specialized tools and skills to open, I don't see this as a bad option to my Kryptonite bike lock / chain while far from home. I called a locksmith to open it. When he arrived, I asked if he could pick the lock since I have another key at home and didn't want the lock destroyed. He said my lock couldn't be picked, but when I said I had seen it done on YouTube, I got a strong reaction. The locksmith became visibly irritated and told me he had been picking locks for over 25 years and he was sick and tired of people watching fake lock-picking videos and expecting him to magically open locks in 2 seconds. When I asked if he had seen the lock-picking lawyer, he roughly dropped his tool bag and told me, "You're the worst offender and your videos are complete BS." After talking about lock-picking videos for a few minutes, he told me he was willing to put his money where his mouth is. Here is the challenge to you. The locksmith said I could send you the remains of my bike lock in a sealed package, and if you could open the package on video and pick the lock faster than he could open it with a grinder, he he would refund the $75 he charged me for the job. We timed him cutting my lock. It took 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Are you up for the challenge? Will you defend your name? I'll be watching your channel and hoping. Kindest regards, Malcolm M. Okay, we'll take a look at the lock in just a moment, but before I do that, I want to say a few words about locksmiths and expectations. Malcolm says there's a kryptonite lock in here, which probably means a disk detainer core. While I'm sure there are some locksmiths out there who could pick it open probably quite quickly, the skills and tools required to open disk detainer cores are generally not part of the average American locksmith's repertoire. So, I certainly wouldn't fault a locksmith for being unable to pick a kryptonite bike lock. That said, let's open up the package and see if we can pick the lock. Okay, this certainly is a kryptonite lock. It's one of their evolutions, and it looks like it has the old version of disk detainer core. So let me get my disk detainer pick, and we will use a timer to keep track of things. Okay, let's see how quickly we can get this open. "28 seconds. Okay, folks, as you saw, beating 2 minutes and 14 seconds did not pose a significant challenge. In fact, I suspect it's far less of a challenge than Malcolm will have trying to get his money back from the padlock, as well as a 1.2 meter long chain with 16 millimeter thick hex-shaped links. Oxford also offers 1.5 meter and 2 meter long chains, which of course will weigh considerably more. Now, the included padlock is a bit of a puffer fish. That is, it's far less massive than it appears to be. As soon as you pick it up, you can tell that it's lighter than it should be for its size, and that seems to be due to the unnecessarily large plastic cover. To be clear, there is a steel lock under there, it's just not nearly as big as it seems to be. To put this in real terms, despite being considerably smaller, this Squire lock weighs about half a pound more. That plastic gingerbread also makes picking a bit more difficult because it has the effect of burying the disk detainer core far deeper into the lock body. In fact, the pick that Bosnian Bill and I made had to be stretched to its absolute limits just to reach that core. So, let's see what it takes to pick that open. The first thing we're going to do is rotate the discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to insert the pick and pick up disc number 1. I'm going to tension off of disc 1, then find disc number 2 and get to picking. 2 is binding. Nice click there. Seems to be in a gate. 3 seems to be in a gate, probably a 0 cut. 4 is binding. There we go. Nice click out of 4. Seems to be in a gate. Click out of 5. Also in a gate. 6 seems to be loose, probably a 0 cut. 7 is binding, nice click, and a little bit of movement on the core. We might have set everything, so let's tension off of one of the 0 cuts and then try to set disc 1. That's exactly what it needed, and we got this open. Okay, folks, as you saw, this was a pretty average disk detainer core, but if you consider the specialized tools and skills that are required to pick it, as well as the beefy overall construction, I'm inclined to say this is good enough for this. On the other side are French and Dutch certification stamps. So my best guess is this was made about 20 years ago for the European market only. Now under all this brightly colored plastic is a steel high guard padlock, and it's specifically shaped to fit around the disc brake rotor of a motorcycle. That, of course, prevents the wheel from turning and stops most forms of rollaway theft. If we look carefully, it appears this was put to the test a couple times. There are deep wear marks in a couple specific spots, leading me to believe that either someone attempted to take the motorcycle this was attached to several times, or more likely this belonged to a forgetful rider who kept trying to ride off with the lock attached. That's actually somewhat common for this type of lock. Now, holding everything closed is a disc detainer core. The ones that Kryptonite put in their older locks tend not to be difficult to pick, but let's give this one a try. The first thing we're going to do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to get the pick that Bosnian Bill and I made, pick up disc number 1. We're going to tension off of that. Then I'm going to find disc 2 and get to picking. Okay, 2 feels like it's in a gate, probably a 0 cut. 3 is binding. Got a little click out of 3. 4 is binding. Click out of 4. Click out of 5. Click out of 6. A little bit of movement on that core. 7 feels like it's in a gate, probably a 0 cut. And we just got this open. Okay, folks, as you saw, with the right tools, locks like these can be quite easy to pick. To its credit, Kryptonite has stepped up its game a bit since this was made, but not all that's of the maker. That helps consumers compare products among various brands. But it occurs to me that this 4 out of 5 high security rating also conceals something. It conceals that this is a low-end product among Kryptonite locks that are not sold at Walmart. Now, when I bought this online, I thought it was a new product, but now that I have it in my hands, it seems pretty much identical to the Kryptonite TKO chain lock that I featured in video 698. The one difference is the color of the plastic. The TKO has a gray end cap, but everything else appears to be the same. Now, I think the weak link of the package is most likely going to end up being the links of the chain. They're 8 millimeters thick and almost certainly within the capabilities of most bolt cutters, so that should be a concern. Another potential concern is the spring-loaded locking lug in here. That's theoretically shimmable, but Kryptonite seems to have done a fair job burying it in the lock body and protecting it, so shimming will be fairly difficult. The core in here is a disc detainer design with just 6 discs, which is definitely on the low end. However, it doesn't tension from the front disc, which makes it a bit harder to pick, but it still won't slow down an experienced picker for very long. So, let's see what it takes to get into this. The first thing we're going to do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to get the pick that Bosnian Bill and I made, pick up disc number 1, then we can find disc number 2 and get to picking. Okay, 2 seems loose. So does 3, 4, 5 is binding, nice click there. 6 feels like it's in a gate. Back to the beginning. 1 feels loose. Or, I'm sorry, that was 2. 3 feels like it could be in a gate. 4 is binding. Nice click there. 5 feels set, and so does 6. 2, nice click there. A little bit of movement on the core. 3 feels set. 4 feels set. 5 feels set. So does 6. Okay, 6 is a 0 cut. So let's tension off of him and try to set disc 1. I think we did just that. Yep, we got this open. Okay, folks, as you saw, this was not terribly difficult to pick, though the skills and tools required to do so aren't terribly common. For that reason, I see attacks on the chain as the real threat to this product. While it's certainly far better than something like a cable, 8mm links are generally vulnerable to bolt cut, so decided to give it a try. What's notable about the set is the price. I bought it on Amazon for about $55, and in my opinion, it's roughly equivalent to systems costing twice as much money. What we have is a well-hardened manganese steel chain with 12mm thick hex links. At 80 centimeters long, the chain is a bit shorter than that found in many comparable systems. But I think it makes up for it with the noose link on the end, allowing it to perform the job of a longer standard chain. Then we have a small U-lock to secure it, this with a hardened 16mm shackle. Now there's quite a bit of plastic on the inside of this, which I don't particularly like, but it has no more than the Kryptonite Evolution lock and chain, which is more than twice the cost. Holding this U-lock closed is a fairly ordinary disc detainer core. I doubt it'll be very hard to pick, but it does require specialized tools and skills. So let's see what it takes to get this open. The first thing we're going to do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to get the pick that Bosnian Bill and I made. Pick up disc number 1 for tensioning. And we're in the back, so let's just go ahead and start there. I think that was number 7. Nice click there. Nice click out of 6. Click out of 5. Click out of 4. Click out of 3, and we got this open. Okay, folks, as you saw, this was not terribly difficult to pick, though as I said, it does require specialized tools and skills. That said, this is roughly equivalent to lock systems that cost double the money or more, so it might be viewed as a secure decision. First, the only way to cheaply produce a lock body with this sort of complex shape is by casting it in multiple pieces out of a zinc alloy. I could talk for a while about why that's a bad idea, but it all boils down to the fact that this will not withstand much in the way of physical punishment. Moving up to the shackle, you can see that to make it follow the lines of the lock body, they put this bulky rubber mold on top. It does nothing for security and probably makes it less useful because it prevents it from fitting through hasps like those you would find on a gym locker. And while we're talking about that shackle, I should note that I tested it with a file and it does not appear to be well hardened. As for the core, it's a fairly cheap disc detainer design. I've not felt any false gates or any other anti-pick features, so it's probably not going to take me that long to pick it open. That said, it will require specialized tools and skills, so that's less of a concern than the overall construction. So, enough talk, let's see what it takes to pick it open. The first thing we're going to do is rotate all of those discs as far clockwise as they will go. Then I'm going to get the pick that Bosnian Bill and I made, pick up disc number 1 for tension, then find disc number 2 and get to picking. Okay, 2 is binding. Got a nice click there, feels like it's in a gate. Number 3 is binding. Okay, 3 feels like it's in a gate. 4 is binding. That's in a gate now. Number 5. Nice click there. 5's in a gate. Number 6 feels like it is already in a gate, probably a 0 cut. Click out of 7, and we got this open. Okay, folks, as you saw, that was not a particularly difficult lock to open. But again, the real concern here is the overall construction, which I'm not convinced will survive any serious attempt at forced